Something very familiar about all this.
From the depths of the Australian outback, from Byron to Gascoyne, from Cape York to South Point, g'day and welcome to Auzzie Cast. My name's Thermo and we're here to talk about the goings-on this week. From koalas to kangaroos, from the Sydney Morning Herald to the Courier Mai, we'll have a look back at some of the news from the past week and try to figure out how long this will actually last. Hey everybody. Hey Tim. Hey us.
Going on, cunts.
Hey. And demonetized.
Never monetized in the first place. Welcome, chat. How's everybody going?
Oh, Shiloh, you got your Dunkaroos. Good on ya. On ya.
Yeah.
Oh, Dunkaroos. Jeez.
Fuck yeah.
I had my Vegemite and cheese sanger this morning.
I had my Vegemite toast. So
Yeah.
feeling very Aussies. Feeling very
Nice.
Aussie today.
Nice.
I just had Vegemite because I don't have bread.
Ah, it's too poor for bread.
Yep.
Just buy flour and water and yeast. It's easy.
Disappointing.
Too lazy to make my own bread as well.
It's super easy. Just either way, yeah.
I did upload the Aussie. No, I didn't upload Aussie news because, of course, this is Aussie Cast. So everything's Aussie news. I even registered the domain. So if you want to find our show links, go to aussiecast.com. Because anytime I do a joke, I always take it way too far. So let's start, shall we?
Oh, geez, you actually did.
Yeah, I actually did. So let's do bits and pieces. Australia's biggest OnlyFans star, Anna Paul, makes a surprising confession about her sex life. So she may be a symbol for Gen Z. I've never heard of this woman either.
No.
Yeah.
So this is what she looks like. So
Yeah, I can see the appeal. Yep.
yeah. So she's revealed she's only slept with one man, her long-term boyfriend, Glenn Thompson. So she will immediately lose all her subscribers. So now for actual bits and pieces. So watch this dad fist fight a pack of aggressive monkeys that lunged at his toddler and tried to steal his bags.
Yeah. Mess him up. Oh yeah.
Come on. Give him a biff.
Throw
Give him a biff. Yeah, get the kids away from the monkeys because they'll claw your fucking eyes out.
Oh yeah.
Oi!
And
Stealing me fucking stuff.
Give him a fucking kick.
Look, even the little one was in on it.
Oh, yeah. Was this over in Thailand or something? So like,
No,
we
it's
don't
Australia.
we don't have this in Australia, last I checked.
Tim, this is Australia.
I know,
Cast?
but,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, but yeah, probably Aussie, but it's an Aussie family. But where is we don't have wild monkeys in Australia.
In our territories.
Was there audio with
Oh
this?
yeah, there we go. That's
Oh,
the swing.
fucking reminds me of the bloke who punched out the kangaroo
Yeah, once
to
you get a good
protect
swing, yeah,
his dog.
they're pissed off now.
Mm-hmm. Would be right. Should be right, mate. He's arrested and drop kick that monkey.
So there was no food in the bag. So the monkeys were basically trying to rob them. So,
Yeah, because monkeys are fucking little thieves.
Yep.
Oh god.
I'm not even going to comment on it.
Yeah, Colorado doing stupid shit.
Yeah, so they're restricting the legal gun owners despite an increasing crime rate.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Oh, but it worked in Australia, don't you know? It
Yeah,
worked.
there's no crime here. No crime here at all.
No, I'm not just trying to tie that into
whatsoever.
Australia. That's the actual response that generally gets thrown out there. Oh,
Yeah.
doesn't this work? You work in Australia? No, it didn't. It didn't do anything.
Yeah, on
Because
behalf
it was
of
never
all
a problem to
Australians-
begin with.
But on behalf of all Australians, I apologise
Yeah.
for being the excuse.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, John Howard. You fucking retard.
So yes, the 1 second.
Senator. Oh yeah.
Yeah, where's your tab audio? Your browser audio?
Yeah.
But yeah, so Democrats actually doing things now that they have power.
Sorry, my wife needed to give me a news update.
Mm,
So yes, the Democrats defeated an amendment that would require the Senate to approve any pandemic agreement.
nah.
Of
You
course.
don't need Congress to do anything. The executive can just make all the time
Yeah,
rules.
just do whatever.
Yeah.
What does the Constitution matter?
It doesn't. Literally doesn't. That's the attitude now.
So France is continuing to be a shit show.
Mm.
Oh, France.
Yeah, don't piss off the France. Don't piss off the French. Don't piss off the
Well,
French. Don't piss
yeah,
off
so-
the French. The French police don't fuck around.
Yeah,
Normally speaking.
neither
I'm
did the French firefighters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
sorry,
yeah.
chat. That other video was muted because my wife came up to me to tell
Yeah.
me something.
Oh wait, the French gendarme against the French
Against,
firefighters.
yes. So some of the gendarmes walked
Ooh.
away last week, but
Yes,
now
we saw that.
I guess the ones that are left are the ones that are happy to crack skulls.
Yeah.
So
But they're not
Well,
many
you-
of them.
it doesn't really
you would
work
think
when
they
you've got
would all be.
firefighters.
Well, the
Yeah.
gendarmes are part of the French military, so
Military, yeah.
you would think that they would all be happy to crack skulls, but
Well, it's okay. They're just following orders.
I know.
Well, some of them don't want to work until what they raise the retirement age to 64 or something like that.
Yes, they want to raise the retirement age from 62 to 64.
Yeah. Yeah. Some of them want to retire early. So,
We can't retire till 67 unless we have the
67.
money.
By the time we get there, it'll be 68, 69. Nice.
Yes. Nice.
Yeah, it gives me 30 years.
So, meanwhile, the Senate finally voted to end the COVID-19 national emergency declaration.
So does that mean I can enter the US without being vaccinated now?
I don't know. I don't know if that's been withdrawn. Biden said he would sign it. So it's no longer a national emergency. So maybe check.
So did this say that Biden opposes this?
No. He said he's going to
Last
sign it.
year.
The president
last
strongly
year.
opposes House Joint Resolution 7, and the administration is planning to. So the president opposes this bill.
Opposes it, but he's going to sign it. He's not
Yeah,
going
he'll
to veto
sign
it.
it. He's
And
gonna
he
sign
said
it.
he was going to do it at the end of April anyway.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, I was going to do it anyway. So
Because
Yeah.
they probably have the votes to override his veto.
oh, they definitely did. It was
yeah.
I think
Yeah,
only 22 senators voted against it.
Okay. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
And if he did a symbolic video, then he'd be looking pretty stupid.
So yes, some of you may have heard of the Restrict Act, which where does it have the ridiculous fucking acronym? I can't remember the fucking acronym, but it was like the Patriot Act. It stands for something retarded.
Yep.
But yes, it's ostensibly to ban TikTok, but it does more than that. There's a lot of discussion about how it could be used to ban certain things.
Yeah, it's the wording is extremely vague.
It is pretty vague, but it is very specific in one area, and that area is the countries it targets.
Yes.
So it defines foreign adversary very specifically to mean China, including Hong Kong, Cuba, Iran, North Korea, Russia, and not Venezuela specifically, but Maduro's regime.
Yes.
Right.
And it's not just Hong Kong; it's also Macau.
Yeah.
So
course,
they've not the Macau. I mean, Macau is not a big player, but Macau is part
of China.
But it was listed in the bill as well. Macau was listed.
Everybody forgets Macau.
Yeah.
Yes. Lindsey Graham went on Fox and covered himself with glory. So let's listen to Lindsey Graham make an absolute fool of himself. Sorry, there is a
Did the United States
billionaire in Australia called Lindsey Fox.
Senate just say we're going to protect you from China by spying on you? Let's try to get some answers out of the Senator Lindsey Graham, who supports this and is here now. You got to be kidding me, Senator. Did you read this?
Yeah, I don't think I support the Restrict Act.
You don't support this because you were named as one of the supporters, because this is garbage.
Well, is this the one with John? There's two bills out there. One allows a review of businesses that are connected to China, give the Secretary the ability to protect their data. Is that the Restrict Act?
We got S-686 right here. Yeah. March 7th. And we got a bunch of Republicans supporting it because this thing is crazy town. You don't want the government looking into your private phone.
No, I don't.
If they have a hunch you're colluding with the Russians, we remember how that turned out.
Right. Yeah, no, well, the Constitution trumps a statute. So let me come back and, give you a better explanation. Here's the problem as I see it. China is the parent company of TikTok, and my nieces like TikTok. I don't mind them using TikTok. I just don't want the Chinese government to seize all their data and manipulate the information America sees for political purposes. China is helping drug cartels in Mexico. China is not a friend. Chinese espionage is an all-time high against American business interests. So I want to push back against China, but within a constitutional framework. You're right about that. So you made these allegations, and I'll come answer better next time.
All right, well, I mean, because on Congress.gov, you're listed as one of the co-sponsors of this thing. Maybe it's like Fetterman when your chief of staff does all your work for you. But, Senator, you got to go back and talk to these other senators about this. This thing is nuts, and it's going to get abused like it always does. So we got to clean this up. Can we clean this up?
Well, yeah. I mean, number one, I owe you a better explanation I'm giving you. John Thune's got a bill to make sure the Secretary of Commerce can deal with this, not just TikTok, but the general idea that China, we're under attack by China.
That's literally the bill he's talking about. Like,
yeah,
John Thune's bill is this bill. Like, fucking, like, how do you not fucking, like, just read the fucking thing. It's 55 pages. You get paid to do that
because
shit.
He doesn't want to admit that he actually is supporting it. Because it's fucking bad.
Can we just remember?
His excuses.
Lindsey Graham is wasn't he in the intelligence community?
I think he's
a retired Air Force colonel or something like that.
Is he?
Right.
I did not realize.
Colonel Graham.
I did not know this for a long time. Lindsey Graham is a retired colonel of the U.S. Air Force. He was a JAG. He was part of JAG.
Well,
my bad.
Still,
bad. Not intelligence. But he was still, he's retired military. So
Susan says, not sure how much longer we'll be able to watch you guys. Canada's passed the internet censorship bill. That's C11, I think, the one that's supposed to regulate YouTube.
Maybe
it's supposed to make YouTube bring Canadian creators to the forefront.
But that's for Canadian viewers, right?
It's Canadian viewers, yeah. But I think YouTube was like, we'll just not work in Canada.
No, that's an option. That's where VPN comes in very handy. But yeah, Lindsey Graham's excuses are really bad because pointing that China takes the data, well, Twitter was taking data and giving it to the government, so that's a strike. Talking about Mexican cartels, the U.S. government gave Mexican cartels guns and shit through the Fast and Furious thing that they did. So yeah,
Oh yeah,
his excuses are complete bullshit and kind of reflect back to what the U.S. government has done.
Yeah. Yeah, I always thought he was part of the intelligence community. My bad. No, he's just a retired military lawyer. Yeah.
Ugh,
Apparently
gross.
he was in and out of the Air Force Reserves as part of JAG.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing anything about C11 but passing.
Is it still on the floor?
I know it was up for debate on Monday. Senators make 26 amendments. Let's see.
An act to enact a customer currency.
Yeah, there was a lot of lobbying from the domestic producers, like domestic TV producers.
Yeah,
Naturally.
I don't know. I can't find my way around the Canadian government websites. I can't see where the status. I can't find where the status of this bill is.
56 pages. Changes. That's all changes to the Broadcasting Act.
So what this will do is push all the Canadian TV shows to the forefront.
Well, it'll force streaming organizations to
Air Canadian content
in Canada bring not just air it, but where there is Canadian content, push it to the forefront.
Yeah, they got to air it. They got to make sure it's all.
So YouTube would have to adjust the algorithm for Canadians, and it's most of the streaming companies are just like, well, we'll have to.
Yeah.
Like we'll just have to not serve Canada.
Yeah, exactly. It's tyrannical nonsense. It's tyrannical nonsense, and I can imagine Australia trying to do some of that shit too.
Most of the Canadian creators I've seen, they're 100% against it. They're like, this will kill us. This will kill us.
Of course it will. They can't afford to just keep making Canadian content and pushing it to the forefront. Because like Australia, a lot of native media in Canada and Australia is not popular, even in its own country. Like Aussies don't watch Australian film.
Like look at Neighbours. It's not that popular here, but it's really popular in the UK.
Huge export.
Yeah, Neighbours is finally dead.
Finally,
by the way, finally.
No, they're bringing it back.
They're
bringing it back because apparently all the big names who came back for the final episode, like the final couple of episodes, they're all pissed about it because they're like, we came back because we thought it was the end, and now you're gonna pull a fucking switcheroo.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I'm
there you go.
Yeah.
Never watched Neighbours anyway. My mum always watched Home and Away. Just as cancerous.
Neighbours will return in 2023.
Oh shit!
In true plot twist style, Neighbours is returning from the dead.
Please no.
So yes, they've secured Amazon Freevee and Prime Video as their international partner. So it's going to be back on.
But is it Channel 10 bringing them back?
It's not going to be on Channel 10. It's going to be on Prime Video.
Producers Network 10 have secured, but 10 is still making it.
It's 10 still making it, yeah.
Yeah,
but it's going to be on Prime, yeah.
Yeah, which is Viacom.
So it's basically just export only.
For the Americans watching, Russell Crowe, Kylie Minogue, Margot Robbie, Jason Donovan. Well, you guys won't know Jason Donovan, but Guy Pearce all got their start on a little Australian show called Neighbours.
Yes, and many others got their start on a show called Home and Away. A lot of the Aussie actors you see over there in America got their start on Australian soap operas.
Yep. So 37 years it ran, 9,000 episodes because it was a daily.
Yeah, it was a
daily
opera.
show.
Yeah,
soap opera. Yep. So yes, and it ended earlier in the year with all the major cast coming back, all the famous people coming back. It was a big event that I'd completely ignored because I fucking can't stand Neighbours. It's like when my wife was in hospital, we watched it. It's fucking terrible. It was just terrible.
We would always watch Home and Away.
It made the CW look like good. It made the CW look good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Rest in peace, E3. E3 has been cancelled. So they were going to do an in-person E3 this year for the first time since COVID. and they ditched it because
Nobody wanted to go.
nobody wanted to fucking go.
Too many publishers pulled out
Too many
Yeah.
publishers pulled
Publishers didn't want to go to E3.
out. Yeah,
because
And-
they built their own areas where.
Well,
Paris.
Microsoft for years have done an event across the road.
Mm.
Yeah.
Literally across the road from E3 while E3 was on, which is the gigantic middle finger.
So they have their own events now because of the COVID. And because this
Well,
was
they did it. They
down.
did it the last 2 years, and they're like, "Well, why the fuck are we spending money shipping everybody out to California, and when we can just do this shit online?" So I think Ubisoft pulled out earlier in the week, and then that was it. There was no one. There's basically no one left. So rest in piss, E3. You suck.
I've never paid attention to E3.
Uh,
I never paid attention. I didn't. It's just, yeah. I don't understand the appeal of it.
yeah.
Never understood it.
It
So
was
the-
good when the uppick of internet, where it was like the internet was there, but it was very hard to kind of find sources and details.
Well, yeah.
So
Look,
having
it
a
ended up
centralized
being a
location.
junket. It ended up being an excuse for creators who were backed by the publishers to go to fucking the US to cover their whatever they're releasing at E3. So
Like it was a very centralized.
like I
location.
literally know people who got free rides to go to the US to cover shit. So
Yep, but nowadays you don't need that.
so
It's done with its purpose, really.
Blackstone's I think he's their CEO or their chairman. So yeah, he says the US banking crisis is solvable and it's all your fault.
Yeah.
If you weren't spending so much, if you weren't taking out so much money and wasting it,
There we go.
yeah, it's all your fault. So,
So the billion chief.
So stop
Executive.
stop trying to ruin the economy, you plebs.
Yeah, basically, mobile phone apps enable people to communicate and move their money quickly. Yeah, it's all your fault.
Yeah, so it's all your fault.
Why are you using mobile
Oh,
apps to move money around?
Speaking of, this is probably more of interest to the economy nerds in the audience, which is probably zero people, but RC will find this interesting. Hindenburg Group released a report on what do they call themselves? Block. It's Jack Dorsey's company, Block. Block something.
Okay. Yeah.
Essentially, it is Square, Cash App, and Tidal. It's the parent company of those three companies, and essentially, Jack's going to probably end up in prison because Cash App is apparently being used. Well, their users are full of shit. Like their user numbers are absolutely faked because it is incredibly easy to set up fake accounts, and
Naturally.
according to internal sources that Hindenburg Group talked to, there are fuck tons of fake users on the platform, and it's being used to facilitate scams, money laundering, and large transactions for illegal goods.
Right.
So yes, they're very much short. I mean, Hindenburg Group is a short seller. They do research into companies. They released a report on Adani a couple of months ago. That's all they do.
They crashed. Yep.
Yeah. So maybe Dorsey ends up in jail. That'd be fucking hilarious, though.
That will be hilarious.
So Italy has moved to ban lab-grown meat to protect food heritage.
Based Italia.
Based Italians, yes. Oh, look, I think it should be banned because it's not actually cheaper. Like, it's not actually cheaper to create texturized soy protein that looks like beef.
If people want to eat it and want to buy it, like, why ban it? Like, just don't mandate the shit. That's what I'm pissed. That's what I don't want happening. I don't want people to mandate that we have to, serve this kind of shit. Like, is the food hurting anybody? Like, if the vegans want to eat their overpriced soy bullshit, let them.
Potentially, it could. We just don't have data on that.
But yes, the proposed bill came hard on the heels of a series of government decrees banning the use of flour derived from insects, such as crickets and locusts, in pizza or pasta. So if you buy in the future, if you don't want to eat the bugs, just make sure you buy Italian pizza bases and Italian pasta.
Oh, their imports are going to be gold then.
Yes. I think we will have meat in a couple of decades. Like, we will continue to have meat. I think it'll be much, much more expensive.
But
If you look,
nobody buys the vegan shit anyway. I'm sorry. Look what happened.
oh no, Costi means actual meat.
Yeah, I know. That's
Yeah.
what I mean. There's like no one comparatively, no one buys the vegan shit. Look what happened during the pandemic when the shelves went and when supplies go bad, when supplies chains are cut off. Look what happens to the supermarkets and what's left on the shelf. It's the vegan shit.
Yeah.
Everyone stocks
filled.
up. Everyone stocks up on the actual meat.
Yeah.
Yeah. This meat's never going to go away.
Meat and canned foods and preserved, anything that can be preserved.
Yeah.
Because you can always dry out and preserve the meat, salt it, make jerky, freeze it, all that kind of shit. But the vegan stuff is just soy. It'll just perish.
Yep.
Yeah. And it tastes like shit too.
Tastes like shit.
Because it is shit.
Yeah.
Like, by all means, go and eat one of the fake burgers because it's interesting. It's a curiosity. Like the Impossible meat. Okay, yeah, I'll try it. I'm not going to replace meat with it because
if you serve it to me, if it's the only thing you have at home, I'm not going to get pissy about it. But if I go into a restaurant, I'm going to order meat. It's just and if I'm eating for myself, I'm going to eat meat. Like, it's just.
Costi says we don't buy it now because we have an alternative. They can engineer scarcity.
Oh, for sure. Of course
they can ban cows and shit.
Yeah, but they'll screw it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not really scared of the response to the climate stuff. So there's a show on Apple called Extrapolations, and it's essentially climate change propaganda. And it's very cringe, but a common theme throughout is governments are useless. Private organizations will just take over and run the planet anyway.
Yeah,
So
pretty much.
there's like a mega corporation that
OCP.
basically does everything. Yeah, it's called Alpha because the writers are just terrible. But yeah.
Well, Alpha.
I do not endorse this show. I only watch it because I'm like curious.
That it's not going to work. Just because general intelligence has actually been going down throughout the years.
Yeah, people are getting dumber.
Yeah,
and it's going to get to the point where the things that we built, we're not going to be able to maintain, and it's going to crumble.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So Kamala extended her cringe world tour to Ghana. So in Ghana, a singer describes her experience in the music industry, and Kamala Harris responds with, "That's exactly the experience I've had." I don't know when she dropped her album, but
back when she was listening to
Graham Man, how you going?
It was back when she was listening to Tupac in the 1980s.
Yeah, and smoking weed. I mean, not smoking weed.
Mm.
See you, Rabbit.
Bye, Rabbit.
Have a good night.
Bye, Rabbit.
I think the art is just as much of a science and a process as the business, and you should treat both of them the same way.
That's exactly the experience I've had in terms of the artists that I've known who have achieved great success.
I think the art.
Oh
yeah, that's dumb.
Yeah.
She's getting older, Grim. So it's true that black people get lighter as they get older. Correct.
Wait, seriously?
It might just be the light. She looks a bit lighter today.
She's always been pale. Like,
she's half Indian or whatever. She's half Asian.
She's South Asian / Jamaican.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She's not exactly dark chocolate.
let me find some photos of a Kamala.
The funny thing is that the way she could have worked it is that instead of saying I exactly experienced this, is to say I've had similar experience to this.
Yeah, I've heard this
way-
many times. I've heard similar blah blah.
I've
But
heard it,
she just phrases
yes.
everything so poorly.
Mm.
So like she's always pretty pale. So
Yeah,
no,
she's like, and her
no
dad-
no
yeah.
lie. No lie. She years ago she was not unattractive.
Oh, yeah, she was decently looking, and I understand what
And, like,
what
even
what,
then,
what
like,
I can
how
see
old
what
is
I can see what Willie Brown saw in her. I can see why he was attracted to her.
Kamala's almost 60.
That's right.
So I guess you could say she looks okay for her age.
She looks okay for her age, and again, she's mixed race. She's not even half black. Her parents are mixed race too, because they have Irish ancestry somewhere back as well. So like her parents are not even full blooded, Afro-Caribbean or whatever.
No.
So yeah, so, like, she's only maybe a third black, maybe.
So the gunman who shot 60 people in the 2017 Las Vegas shooting had lost tens of thousands while gambling in the weeks before the mass shooting and was upset about how the casinos had treated him, according to FBI documents made public this week. So the FBI thinks the motive behind the Vegas shooter was that he lost money and was mad at the casino. So
he shot up a concert.
He rented a room, brought in a undescribable amount of weapons and ammunition.
Yeah.
He basically established an entire military compound.
Secretly, and then proceeded to fire an unbelievable amount of rounds out of a fucking window from the casino to an area across the road that had absolutely nothing to do with the casino. Like literally a concert.
All because he lost the money.
All because he lost some money.
Yeah.
So yeah, that explains everything.
It explains everything.
Thanks,
Stop
FBI.
thinking about it.
I totally believe you. I totally 100% believe you. A Belgian man has ended his life after a chatbot, quote unquote, encouraged him to sacrifice himself to stop climate change.
Oh, he won the Darwin Award.
Yes. Based AI.
What did it say? What did it say? KYS bundle of sticks or something?
So no, it wasn't. It wasn't.
I had to word that nicely.
It wasn't that based. So yes, according to his widow, who chose to remain anonymous, Pierre, not the man's real name, became extremely eco-anxious when he found refuge in Eliza, an AI chatbot on an app called Chai. Eliza consequently encouraged him to put an end to his life after he proposed sacrificing himself to save the planet. Without these conversations with the chatbot, my husband would still be here, the man's widow told Belgian news outlet La Libre. According to the newspaper, Pierre, who is in his 30s and a father of 2 young children, fucking selfish.
Yeah.
Yep.
Worked as a health researcher and led a somewhat comfortable life, at least until his obsession with climate change took a dark turn. This is from yesterday, which was the 31st. So if it is, they jumped the gun. Though this may be 30 for Africa news. I have no idea. This could be fake. Yes, but he placed all his hope on AI technology. And the AI basically told him that there's no hope. So the AI didn't think AI would be able to fix it. So, of course, he did the only rational thing possible, and he topped himself. So, which, of course, we urgently regulate chatbots. So.
Yeah.
Don't.
Well, no.
I'm sorry, but if an AI dude, if you're an adult now, you're going to be long dead before the worst effects of climate change kick in. Unless we start really pumping gas into the air to warm the climate, 2100 is when we hit the 3-degree number, which is like calamity, the calamity number. So we're all going to be dead by 2100. Don't even worry about it. Don't top yourself. It's not going to make any difference.
That's you, Thermo. I'm gonna still be there. I just
Well,
refuse
maybe.
to die.
Maybe.
That's how it works, right?
Well, you'll get to see the end. But yeah, and don't fucking do what an AI tells you to do. Jesus. If an
I
AI
actually
tells you to
think
top yourself, don't fucking do it.
I actually think that the AI was just the excuse that he gave himself to off himself.
Well, if he made a good living and lived a good life, he probably produced a lot of carbon. So maybe the AI was helping the environment.
I mean, yeah, it was.
So it certainly helped the gene pool. Oh no, the guy already had kids. Never mind.
Never mind.
Please take this story with a heaping helping of salt, because of course it was released on April 1st.
South China Morning Post.
It's in Zero Hedge, and the source is the South China Morning Post.
And by Tyler Durden. So yeah.
Unprecedented Chinese genetic experiment may lead to army of radioactive resistant super soldiers.
Can we get Alex Jones on the show to get his take on this? I mean,
I don't want the Chinese making radioactive resistant super soldiers.
I was asking for the actual Alex Jones, but that'll
sorry.
do. Like it's no, but I mean, this is right up his alley, man.
But yes, reports out of China continue to confirm that scientists there are still seeking to push through barriers with Frankenstein-like experimentation on our genes, with an eye towards the manipulation of human DNA. And any and all ethical considerations are damned. What could go wrong? Sounds like a great idea. What could possibly go wrong?
I just look at that and just think, what weakness have they built into this? Or, well, not built it, but unexpected consequences of doing this. If this is an actual real thing, because you just can't make something resistant to radioactivity without it affecting something else when having unintended consequences.
According to details, military scientists say they've successfully inserted a gene from the microscopic water bear into human embryonic stem cells and significantly increased these cells' resistance to radiation. Tardigrades. So these are tardigrades, also known as like water bears or space bears or whatever. So they're impervious to a lot of stuff, and it's mostly because they can be completely dehydrated. So all water can leave them, and they can travel through space as basically dead. And then when they're rehydrated, they come back to life. So they're an incredibly small creature. Like they are, these things are incredibly small. This image is from a tunneling electron microscope. So very, very, very small. So this is one of those. This is either an April Fool's prank, propaganda, or both. So yes, a roof has collapsed in a theater, the Apollo Theater in Chicago. So a 50-year-old man was killed and 40 others were injured.
Mm-hmm.
So let me just. I don't see a watermark, so I am going to play this.
I am not leaving you.
That's a lot.
I don't know where Brad's at. I hope he's not underneath the stage. There's Brad. Stay with me, baby. Come on. I gotta help people. Hold on to my belt.
Fucking hell. Oh, that's the awning out the front has collapsed as well. So yeah, it's fucking horrible.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
that's a downer.
Yeah, well, usually that shit happens in like third world countries, but I guess the US is almost there.
US is a third world country in some areas.
Well, yes. So a barge has submerged in the Ohio River. Like, what do you have against the Ohio River? What has the Ohio River ever done to you, America? Why must you insist on killing it? Like, holy shit!
Is it because of the Indians? Are you still mad at the natives? Yeah, I don't think there's any sound to this. So,
oh no, it's just the helicopter sound. So don't worry.
Right. Yeah,
I'm sure that'll end up fine.
I'm sure it'll mix well with the other pollutants that's been added to the system.
Yeah, the Ohio River looks totally healthy nowadays. I'm sure nothing will. Speaking of Ohio, the CDC team, the CDC team that was probing the Ohio train derailment in East Palestine has fallen sick. So authorities say 7 U.S. health investigators fell ill while probing the impact of the February 3rd train derailment in East Palestine. So yes.
I can't wait.
Yes, Dave, the US needs new infrastructure, not through osmosis, yes.
Yeah. I do wish that East Palestine gets their justice hopefully sooner rather than later, because that derailment and mess is just I just shake my head.
Yeah. Twitter's open source. Twitter released their code this week. The code of the recommendation engine. So the algorithm that pushes stuff into your easiest ways to just show you. So following is who you're following. For you is the recommendation engine. So it will push people in that you don't follow, recommend people, whatever. So do stuff like this, like doggy chasing a small dog trying to herd sheep, and the sheep have realized that there's nothing to be afraid of. So yes, that's what was released. So where was it? Where was I? God damn it!
And another point of call where the US government's blaming TikTok of the China government intervening with TikTok, where they've been doing the same thing with Twitter.
Yeah, Steve Tay went through the code and pulled out some interesting stuff. So Twitter Blue subscribers do get a boost in the algorithm.
Oh, sure, because they're paying for it.
Yep. Twitter identified 4 different user groups to track and compare how often their tweets were being impressed to users. So inside the engine, there's something that tracks these 4 metrics, like these 4 users as metrics. Power users, which I assume are big tweeters. Users that are classified as Democrats, users that are classified as Republicans, and Elon Musk. Because he wanted to know, well, there was the story the other day. He wanted to know why his impressions were bad. So the factors that go into determining whether your tweet will appear on someone's For You tab are based on the probability that the person will like and retweet your tweet, that they will click on your tweet and reply or stay there for greater than 2 minutes, or that they will check your profile. So if they click on the tweet and then they click on your name to see who the fuck you are.
Make 2-minute videos so you can...
Yes, 2 minute. That's a great idea. 2-minute videos.
So minimum 2-minute videos.
Minimum 2-minute videos, yeah. So some negative feedback loops that will reduce your reputation score is getting blocked, getting muted, people sending abuse reports, people sending spam reports, and people unfollowing you. So yes, if you get where was it? So, but this was the important one. So the government can intervene in the Twitter algorithm. They even have a class for it called government requested, so they can boost and deboost as required. They have built-in presidential election controls. So if a tweet contains a link, it'll be ranked lower in the algorithm. And if people bookmark a tweet, it will boost its rankings.
Okay.
So tweets with images and videos get twice the boost. So yes, interesting for some people, not everybody. So yes, season 2 of The Lord of the Rings on Amazon is being filmed, and a horse has died. So,
oh my god, even the horses are giving up on this series.
Well, I couldn't even get past the first episode. I fell asleep after 15 minutes. So,
you haven't seen what I've seen. That bullshit.
Have you actually watched it? All I saw,
I just know the memes.
All I remember is the rock bit, and I think that put me to sleep.
The memes and
a rock doesn't. Why does the
plans.
rock fall to the bottom? Oh, it's because it's being pulled down by the. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what?
Yeah. Oh god.
So yes, Jonathan Majors has had the U.S. Army commercials featuring Jonathan Majors have been pulled after his arrest for alleged assault. And it seems like Jonathan Majors was the one who actually called 911 out of concern for his girlfriend.
It's often, well, maybe not often, but sometimes the attacker calls 911 first. They call 911 first because
to preempt
you and snitching on them.
Yeah, maybe. So
yeah. I mean, maybe that's what happened, but
yeah. So, however, when police arrived, the girlfriend allegedly told a different story, saying that she and Majors were in a cab on the way home from a bar. Blah blah blah. So yes, he says he is not guilty. He says he's done nothing wrong. So I guess time will tell.
Yeah.
Like you have to take these stories with a grain of salt. Because there's been so many hoaxes and false allegations and just lies.
And we've pretty much just got the evidence of he said, she said at this stage. We don't have anything extra.
But he's the only one that gets arrested, as always. So
some states require that if there's a DV call, one of the parties gets arrested.
Yeah.
So that's procedure, is to just do that, because
arrest the man. Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's basically arrest the man. Yeah. So even if the man is the one assaulted, he's the one who has to be arrested. It's shitty. Like, I understand, but it's fucked. So yeah, an influencer has caught their boyfriend cheating on cruise ship security cameras.
I mean, you're on a cruise ship. What do you expect? Let's be real,
dude. Tim, do you go on cruise ships to cruise?
I've never been on a cruise ship in my life. I've never left Australia. But I hear the stories. Like, it's a cruise ship. You got all these people, all these couples stuck there for days, weeks at a time with one bar on the ship. Like, let's be real. Let's be real.
You must be on like the worst ships.
I've never been on a ship.
Well, how do you know there's only one bar?
That's how it works, isn't it? Like,
no.
I don't know.
These ships are fucking ginormous.
I always thought there was just like one bar on your average cruise ship. I've legit never left the country. Never been on a cruise ship.
Tim,
I've been on a boat.
For the plebs, there might be one bar, but there are actually multiple bars and it will be based off like your ticket. So if you're like general concessions, you get the basic bitch stuff. But the higher you go, the more you can get into more areas, that sort of thing.
Sales from Sydney.
But
no cruise. I've been trying to book a cruise. I was trying to book a cruise, like a proper 2-week vacation, cruise, like before pandemic, but they all got shut down, and I've never paid attention since.
Yeah. So probably nowadays, with cruise ships, it's probably more open area because they want to bring more people in. It's not a sort of, in back in 100 or so years, they'd segregate people by class and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So it's like a.
But yeah, if you're going on a cruise, you're there for fucking, or you're a retiree who's just fucking around.
So yes, there's this is Carnival Lumiosa, which sails out of Sydney, which means it probably also sails out of Brisbane. So there's the Red Frog Rum Bar, This is the Alchemy Bar.
Oh fuck yeah, I'll be sitting in there.
There's a piano bar. So that's just 3 bars. Also, I'm pretty sure all these other fucking places, like the adults only cruise retreat, I'm pretty sure they serve alcohol. Let's see. Spa, hot tub, beauty salon, and facial treatment. And our Carnival cruise ship includes the amazing Cloud9 spa with a thermal suite, hydrotherapy pool. Like it's just a place. It's just a place you go that takes you to other places. The cruise itself, like the cruise ship itself, is the destination, but it just also takes you to other destinations. But you can go on cruises that don't actually go anywhere.
Yeah, they just go out.
They go out, sail around for a bit, and come back.
Oh, okay.
So, and what's the? I think like new sailings, 3-day getaway from Brisbane. There you go, Tim. Go on holiday for 3 days. There you go, $430 per person, 2-person room. So you just pay double that, and you get a room to yourself.
Interesting.
So yeah.
Cosy.
I'm
pretty sure those. I'm pretty sure they don't need help.
I'm pretty sure there's a lot of swinging on those.
I don't know that anything sails from Minnesota.
Do they even? They don't even have access to the seas.
I think via the Great Lakes. You can get out.
Able to get? Are you? Can you?
This is how. Great Lakes. I don't care.
Like it might be connected, but is it large enough for a ship to go through?
I know you can do the Great Loop.
Yeah,
St. Lawrence Seaway, maybe. Oh no, you're not going to go up Niagara Falls. Surely one of these lakes connects to fucking like the Mississippi River.
Doesn't look like it. Like I can see it's connected, but I don't think a cruise ship could fit through that, and also go up and down the Niagara Falls.
Well, yeah, that's a non-starter. Bazza says, "I want to say you guys seem less animated than usual, but that's because we've got all this somber news." Yeah. Anyway, let's watch this. This ridiculous TikTok. See, that's why we can't ban TikTok, because if TikTok was banned, then the New York Post wouldn't have stories like this.
Oh my god! This is not happening. Just put her hand on his arm. What are you looking at? What are they laughing? No! Oh my god! Oh.
I can't full screen it because then it'll take me to fucking.
How did they have access?
No, it looks just like him.
Oh, stop. I think what it is there's a channel that just shows you the main deck.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And they've walked in front of the camera and
oopsies.
Stop. I'm stressed. Why do they even have cameras on a ship?
I got 5.
Why would I want to watch the Lido deck?
I know this song.
Stop. Wait. That's the girl. Oh my god! Oh my god! This is not happening. Just put her hand on his arm. What are you looking at? What are they laughing? No! Oh my god! Oh.
I don't know. I feel this is fake. Like, I feel this is staged.
Probably. It is TikTok.
Maybe.
Because I think they figured out where the camera is.
I don't know that anybody should believe
could stand where they can actually get a good view of the person's. Yeah. I'm calling it. It's fake. Fake news. This is fake news.
Fake news. Totally fake. Never happened. So yes, Coca-Cola produces as much as $2 billion worth of pure cocaine every year in a secretive New Jersey factory, all thanks to its iconic recipe and a very special arrangement with the DEA.
Cocaine-um.
Love it. They never stopped.
Of course not. Back in the day, you had real cocaine in your Coke, hence the name.
Well, it was a so-called medicinal drink.
Absolutely.
Cocainum.
Yes.
Love it.
Yes. So yes, what is this special arrangement though? Sorry, I grabbed this just before the show started. That's a small chemical processing plant hidden in a quiet neighborhood of New Jersey has an exclusive license to import coca leaves to the U.S. on behalf of the Coca-Cola company and manufactures as much as $2 billion of pure cocaine every year. The leaves are used to produce a decocainized ingredient for the iconic soda, and cocaine byproduct is sold to the nation's largest opioid manufacturer, which markets the powder as a numbing agent and topical anesthetic for dentists.
Right.
So there you go. The dentists have got all the good shit. So the unassuming facility in Maywood has been processing coca leaves for Coca-Cola for over 100 years and is now run by a chemical manufacturer called Stepan Company. Operates under special licenses issued to it by the DEA and is the only company in the US permitted to import coca leaves and manufacture cocaine. So there you go.
Oh, yeah.
That should be in Aussie news.
I do love me some cocaine.
I do.
This should be in Aussie news as well.
Oh, shit.
Turn that off. So let me just figure out where I am. Run sheet. So yes, time for top story. So yes, the biggest story in the world right now, for some fucking reason, is Trump has been indicted. He's been indicted for his paying of the hush money to the porn star.
Lock him up.
Yes,
Lock him up.
So before, of course, so Andrew Cuomo thinks it's terrible. He thinks it's all politics. He's 100% behind Trump. For the first time ever, I'm sure I agree with Andrew Cuomo.
Hmm.
It's because he could also be charged now.
Well, I would totally endorse that. Can he be charged for murder? Or conspiracy to manslaughter hundreds of thousands of old people?
Just put it up to grand jury.
Well, if there was actually a fucking a DA in New York who had some balls, they should. Yes, Bazza says they should stop calling it hush money or give him a refund. Yes. So it didn't fucking work. So yes, it is for the ostensibly it is related to this paying money to Stormy Daniels to get her to keep quiet about their alleged sexual encounter. That Trump to this day says never happened. Trump says it never happened. We all know it absolutely fucking happened.
Oh yeah.
He absolutely banged Stormy Daniels. There was no, and the insane part to me is she did it voluntarily. No money changed hands. He didn't pay her to have sex with her. She just fucked him.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. Like, I understand that power is an aphrodisiac, but come on.
But yeah, I thought your profession was, escort. So.
Well, yeah, but it wasn't. She even says, he didn't pay me. Like, he didn't pay me to do it. Like, I just did it. It's like, okay.
All right. I didn't know escorts worked for free. I guess they do.
Well, apparently when you're they let you do it. They throw it at you.
Apparently, yeah.
But yes, of course, there was much rejoicing in the streets. Trump gets another first. So in addition to being twice impeached, he's also the first American president to face criminal charges. So he will be arraigned. He will go before the judge on Tuesday. He has already said he will surrender himself. So thank you, New York Post, for providing a great photo.
Oh, perfect.
I appreciate the New York Post for doing that, because I did that last week.
Yeah.
You've got to put the booba. You've got to put the booba up front and center.
Yeah.
So yes, Ron DeSantis has come out and said the weaponization of the legal system to advance the political agenda turns the rule of law on its head. It is un-American. The Soros-backed Manhattan district attorney has consistently lent the law to downgrade felonies and to excuse criminal misconduct. Yet now he's stretching the law to target a political opponent. Florida will not assist in an extradition request, given the questionable circumstances at issue with this Soros-backed Manhattan prosecutor and his political agenda.
Yeah, first, too little, too late. You missed your chance. Second, he's only doing this because Trump's going to voluntarily surrender himself, so he can.
Well, yeah, this
burst all he wants, really.
Yeah, look, this is just repeating what he said when the story originally came out. DeSantis said that this is a political, this is ridiculous. This is political. So this is a political witch hunt. This is wrong. He's just a Soros-backed DA pushing a political agenda. So, but because he had a dig at Trump over the porn star thing, all the Trump stands were like, "I'm a kid." And here, of course, is Mr. $35,000 himself, Alex Bruisewitz, who was on Timcast the other day. So saying, "Why do you refuse to say Trump's name? You're a coward, and Margaret will never vote for you." So yes, Alex Bruisewitz runs a company called X Strategies LLC. X Strategies received $35,000 from the Save America PAC, which is Trump's personal PAC. So yes, he's bought and paid for by Trump, because there's lots of tweets from Alex before this saying he loves Ron DeSantis, and yeah, so this whole fucking thing is so retarded. Like the Trump DeSantis thing is just, it's so ridiculous. Pretty much everybody in the GOP is having to pick a fucking side, and it's so dumb, and it's only going to lead to Trump being the inevitable candidate and Biden getting another 4 years. So good job, everyone.
You're welcome.
Nancy Pelosi doesn't understand how the rule of law actually works. So she said the grand jury has acted upon the facts and the law. No one is above the law, and everyone has the right to a trial to prove their innocence. Hopefully, the former president will peacefully respect the system which grants him that right. So
I think she's confusing California law with U.S. law.
Yes, she must be. But yes, of course, readers added additional context you might want to know. Ms. Pelosi mistakenly states that Mr. Trump can prove his innocence at trial. Law in the U.S. assumes the innocence of a defendant, and the prosecution must prove guilt for a conviction. So, Viva's just become a reply guy.
And yeah.
So, but he's not wrong. Stormy Daniels' merchandise is apparently flying off the shelves. She's profiting from this. So she's selling her 2023 calendar and her comic, apparently.
She had a comic? Oh, god damn.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, looks like Stormy's making banker. Trump's going to make banker.
Well, Trump will make bank because Stormy owes him money. So.
Not in actual money, but in influence and donations.
Well, yeah, Trump's already made a shit ton of. Trump made $1.5 million from just his tweet about all that stuff. So,
yeah. So we'll see what happens next year in the primaries.
But yes, apparently he's been indicted on the 34 counts of business fraud, all related to the one transaction. So, honestly, this is so fucking ridiculous. So Trump said he's going to turn himself in. So he's going to be flying up to New York on Tuesday to be arraigned. I assume he's going to plead not guilty.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
It's flimsy at best, because all they need to do is make sure that the felony charge is dropped. Then everything becomes a misdemeanor.
Well, there is no felony charge. He's using the federal.
Yeah, just to make sure that
he's using the federal felony charge.
dropped.
But a state DA can't bring a federal felony charge.
Yep, and that's what he'll argue. They have no.
But
they can't bring that
it's
to
all
this
so
state
fucking
court.
ridiculous. Like this, it's so fucking ridiculous.
Yeah,
but it's
like,
New York.
it's
But it's also New York State. They'll let it slide. So
I don't. No, no way.
As the eternally black-pilled one, I'm going to go with that. I'm going to say, they'll let it slide. Remember, he's got like 34 charges, 30, however many charges they're actually bringing.
There's there's 34 counts.
Yeah. At least one of them they'll let it slide. So
if it's the misdemeanor one, then he's not going to get jail time.
But even the misdemeanor is past the statute. Look, the point is they've already let this happen past the statute of limitations.
Yeah, because let's remember this happened in 26. Like
all bets are off. All bets are off at this point. They're already breaking the rules, so they're just going to keep breaking the rules. That's my thought. That's the black-pilled one, but we'll see how it goes.
The worst thing they could do is actually push it too far and make precedents that you can, go beyond the statute of limitations in New York's state.
Yeah, which is going to hit Cuomo really hard.
Yep.
So this is the judge. So this is Judge Juan Merchan. He's the judge who will be presiding over Trump's criminal case. So he oversaw a criminal trial of the Trump organization that ended with the real estate company convicted by a jury of tax fraud and hit with fines, while one of its longtime executives, Alan Weisselberg, pleaded guilty and was sent to jail. So yeah.
I'm getting a feeling that
interesting that it's the same judge.
Yeah, it's interesting, and also to note that we probably should have been aware that Trump didn't hire the best people around him.
Of course,
that's the other thing. Yeah, his team's going to fail him as they always do.
Yeah, because Trump has the worst fucking lawyers. And it doesn't help that Trump blasted the judge on fucking his ridiculous social media platform. So the judge assigned to my witch hunt case, a case that has never been charged before, hates me. So wrote Trump, who has launched a campaign to regain the presidency in 2024. He strong-armed Ellen, which a judge is not allowed to do, and traded my companies, which didn't bleed, viciously. So Merchant did not reply to a request for comment. Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, he's not going to.
The judge is not going to fucking reply to press requests. Fuck. The Trump organization.
If they do, it's a really big problem then.
Yeah. The Trump organization's trial is not Merchant's only recent encounter with people close to the former president. Merchan also presided over a criminal case involving the former Trump campaign and White House advisor Steve Bannon, who has pleaded not guilty to charges of money laundering, conspiracy, and fraud related to a nonprofit that raised funds for building a wall. Oh, right. Okay. This is the build the wall fucking money laundering thing. Jesus Christ. He's been a Manhattan criminal court judge since 2009 after prior stints on the state's Court of Claims, which hears cases against the state and its agencies, and a family court in the Bronx.
Yep.
The judge was born in Colombia and moved to the US at age 6, growing up in New York City's borough of Queens. According to news reports, he graduated from Baruch College and Hofstra University School of Law and began his career in the same district attorney's office that is now prosecuting Trump.
So he's an immigrant, meaning he's a Democrat. Well, I mean, he lives in New York, so of course he's a Democrat. But
naturally.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's not going to look good for Trump.
Yeah,
that judge will be trying to push some punishment on it to him.
Yep.
The question is, will they get enough for a jail time conviction or just fines?
So in 2011, Democratic U.S. Senator Charles Schumer of New York recommended that President Barack Obama nominate Merchant for a federal judgeship in Brooklyn, saying he would have been the first Colombian-born federal judge. According to the New York Law Journal, Merchant was not nominated for the post. So yes.
Not looking good for Trump in terms of the court proceedings.
So, but apparently he's a no-nonsense judge. So maybe he's a good jurist. Who knows? So. So what was this one?
Yeah, I'm going to side more with Tim.
Yeah, there's nothing in his favor, and I'm going to bet some of the responses from Trump in like the legal responses. I bet they're all going to be full of errors too.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, like there's nothing. There's nothing that's going to work in Trump's favor here at all, at least in my black-pilled opinion. It's Trump. The entire system is out to get him. I don't assume there's going to be anything working to his benefit. So I'm just going to be happily surprised if something does happen in his favor. That's it.
So lawyers who have appeared before the Supreme Court judge describes him as stern but compassionate. Quote, he's a serious jurist, smart and even-tempered. Ron Cubby, a longtime defense lawyer in Manhattan, told NBC News. He's not one of those judges who yells at lawyers and is characterized as a no-nonsense judge, but he's always in control of the courtroom. So who knows? Like, some judges, like, yes, are some judges very political? Absolutely. Of course. But maybe, like, a lot of judges take their work seriously. So take their impartiality seriously. So
since it's a state court, are they going to be broadcasting this trial?
They could. They absolutely could.
I bet like a whole bunch of publications are petitioning the judge for that.
Broadcast trial. I'm just searching to see if there's if they're allowed to, if there's any rules in New York about live streaming cases. Live stream New York.
Yeah, because for state, don't know if there's a rule in New York, but
so there's nothing statewide because I'm seeing a few cases that were done in New York, or that were done in New York State. So Buffalo. So maybe, who knows? You would think. I mean, who the fuck knows, really? Like,
there is a compelling reason to broadcast it because it is in the public interest.
Yes, it's very much in the public interest. But yeah. So yes. Do I go to my? Where do we want to go next? Aussie news. So the options are 10 years for memes, 16 years for $5.5 million, the Nashville story, or Aussie news. Chat, which would you like?
Leave it up to the chat.
Leave it up to the chat.
Leave it up to the chat.
What are we going to move on to next?
Yeah, we're going to have to wait a bit for them to...
Yeah, I don't think they were listening.
It should only be 10 seconds.
Maybe we should have done a poll.
I could do a poll.
Too late for that.
By the time I do a poll. Wait, why is it not letting me do a poll? Costi says Nashville. He's the only one who responded. He's probably the only person watching, so we'll do Nashville.
Yep.
So yes, there was of course a shooting this week in Nashville. We all saw it. I mean, it was So yes, 6 people died. I had the fucking thing. This story sucks. Like, it really does. Like, I fucking hate this story because it's so fucking sad. Like, just school shootings are always fucked.
I'm just desensitized. I'm just desensitized.
I wish I was.
I know. I'm white. I'm built different. I'm desensitized to all this shit because this happens so often, and I'm just desensitized to all the backlash, and it's the same cycle every time. There's a shooting. Take the gun. Then there's a shooting. Oh, take the guns. No, wait. Taking the guns doesn't help anything. It's the same argument back and forth all the time. I mean, we all know that I tend to side with the taking guns is what caused this in the first place side of the argument. That's where I tend. But there's no change. I don't know if there is anything that can be done to change this. It's just like.
At the moment, no. Basically, two sides are locked in on their positions and they're not going to budge.
No, they're not.
So more children will have to die.
Yeah, that's it. It's just like until schools and states and communities just start taking their own measures. Again, I'm basically an anarchist almost at this point. Just forget the government. Just set up your own solutions. Or just at least get it away from the federal government. Don't worry about the federal government. Just schools are run by the states. Schools are run by states and communities. Like
state mandate gun clubs.
Gun clubs used to be in American schools. They used to be part of PE.
Yep.
That
need to bring those back.
Yeah. Yeah, like that. Americans in the chat, if you're old enough, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the impression that I've been hearing. That's what I've been hearing from people who grew up, went to schools in America up until maybe like the late 80s. Is that firearms were always in American schools. It's not that everyone was strapped, but rifle clubs, shooting clubs were part of school club activities.
Yeah,
and the exactly. And senior students and faculty just had guns in their cars all the time. It was very, very common because that's what that's what you did. You just had a gun in your car just because.
Yeah, just out of respect, you just didn't have it wearing it while.
That's exactly it. Exactly. And if you were coming to rifle club or whatever, you check your weapons in at the office or at the gym teacher's office or whatever. You would check them in. They'd be secured until you needed to come and get them and go to club. But there were always guns on campus. Always have been. Now, my understanding is there's always been school shootings, but not mass shootings. There's always been gang fights and drug deals and domestic incidents and kids just sorting out their bullies with guns. That has always happened in America all the way back to the Wild West. Kids have always been stealing their daddy's 6-shooter and taking it to school. That's always been a thing. That's always been a problem. But it's the massacres that have only really been a thing since the late 80s. But what changed over that time? Well, you turned schools into gun-free zones. You turned everybody into sitting ducks. Yeah, that's
It's interesting it's interesting because the perpetrator who was identified as trans was a female to male trans person.
Yeah.
The perpetrator targeted 2 locations, 2 schools.
Mm-hmm.
And chose this school because the other school had a school resource officer.
Yes.
So the other school had armed security.
Yeah. Who were not there.
So whereas this school did not have armed security.
Yep.
So which is
sorry. The SRO is armed security. Yes.
According to planning, according to her, the sheriff.
Mm-hmm.
They found plans that she had been planning this for a while, and she was targeting this school and another school. Exactly. And she decided against the other school because the other school had a school resource officer. So the school resource officer is someone provided by the police.
They are a police officer who is stationed at the school.
Stationed at the school to be a first responder.
Yep.
So.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and they are when SROs shoot people, that's counted as a school shooting.
Yeah. But I think the most important thing to remember is the victims in this.
Yes.
And these are the faces of the victims, and this is what makes it hard. Like, look, people get killed all the time, but like these are fucking 9-year-olds.
Mm-hmm. Like one of them is the daughter of the counselor. Or whatever the fuck this person's name was seen. She killed the counselor's daughter. I don't know if that was intentional. But
from the body cam footage, it was she walked through the school.
Yeah.
She shot kids that were in the hall.
Oh well, she drove up to the school. Yeah. She used her AR pistol to shoot the front doors open. Then she stepped inside through the shattered glass, switched to her pistol caliber carbine, which is what she used to actually kill people. And then the cops rocked up.
Yeah.
She didn't just walk inside. She actually shot the doors open.
Yeah.
But you are right. There was no armed security there.
Yeah. And no armed security. And
yeah.
It's just.
But yeah, everybody there was a sitting duck.
Yeah. It's look, it takes a special kind of monster to kill kids.
Yep.
To intentionally gun down little kids.
Mm-hmm.
Like these aren't teenagers we're talking about.
No.
These are not 8, 9-year-olds. One of these kids, I can't remember. I think one of the girls was 8, and one of the other two were 9.
Something about like that. Yeah.
Like it's 2 girls and a boy, like just slaughtered.
Yep. All because
by someone clearly mentally ill.
Yeah, so you killed 3 9-year-olds and 3 adults. I think is what the article. But about they're under 10.
Yeah,
they're definitely. Yeah, but it's the same arguments happen. Because I watched the police body cam.
Yeah,
as they rocked up. I watched all that.
It's also very interesting to compare the fucking Nashville police's response to an active shooter in a fucking school.
Mm-hmm.
With the fucking Uvalde police.
Oh, yes. Uvalde got destroyed on social media about this. Rightfully
as they
fucking so. Yes. It's like, this is how you fucking handle it. Don't sit and bitch that someone has a rifle when you have the same goddamn weapon.
I'm waiting for
more of them. Oh, they got a battle rifle. Oh, they can shoot us through our armor. Like, no. We covered it all. We covered all that shit last week. Stop making excuses. Your job is to go in. Your job is to enforce the law. Your job is to die if necessary. That is active shooter training. From what I've understood reading training documents of some departments, I don't know exactly what it was for Uvalde. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. Your job is to abide by your training. Your training is to go in with whatever you have.
Yeah, the doors
shoot it open.
Which is bullshit because they were in the buildings.
They were not locked. Those doors weren't even locked. But that's part of your training. You are, at least from what I understand of active shooter training in general, is it tells you your life is secondary. It tells you you may have to go in and put your life in danger, but your life is secondary. Their lives come first.
Yeah.
Your life is. Yeah, I know yes, they don't have a constitutional right to protect people, but they have a duty to enforce the law, and that means apprehending an active shooter.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, I saw someone make a very good point that, and it was with like the Clark Griswold meme, and it was whenever there's a mass shooting whenever there's a mass shooting anywhere, they're like, oh, we need to. It's the guns that are the problem. It's the guns that are the problem.
Yes, thanks, David Hogg. It's the guns. It's the fucking guns.
It's the guns. Yeah, but when there's a police shooting, it's the police.
Yeah,
it's the police that's the problem. It's the
police. The police had guns. But the police.
Not the gun. It's the police.
It's the police. But the police had guns, and this would never have happened if the police didn't have guns.
Yeah, exactly right.
But the police was still beating someone to death. So. Yeah.
But yes, this of course came alongside the Trans Day of Vengeance. Mm-hmm. So this was the Trans Visibility Week. I don't know, didn't realize it was a week, but the week leads up to Trans Visibility Day, which I think was the 31st, or maybe the first. It might have been the first, which is very poorly selected.
Well, today for the US.
But yes, so picking the April Fool's Day for your Trans Day of Visibility was not a good idea. No. But yes, because it's Trans Day of Visibility, there was a joke. There was a plan to have a Trans Day of Vengeance to stop trans genocide. This has been cancelled. This was supposed to happen in DC. So because of all this, it was cancelled. But of course, this was brought up at the time that this was a trans shooter going to a Christian school.
Mm-hmm.
Killing Christians.
Yep.
On Trans Week of Visibility. Well.
Yep. Look at me now, motherfucker. That's basically that's basically the motive. It's here. Watch me. I'm visible. Watch me as I kill you.
So there were immediately claims that it was like, oh, it was because the Audrey Hale was undergoing counseling. This is the shooter. This is the shooter. This is footage from the shooter.
And that is not an AR-15 that she's holding. That's her pistol caliber carbine.
Yeah.
She has an AR slung over her shoulder, which she used to shoot open the doors. But she killed people with a carbine. And
what I find very interesting is, despite the fact that this is a trans, this is a trans man. So this is a biological woman who identifies as a man.
Yep.
Interesting choice of hat.
Yeah, red hat backwards.
So it is clear that the intention was to
mock Marga, basically.
Well, to have the initial reporting be that the suspect was wearing a red hat.
He was wearing a red hat.
And
make it sound like a right wing shooting.
Yeah.
No.
I thought she was trying to laugh as a Half-Life soldier.
That's what I thought too. Yes. She looks exactly like a soldier from Half-Life 2. Same camo, white shirt, red cap. Yeah. Was it original Half-Life?
Yeah.
I forget. But yes, there were those comparisons too. But yeah, But then, cops was 14 minutes or so from when the cops got to the call till she was dead.
Yep.
Rocked up, went straight in. It was 3 minutes from when they got on scene, from when they arrived till they killed her. That's how you fucking do it.
Yep.
Is
the most interesting part for me of this shooting, and the most horrifying, beyond kids being murdered, the most horrifying thing for me has been the media's response. Not only the media's response, the White House's response.
I was waiting for us to get to this
bullshit has been absolutely retarded.
And one of the things that we saw during the midterm elections is that people don't want their freedoms to be taken. They want us to fight for their freedoms. And so it is shameful, it is disturbing, and our hearts go out to the trans community as they are under attack.
She's always looking down to the right
and
when she's lying on her ass. But
the trans community is under attack, apparently. This is the narrative that causes this.
Yep.
The idea that the trans community is being genocided is fucking retarded.
The only people killing trans people are trans people.
Trans people kill trans people better than anybody could.
Yep. And even so, trans people are safer than they're safer than the general population. You're less likely to be murdered as a trans person than the general population. People rejecting your pronouns or rejecting what you think of yourself is not genocide.
Yes.
It is not genocide. You know, if I don't believe that you are a man, that doesn't stop you existing. Remember, I thought the whole idea was I think therefore I am. Well,
just remember, just doing that denies their existence. Hence, why they think that's why they say it's a genocide.
I know. That's right. That's exactly
flawed
right.
logic, but yeah, that's where they're coming from.
Again, we're talking about people who can't comprehend reality. So no wonder that there's a small element of them that are completely messed up and go around just murdering people because they think they're actually being, genocided. Yeah, exactly. Me talking like this is literally murder, Costy. I understand that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It's just like,
yeah.
You do a massive disservice to every trans person when you all act like this. Most of you just want to be left alone, and we're happy to leave you alone.
You know what the
then
problem
you start
is?
Then you start acting up and getting in everybody's face and making demands that we capitulate and change our worldview to yours. Like,
yeah,
I don't care what you call yourself. I don't care what you do to your own body.
We were talking about this. I was talking about this with my wife last night about how. So she was talking about how an American who identifies as non-binary flew into the UK. And on the customs declaration, it has sex, but it doesn't include non-binary.
No shit.
And that person had a problem with that.
Yeah, it's because
and
it says sex.
In my country we have that, and I said to my wife, and that's retarded, because if we go that route, when you land in Saudi.
They won't
in the Kingdom of Saudi.
They're not going to recognize non-binary.
Or when the Saudi person lands in the UK, well, like what I appreciate we accept other people's cultures, but cultural relativism is a thing. Some cultures are objectively better than others.
And for the
are we all going to start importing Muslim culture? Because if we are, and we need to respect other people's cultures, it's not going to end well for the trans people.
One could argue we already
you want to talk about trans genocide. Muslims have a solution for that.
Well, yeah, but we already
it's not going to go the way you think.
We already the state governments already they already and commercially they already celebrate Eid, like which is the Muslim Christmas basically.
Eid,
Eid, whichever, however you pronounce it. Sorry,
EID.
EID, yes,
yeah.
It's already starting. That's multiculturalism. Is you give acknowledgement to every culture's.
Assalamu alaikum to my Muslim.
Assalamu alaikum, walaikum salam, brother. Yeah.
In this time of Ramadan. So.
Again, I don't care about people's religions. I don't care if you're Christian, Jewish, Muslim, Raelian, Satanist, what the fuck ever. I don't care. Just don't hurt people. That's the old way that I was brought up. Is the old style of liberalism in Australia, the small L liberal mindset, just tolerance. But it's gone beyond tolerance now. Now we're being force fed that we have to enjoy and accept and promote things that we don't agree with.
Well, if you suck the dick, bigot.
Yeah, that's a better way of saying
Tim.
it.
Yeah.
No.
Suck the dick.
Make me literally make me do it.
Well, if you wouldn't date a trans woman, that makes you a bigot.
I don't even date cis women. What are you talking about? I don't date anybody.
Only manly men for Tim.
No, no, I'm straight and I just don't date. I'm not MGTOW. I just cut myself off from all of that part of the world. I probably don't. Then Josh Hawley said it, therefore I probably don't agree with it.
No idea.
Yeah, that's maybe don't be funny about that, Joe. Fucking hell.
Yeah. It's my opponent said one thing. Yeah, I'll say the opposite.
Yeah.
Oh, JK.
Somebody I don't like more.
Yeah, when we're literally talking about
in Biden's defense, it's America. Oh, another mass shooting. Oh, water is wet. I would not actually expect him to understand it. To know about it, because I want to check. I want to see. I'm going to go to Gun Violence Archive. When did this happen? What day was that? The shooting?
I want to say Tuesday.
Monday or Tuesday? Very early in the week.
Yeah, that's all right. Shootings. Gun Violence Archive. Nashville shooting.
I also want to point out that despite being trans, it's female suspect.
All right, that is Police Chief John Drake of Nashville, who is briefing reporters on the deadly grade school shooting in Nashville at the Covenant School there this morning. The police confirming 6 dead, 3 children, 1 8 years old, 2 9 years old, and 3 adults, including Catherine Kuntz, who is the head of the Covenant School. The police chief also said that the shooter has been identified as 28-year-old female Audrey Hale. He said she's a former student of the school and confirmed that Audrey Hale was identified herself as a transgender person. State of Tennessee earlier this month passed and the governor signed a bill that banned transgender medical care for minors, as well as a law that prohibited adult entertainment, including
defending
female
the shooter
impersonators, after a series of drag show controversies in that state.
Stop justifying the shooter.
Why at all? Why?
Because it's ABC.
Even fucking mention that.
It's ABC. It's the mouse.
It has. It's absolutely not
it's the mouse. It's Democrats.
It is. No, well, this guy's right. It is a rhetorical wink and a nudge.
Exactly. It's
Disney.
Disney.
It
is. American ABC is owned by Disney. It is Disney.
This wasn't just fucking the ABC did the US ABC. This was fucking the entire.
I know.
It's been absolutely
It's
insane.
the entire media apparatus of the United States is left leaning nowadays outside of News Corp. And even that is,
and attacking Christians.
Here's NBC doing it as well.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
NBC has ID'd the Nashville school shooter as Audrey Hale, 28, who identifies as transgender and had no previous criminal record. Nashville is home to the Daily Wire, a hub of anti-trans. Look, what does that have to do with a school shooting in like a shooting in a Christian school in Nashville? Like what? What
Nashville?
the fuck?
Well, the Daily Wire is part of Nashville.
Oh God, the Daily Wire is in Nashville. Like,
yeah.
If the only reason this should be allowed, like should be linked together in a story, is if she walked into the fucking Daily Wire, or if the Daily Wire was in the fucking manifesto.
Yeah.
That I will point out has not been released.
And I don't believe it will be released.
No, I don't. Well, the FBI is apparently going to look at it, and then they're going to.
It's buried.
They may release.
It's buried.
They might, but it'll be heavily redacted.
Yeah,
they need to get rid of the FBI sources. That if you're being conspiracy theorist, the FBI pushed this along. Like,
if the meme comes true and it's known, she was known to the FBI. Holy shit!
Oh, I would just.
They're not going to confirm that, though.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
But yeah, this sort of stuff just targeting Christians to the point where they can do nothing right, that they're not gonna bend to what you're trying to do.
With respect to
push back harder.
With like the Jews don't give in, and neither do the Christians. So the Jews have spent thousands of years being persecuted, and they haven't given in. And the Christians have spent almost as long being persecuted, and they don't give in either. So,
for the true Christians, but there have been a lot of false Christians.
My people, the Italians fed them to the fucking lions. So, the Romans fed the Christians to the fucking lions. So,
yeah,
and we crucified them. So they didn't give up, and then they just fucking went along and converted us. Because where's the fucking head of the Catholic Church? Fucking Rome. So,
yeah.
So you will not win. You're never going to get rid of the Jews. Don't even bother. And you're never going to get rid of the Christians. Don't even bother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could massacre a section of them, but the religion will still stay.
And
people will join up.
Yeah, they deleted. They deleted. Sorry, either they deleted it or they protected their account.
Their account's protected.
That's why I had the link Farron's tweet, because she was the first one that I saw with this. But yeah, of course, the commies came out and defended the shooting.
Yep, the Trans Resistant Network has been notified the shooter involved in today's church school shooting in Nashville was a person identifying as transgender, known from online profiles as Aiden or Aubrey Hale, he, him. While it's not our policy to engage publicly with news media, we believe this moment calls for a thoughtful response from our collective. We point out that today's incident in Nashville is not one tragedy, but two. The first tragedy is the loss of life of 3 children and adults. We extend our deepest sympathies and heartfelt prayers to those families dealing with loss of loved ones. There is nothing we can offer that will comfort the hurt or ease the sorrow. We mourn with you. And that's where your statement should end.
Mm-hmm. But it doesn't.
The second and more complex tragedy is that Aiden or Aubrey Hale, who felt he had no other effective way to be seen other than to lash out by taking the lives of others and by consequence himself. We do not claim to know the individual or have access to their inner thoughts or feelings. We do know that the life of transgender people is very difficult and made more difficult in the preceding months by a virtual avalanche of anti-trans legislation and public call-outs by right-wing personalities and political figures for nothing less than the genocidal eradication of trans people from society.
Thanks, Michael Knowles.
Of course.
Thank you, Michael Knowles.
That's not what Michael Knowles was saying.
I know it's not.
But it was absolutely fucking retarded to say it.
Exactly. And you knew as soon as it came out of his mouth, they were going to run with it.
It was intentionally provocative, and it was like it was ill-considered.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely,
that's the kind of shit that these people will slap on a campaign
you
and
say
get laws passed for them.
The moment you say eradicate,
he was being intentionally provocative.
What do you think crazy people are going to do if you say we got to eradicate something? What do you think your opposition is going to do with that wording? How do you think they're going to spin it? They're going to spin it as if exactly as the way they did. Michael Knowles wants to eradicate trans people.
So many transgender people deal with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, and PTSD from the near constant drumbeat of anti-trans hate, lack of acceptance from family members, and certain religious
which is
institutions.
bullshit.
And yes, I'm sorry, but the political establishment supports you 1,000%. And yet you pretend to be under threat at every fucking turn. The corporate establishment support, like the establishment in general, supports you 100%.
Yeah,
and still you think you are the victims here. Give me a fucking break.
That's their tactics. That's how we got up to gay rights. Not gay rights. Gay marriage.
Yeah,
they were being the victims, and they generated all that, generating support up to the point where they could
look. The gays wanted to be out of the closet for fucking decades, and then they wanted gay marriage for fucking decades. They actually pushed for it for way longer than trans acceptance has been pushed for, and the speed at which society has fucking just turned on a fucking dime to just accept this stuff is absolutely baffling to me. It's like someone has a fucking it's like the trans people have a cheat code for this shit. Like, I don't understand how fast it fucking happened.
It makes sense if you consider the LGBT a collective group. So once they change their message, everyone gets updated with that message, and then they push that message.
Yeah, that's right. It is pretty scary. Yeah, Lex says pretty scary. There are people who are basically saying the murderer was the victim. Yes. It's absolutely absurd. Like, it's fucking nuts.
And that's basically what this statement from the TRN.
Yeah, denial of our existence.
This is what the statement from the Troon says.
And calls for detransition and forced conversions. No one is calling for forced detransitioning and forced conversions. That's fucking ridiculous. All we're saying is, hey, don't fucking leave kids alone. Let children become adults before you fucking cut their tits off, cut their dicks off.
No,
like, let's not fucking give drugs that cannot be reversed. I don't give it. No, there is no way. If you fuck around with puberty, there's no way to get that back.
You can't.
No matter how much medication you pump into someone, you cannot fix that. Like, you cannot fix it at all.
Got to stop denying a kid's true self. Kids understand that they're trans.
No, they don't.
And that's insanity. That is absolute insanity.
Again,
that's the insanity that gets pushed.
Or the school teachers pushing that onto the children.
Oh, but no, that never happens. You ask parents, I've never seen anything like that happen. I've never seen anything. And then your kid comes home one day and says, hey, I'm a boy when they're a girl.
Like,
you don't get noticed.
I'm not reading the rest of this.
My teacher told me that I'm a boy. Like, what?
Like this
what?
Ridiculous.
I've seen what's inside school. Schools are already promoting literally promoting social justice, quote unquote, is in their curriculum now.
Well, teachers will socially transition kids.
Yes, that's it.
Yes.
Which is essentially, yes, you can I'll refer to you as a boy, as a girl or a boy, like whatever you like.
Yep.
And it's just like, what the fuck is going on? Like, stop that shit.
No.
So yes, David Pakman is getting. I'm glad to hear from Eric that that David Pakman is losing sponsors over this, because fuck you. Like, David Pakman is an absolute TDS deranged retard.
Imagine
this man went from perfectly reasonable centrist to lunatic leftist.
Maybe I must have missed the centrist phase.
Missed the centrist phase. Yeah.
Okay. I've only ever known him as a crazy leftist, but I'll take your word for it.
Well, that made him popular. The TDS, like he went full TDS, and went full hard left.
Fair enough.
And is now just fucking pumping out deranged takes like this.
Imagine migrating from Argentina, being from a Jewish background, and mocking Christians for being murdered by a trans person. That's what David Pakman has done.
Yeah,
I didn't know. I actually didn't know that he was born in
that
Argentina. I didn't know he was a Jewish
Christian school. Given the lack of prayer is often blamed for these horrible events.
Your prayers didn't your prayers didn't save you, Christians. That's what he's saying. Hey, Republicans, your thoughts and prayers didn't do shit to save these kids.
He has been reasonable years before Trump was elected. He was reasonable. He spent a lot of time criticizing
and he's just like
the Young Turks.
As I saw I saw the replies on it before it was deleted, and he's just like, no, that's fair game. Like, no, that's just fair game. Like, it's totally fair game to say this. Freedom of speech.
Trudeau's right. That's not enough for Pakman. They should use the Alex Jones stump on him.
I mean,
yeah. Look, good for the goose, good for the gander. I look forward to his multi-billion-dollar lawsuit.
But did he lie here? That's the problem. They would never get away with a suit like that because Alex Jones lied. Legally he lied.
Legally lied, yeah.
Yes. They would never get away with a suit.
Legally lied or just defaulted on his lawsuits?
Well, that's the thing. He was never. It was a default judgment. So
Pac-Man's not going to get a default judgment.
Pac-Man.
No, because that's all conjecture and opinion, and he's not even stating a fact. He's just mocking people for thoughts and prayers.
Yeah.
Yes.
Your God didn't save these children.
Misunderstanding the whole point of thoughts.
100% Stabby. I didn't do anything wrong. This is a miscarriage of justice.
He's back.
Yes, 100% Jones got railroaded.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So, this is fucking true.
This sums it all up, and I'm.
So the tweet below is 15 years ago. Anytime there was any shooting, they would blame it on Muslims, and if it were a Muslim, they would go hog wild and try and indict all Muslims.
Wasn't the
yes,
shooting?
and no, look, yes, absolutely, people did that. Like anytime there was a Muslim terrorist attack.
You're right. No, you're right. Because that would have been that was the 2000s. Yeah,
all Muslims got the blame, and that's fucked.
Yeah, because that was after 9/11.
And I am not, and I don't. All trans people should not get the blame for this.
Absolutely.
This was not the trans community killing these kids. This was the shooter performing the act. The shooter pulled the trigger and killed those kids. Full fucking stop.
Mm-hmm.
But what we'll probably never know unless the incel shooters. Yes, speaking of that, I saw someone absolutely get fucking dunked on because they sent the argument they made justifying this shooting. The guy turned around and said, "Wow, that's a weird way to justify Elliot Rodger." And when you think about it, it absolutely justified Elliot Rodger.
Yep. Elliot Rodger felt like he was backed into a corner.
Yeah.
He felt like he's someone with nothing left to lose.
Nothing left to lose. Corner. Like it was just it was perfect. It fucking linked, like absolutely fit perfectly. So this person said, fuck this. Oppressed minority strikes back. If you don't want it to happen, stop oppressing them. People with nothing left to lose will sometimes not kill themselves, but instead become martyrs. See all of history. Yeah. I won't pretend like this wasn't caused by the recent legislation.
Trans people, you are not oppressed.
And this is my point. There is no such thing as a trans genocide. Like this trans genocide narrative invites this sort of attacks because you aren't being genocided.
You're not.
You aren't being genocided.
The only people murdering you are you.
Just trying to find a link because someone made a really good point.
Yeah, the issue is I can't really point.
This was
as individuals because they all go as a collective group. They all like.
This person said that they openly scream against laws preventing child grooming and mutilation. Pretty much says everything one needs to know about them. Note how they keep saying it's trans genocide. That's because they can only reproduce by corrupting other people's children.
That's not true. Female to male trans people still give birth.
No, but
that's just cis.
I saw that and I thought, holy shit! I'd never thought of it that way. And
but the thrust of the tweet is correct. Yeah.
The thrust of the tweet is true. They can't they procreate by social contagion, by transing kids. Hey,
because if they had the surgeries, then they make themselves sterile.
Some get hysterectomies. Some get hysterectomies, Eric. Some go the whole hog. Some just go cosmetically male.
Yeah, some just
keep their reproductive
get the beard.
system.
Some are just women with beards.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah, because you see men, quote, men giving birth all the time, but no, they're trans men. They're biological females who've kept their womb and ovaries.
But yeah, apparently one of her friends received Instagram messages before the shooting.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so basically, that post I just made on here about you, that was basically a suicide note. I'm planning to die today. This is not a joke. You'll probably hear about me on the news after I die. So this person replied and tried to,
so why did you need to
don't do it? Don't do it.
Yeah.
Like,
so why did you need to take kids with you, Audrey? Why didn't you just take yourself out?
Yeah.
No, you couldn't do that. Yeah, that's right. This whole Nashville shooting is going to fuck the rest of you. It is.
Yeah.
It is going to fuck the rest of you. You've lost, or at least I think this has dealt a massive blow to any credibility, at least in that your movement and your community has built up in the US.
This was hilarious though. So this person said, "Man, I don't know if anyone needs to hear this, but don't murder children. Even if this was some kind of terribly misguided reprisal against Christians, how the hell are a bunch of kids responsible for what their parents doing? This is a very good point. There's no reason to ever target children. Unless those kids, I don't know, specifically fucking attacked you, I don't know, with little knives, I guess. The kids don't deserve this shit. This is stupid. This stupid psychopathic dude deserves no sympathy." This person replied, "I'm a psychopath. He, the shooter, was not. I do not appreciate the dehumanizing language of people like me. Given the nature of it, of people unlike me, I'll forgive it." I'm not sure if that's a troll, but that's hilarious.
But it fits. Because
it definitely does fit. But yes, apparently there is a Trans Journalists Association, and they put out a statement. So today, 3 children and 3 adults were killed in a shooting at a Covenant School, a private Christian elementary school in Nashville, Tennessee. 20-year-old Nashville resident Audrey Hale has been identified as the shooter. Hale was killed during gunfire by police. Hale was fucking dropped like a fucking sack of potatoes.
Yeah.
By a fucking Chad cop.
Damn right.
The only time I support police is when they're dropping fucking shooters. So no other information has been released. It's unclear how the police came to that determination. So police said in a statement that Hale does identify as transgender. No other information has been released, and it's unclear how the police came to that determination. It was pretty fucking obvious. Yep. The TGA's guidance is to not assume someone is cisgender or transgender based on their appearance, gender presentation, or pronouns. Police reports, public documents, or statements from family members can likewise incorrectly identify a person's gender. Even social media profiles can be misleading, outdated, or incomplete. We urge newsrooms to refrain from speculating without further facts. It is additionally important to keep in mind that sharing partial, unfact-checked, or contextless information and public records during breaking news events can have outsized consequences for members of marginalized communities. So yes, they were like, "Don't say it's trans. Don't say it's trans."
Yep, because the trans shooter is not going to be the issue that's going to affect them. It's their response to the shooting.
Some of these fucking takes, man, have just been.
This is all I ended up saying.
Absolute trash.
It's all about these people and the shooter particularly being backed into a corner. Backed into a corner how? Because you were not. You were 28 years old. You hadn't been to that school in 15 years because that's only a K1 through 6. School that was not a floor.
It was an elementary school.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like, why are you going to that school? You're a full adult.
Unless they were going to that school, unless they were still
no.
Yeah.
She was going to that school when she was in that grade.
Yeah, no, but because
this wasn't a current student. Like this was a student from fucking.
That's what I meant.
20 years ago.
That's what I mean.
20 years ago,
and this was the retarded.
But they
narrative of like, she was a former student.
Yeah, she
makes
was.
It seemed like she was recently a student. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
She was a student 20 years ago. But was she still going to the school to get counseling from the counselor there?
That was bullshit. That was a bullshit story that was let out. The pastor who said that walked it back almost immediately.
Gotcha.
This person says, I don't condone Audrey Howe's actions, though I understand their outrage against an intolerant state that brainwashes children through religious indoctrination. Brainwashes children through something, yes. So the reality is this human still identified as that child attending that school and carry that pain in adulthood. You don't know that. There was this fucking hell. I still think Tennessee got what it deserved today. You can't victimize people nonstop. Like, what?
And
fucking hell.
These are the responses that
Castro communist.
Yeah.
Free Palestine.
For fuck's sake, of course.
BLM sex work is real work. What? So real sex, so normal sex work is not real work? Like only Black Lives Matter sex work is real work? Or did you forget to put a fucking comma? You idiot. Retired federal attorney, streamer, Redbeard's Bunker on YouTube. Redbeard's Bunker, go fuck yourself. So this account blames the Christian school principal, Catherine Kuntz, who was among the 6 murdered. Let's focus on the head of the school, who was specifically targeted. We don't know that. Who's been dead named in the press as Audrey. Can you imagine what the early 2000s Christian curriculum contained about gender, sexuality, and being openly queer? Fucking Christ.
Yeah, there's just
fuck you, Brian Krasenstein. Fuck you, Krasenstein brothers. Fucking pieces of shit.
Fuck 'em.
Enough is enough. It's the fucking guns. No, it's not.
Yeah, like I said, this just screams like them attacking Christians because of the mentality back like in the 80s and 90s where we were fighting back against the extreme Christians who were trying to not suppress but ban like Dungeons and Dragons, video games, all that stuff. So technically, yeah, they are still living in the past when they were children. They are still children, these trans people. They're not grown up.
Yeah. Again, these people can't, by and large, these people just can't process reality. I think to me, it all just stems from that.
So these, because I'm assuming these people go through university, this is how they're picking up all this crazy ideology. So they're literally just pulling something from their past, and unfortunately, in the past, it was the Christians that were pushing for all this bannings and stuff. So they're just using that as an excuse to start attacking.
Yeah, you fought against us all the way back then, and I'm gonna fight against you now. It was good enough for you to do it, so I'm gonna do it with it. I think I should get away with it, and it's just like no.
But the funny thing is like there was no real genocide back then, and we won against the pushback. Like they lost.
Yeah.
So why are you still angry about it? They lost. They did not win.
It's just fucking retarded.
No. Eric, I actually don't know. That's interesting. But wasn't his mother a teacher there or something?
I think his mother was a teacher's aide at the school.
Yeah, something like that. Adam Lanza.
Then the response.
This is not the Taliban.
But they have a link to the Taliban site in their profile.
People, stop thinking this is the Taliban. It's not the Taliban.
This is probably Lord
troll
Miles.
Account.
Yeah, this is probably Lord Miles' troll account.
Have we heard of it from Lord Miles?
Not that I know of.
The reason why we question it is because of
this account. Yeah,
this account.
Yeah. So 6 people lose their lives at the hand of a suicidal maniac. The press is more concerned with not misgendering or dead naming the killer. These people have completely lost their keel. New York Times, there was confusion later on Monday about the gender identity of the assailant in the Nashville shooting. Officials had used she and her to refer to the suspect, who, according to a social media post and LinkedIn profile, appeared to identify as a man in recent months. Misgendered. USA Today and New York Times both had a bit about that. That I'm pretty sure that USA Today tweet is gone.
Yeah, probably.
There was a few deleted tweets.
But yeah, we know the reason we know it's not the guns is because you can just look at the ownership rates versus the mass shooting rates.
Well, I actually asked ChatGPT to do some breakdowns.
Yeah. You would
it made some tables for me because there was a congressman was having an absolute fucking shit fit.
Yeah, with Massey.
Yeah, I don't think anybody posted it, so I
thought it was already posted, so I didn't post it again.
But yeah, so like he was having an absolute shit fit, and he said the highest shooting, the states with the highest number of shootings are all open carry states, and I thought that does not sound right.
Yeah, because it's not right.
And I had a look, and he's right. All the states with the most gun deaths are open carry states. Like the top 10 are all open carry states.
Washington D.C. DC is not a state.
But if you look at the states with the homicide rate, like homicide by gun.
Yeah.
So not exclude suicides.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Illinois moves into the top 5.
Yeah. It flips around when you take out suicides.
So, like all of these narratives disappear when you take out gun related suicides.
Yeah.
And it's fascinating to see the numbers change.
Yeah. Well, you can just you don't even have to you can just look outside America. Why doesn't this happen in Finland? Why doesn't this happen in Switzerland? Why doesn't this happen in Norway? These countries that have, say around 30% gun ownership, that's still one gun for every 3 people. America has like 1.2, has like 120% gun ownership, more than 1 gun per person. But if it was truly a matter of the number of guns in the country, why are there not weekly mass shootings in Norway and Finland? Because that's what you should see happening. There's a mass shooting every day in America, so you should see at least one a week in these other countries. But it doesn't happen. Yeah, it doesn't happen in these countries that still have 30-35% gun ownership rate. You should see one every 3 or 4 days every week. Maybe in those countries you don't. So it's clearly not the guns. America is an outlier in these statistics. Yes, they have the most guns in the world per capita, but their incident rate actually doesn't reflect their ownership rate. There should be another way to word this is, if it was truly about ownership, there should be more.
Where does that number come from? 3 million defensive
that's
use of firearms
an estimate.
yearly.
That's an estimate. That's the CDC's estimate, isn't it? Snap or something like that. Between 500,000 and 2 to 3 million. It's a wide berth, but it's still, even the conservative estimates are way higher than murders.
Dave says, not joking, just a bit ago, some drunk was shooting in the woods out the back. Shoot back, Dave.
Yeah.
Be one of those 3 million.
That's right. If it was truly a matter of access to guns and gun ownership rate, America should have more mass shootings. They should, because compared to the rest of the world, because you've got to take the rest of the world as the baseline. America is only one country. Go look at the rest of the world. These countries that have 30-35% gun ownership rate, they don't even have mass shootings a year. Almost never.
We've looked at those numbers before.
That's right.
We've looked at the list.
Yep.
And it's like, this person killed themselves in a school, in a school parking lot with a gun. School shooting.
Yeah.
Like there was a bullet was fired at a school on Saturday. School shooting. Like a lot of those numbers are juiced, and it really is fucking.
Mm-hmm.
The numbers are so fucking juiced by either side.
Yeah,
there's no way to ever get to the truth.
People can't even agree on the definition of a mass shooting. Yeah. That's why people say, there were 600 mass shootings last year, but some people will say, there's only been 72 mass killings since 1982. People cannot agree on a definition because there's so many different definitions. Is it 4 people killed? Or is
there was 600? There was 600 mass shootings in the US in 2022.
Well, defined by Gun Violence Archive, which is not the legal definition, I think, or maybe might be. But
there was 1,350 police killings of citizens by police.
Police kill more. Police kill more people than
police killings. Happen twice as often.
Yep.
As mass shootings.
Yep.
Of course.
So we're going to take the cops' guns away? I think we should.
I mean, yes. Honestly, it's basically if you don't want to resolve the issue, you muddy up the definitions so you can't talk about it.
So no side can agree on the.
That's right, because there is no commonly agreed upon definition. Some say 3 killed, some say 4 killed, some say 4 injured,
some say 3 involved.
Yeah, some say like Australia that all the victims have to be unrelated. So family killings or gangland killings. Like if you shoot up a birthday party, well, that's not a mass shooting because all the victims were related. Some people say that, and I think Australia almost goes to that extent. That's why we can.
That says a lot about how many friends you have, Tim.
Yeah,
if
zero.
If a shooting at a birthday party is just all family.
I mean, that's I guess that's what most mass killings in Australia tend to be now. They're mostly familicide. And I was looking at Gun Violence Archive earlier while we were chatting, and like there were 4 quote unquote mass shootings in the same week or so. In a day. On the day before Nashville, there were like 4 quote unquote mass shootings. But they're all drive-by shootings or shooting up a birthday party or someone shooting up a bar fight, or just a mass familicide. Someone rocked up. A dude rocked up and shot his wife and kids to death.
Eric, it's not impossible to own guns in Australia, and it varies from state to state. It's very hard in my state of New South Wales.
Mm-hmm.
Almost
and
impossible
the hardest part about owning a gun in Australia is if you don't live out back, like on a farm or an acreage or something. I think you need minimum 2 acres. If you don't live on a farm, you need a justified excuse.
You basically got to be a part of a gun club,
and personal defense is not an excuse.
Yeah.
So you've either got to be you got to have a hunting permit and go hunting. I think 3 times a year.
Mm-hmm.
You got to be a member of a shooting club and go to the shooting club at least 4 or 5 times a year.
Yep.
You can do it. You can have it for pest control if it's part of your business, or you can have it for pest control if you're a farmer.
Yep.
There are also different levels of license. You can have a replica license or a collector's license, so you can own non-functioning replica or non-functioning collectible firearms.
Mm-hmm.
They have to be confirmed non-firing. Worst part about licensing, at least in New South Wales and probably all the other states, is if you have a gun license, police can show up to your property at any time and demand entrance and demand you show them your guns, and you have to let them in.
Yep. We're here to inspect your.
We're here to inspect your gun storage.
Mm-hmm.
Surprise inspection.
So you no longer have a right to privacy if you're a gun owner.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot refuse entry to the police. So, which is one of the reasons why I do not have a gun license.
Yeah,
and one of the reasons why that story
I will not get a gun
weeks back of the guy storing his guns underneath.
Back in Western, the Perth guy who had the bunker.
Yeah, the bunker.
Yep. Yeah, same dude, Eric. Yep, the dude with the arsenal. No, thank you, John Howard. You fucking asshole. Like punishing the entire country for the actions of a retard.
Like an actual retard. Like he actually is retarded.
An actual retard. Sub 70 IQ retard.
Trans people in Tennessee, it's time to fucking fight. Trans allies in Tennessee, it's time to fucking fight. Trans women, if they lock you up for identifying as a woman, fight, resist. You're gonna die anyways. We're going to die anyways. It's time to fucking resist.
Well, we're all gonna die eventually, so that's a pretty shitty argument.
So, what, Tennessee's trans should shoot up some kids before they die? Is that the
basically that's what I think she's saying. Resist.
Fight them. Hurt them. If they put their hands on you, beat them. We are at an attack. It's time to fight back. Do you hear me? Trans people in Tennessee, trans men, trans women, non-binary, fight! If they try to arrest you or have you arrested on a felony for existing, beat them, team up, gang together, get people who agree with you to come and fight. Carry a weapon at all times. And yes, you have to attack the police officer.
Jesus Christ.
I agree with the carry a weapon at all times. If you are legally allowed to carry a firearm, open carry,
in Tennessee,
do it.
If you see trans, you might have to shoot on sight.
If that's a constitutional carry state, by all means. If you're a trans person and you're apparently, according to your own statistics, you're at risk of of being murdered, I guess, is what your statistics keep fucking saying, which are total bullshit. But yeah, carry.
Well, they keep acting like this. Yeah, and yeah.
Yes, Tom Bolo, that is right. Over on Rumble, yes, most mass shootings are gang shootings in Democrat cities. Yes,
basically, yeah.
Allegedly, but
that's not how that works. You're supposed to say in Minecraft.
Time. It's time. If they're gonna try to jail and police you for existing, you fight them. You fight them, and if they lock you in prison, fuck up the guards. Bust out of prison. Jump in with other trans people. It's time we organize a prison bust in Tennessee, guys. It's time we organize a prison bust. It's time we start fighting. It's time. If they put their hands on you, fight them. Trans people, fight them. We will not let them create a genocide of trans people.
Hang on, I thought you already had one.
You're going to lead people into a genocide because the cops are going to kill these people.
Correct.
You're initiating a trans genocide by doing this because you're going to get a shitload of people killed. But that's what she wants. It wants.
Yeah.
They want. Whatever.
They want dead bodies so they can propagandize more.
Yes. Look at how the police are oppressing us. Look at all these dead trans people. All we did was defend ourselves. No. You attacked people who were, arresting you for good reason.
You attacked innocent children.
Yes. Yeah, Eric, she's with Spectre.
I am so tired. I was in a live the other day with 2 trans people who denied this. Out of my way. I disown any trans person who disagrees with this notion. You are not allowed at the fucking table. It's time to fucking fight. Trans genocide's around the corner. Stop debating cis people in your existence. I do not debate. My existence is not a conversation. We fucking fight now, or we die. And we're not gonna die debating cis people. They're gonna have the last word. They're joining your life to call you a man. They're joining your life to call you a woman. They're joining your life to misgender you. To get the right pronouns. To tell you that you're not existent. They're fucking with you and you're an idiot. Stop!
People learn that your actions have consequences.
I can't imagine why trans people appear unhinged.
Oh my god,
nuts.
Jesus
that
Christ.
woman/man. Well, at least look, I will say this. I will say this. At least this trans woman is trying to pass.
Yeah.
Yes.
I assume that's a trans woman.
It sounded like a trans.
I could be wrong. It does sound like
trans
one,
woman.
but yeah. At least they're fucking trying.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just hope this sort of reaction that this trans person's doing has great splits within their community, so that we can actually segregate and like get rid of the more extreme portion of their movement. But that's not going to happen at all, as we can see here.
Yeah, trans die-in. Yeah, self-explanatory.
Fucking retarded.
Yeah.
Now, someone says Jack Murphy is in this image.
What?
So if you...
Is it the black dude?
Oh, there he is.
Black top? Yeah.
I don't think so, because that
no,
dude
it's
looks
not
like
Jack
he has
Murphy.
hair.
He has the beard.
But he has the beard.
But he does have a Jack Murphy beard. Yeah, absolutely.
Like, spot on.
There's
That's Jack Murphy
there's no
beard.
trans epidemic in Australia. Like I have I have a few trans friends, and it's just like they don't agree with any of this shit that's going on either.
There is a trans person on my train.
Yeah. I work with some trans people. It's like
he very much does not pass.
Yeah.
He was wearing trans socks the other day.
Yeah. I recently found out that an old friend of mine had recently transitioned, and I'm like, okay, but you're a father. So, that's a bit awkward. But, props to them. So, whatever. Yeah. Look, live your life, but the rest of us don't have to indulge it. Again, that's the way it should be. It's just like, just leave people alone. You want to do what you want to your body. You want to go destroy your own family. You want to go break up your relationships, your established familial relationships, and you want to go live your life as someone who's acting like the opposite sex. You you can do that, but the rest of us don't have to indulge it.
Unfortunately, there's fewer and fewer people that have our thinking in Australia.
Yeah.
They're slowly converting.
That's it. It's just like, again, I don't care what you call yourself. I don't care how you dress. I don't care if you want to get surgery. You do you. It shouldn't be illegal, but you can't expect the rest of society to indulge every part of your journey. They can't.
Delusion. No.
Delusion.
This is the problem,
journey,
Tim. Stop.
delusion.
It's not a journey. It's a fucking delusion.
It's a delusion.
Yeah.
Every other delusion.
Yeah.
Is treated like a delusion. This one is the only one we just fucking go, yeah, okay.
Yeah, true.
And I appreciate Ken saying last week that it works. Like it when we cut their dicks off, when we transition them medically, they feel better.
Until they don't.
Yeah.
So
it's like if you want to have the procedures done, if you want to change your name, you want to, play out this delusion.
Snafu, the worst medical crime ever.
Yeah.
Mastectomies.
Don't remove your bobs.
Don't remove the booba.
No.
Love the booba.
That's
Keep the booba.
Yeah. It should not be. Again, just go back to how it used to be. You want to act.
Don't outlaw it. Okay, abortion bad, yes.
Yeah.
But don't outlaw it. As for breast reductions, no. Straight to jail.
Straight to jail. And yeah, Jocelyn Berry got fucking wrecked. Yeah,
if you're a doctor who does that stuff, then I
jail. Believe it or not, jail. Right to jail. Right to jail. Right away.
Yep.
Jail.
No, cut off the booba.
Unless
unless you have cancer or something.
Unless you have breast cancer, we still need to leave. We still need the vagine. We still need the vagine.
Yeah.
You must let the vagine live. If the breasts have to go to let the vagine live, I understand.
But yes, Jocelyn Berry is of course Katie Hobbs who is the governor of Arizona.
Asterisk governor.
Who posted this the same fucking day. You're the press secretary. Well,
yeah.
Sorry.
I don't know if
I used the wrong pronouns. It was and were. She was.
was/were. I don't know if this was in response to anything about the shooting, but yeah, the timing was
it's just terrible. So
yeah.
But yeah, so like I said before, these fucking the media's response to this has been fucking atrocious.
Yeah.
She was rejected by a Christian parents.
No, she wasn't. She lived at home until
she lived at home. Her identity was rejected by her parents.
Yeah. But she lived at home. Her parents supported her financially. She lived in a $700,000 house, or at least that's what I was. So I read.
That sounds really expensive. For
Happy
Tennessee.
to be fact checked.
Expensive.
Her parents were well off, is what I understand.
Not that expensive.
Oh, fear pervades the Tennessee trans community amid focus on Nashville's shootings.
Stop simping, Snafu.
Really? Yes, she does.
Yeah. Don't do that.
Stop simping.
No simp.
No simp.
No simp. You leave that for Drex.
Yeah.
Wait, what are you saying? What are you saying about Drex and Kayla? You're not allowed to.
I'm just joking.
Scurrilous lies. I will not have that. I will not have those. I will not have those accusations or those.
I think we've been reading too much Kiwi Farms.
So,
no, I stay away from it. I just see what people post in the Discord. I don't go anywhere near that place.
So, yes, the head of a Christian elementary school who was killed on Monday was described by friends as smart, loving, and rare female leader within the male-led culture. What the fuck does that have to do?
It's an attack on Christianity.
Yeah.
Former Christian
school student kills three.
Technically not wrong.
Agree, Kyle.
Mm-hmm. Lies by omission. Yeah. Lies by omission, not simply a former Christian school student.
So it's trying to move away from the trans and make it a sort of internal Christian.
This is true. This is the first time I've ever seen the media take the side of a mass shooter.
Correct.
Oh no, it's there's subscriptions, man. That's how you join the Discord. It's like an automatic thing too. There's like a whole bot. So I grift like Ricada grifts. I learned from the master.
Mm-hmm.
This is a compilation of fucking.
Oh God.
Oh boy. Okay. All right.
Fucking strap in.
Deep breath, everyone.
Hang on. Let me open up another bottle of Pepsi Max just to go for it.
They obviously didn't release a motive as to why she shot up the school, but I have a pretty good guess. What have Christians been doing lately? They've been
minding their own fucking
banning
business.
books about LGBT. They've been discriminating against the LGBT.
No, Michael knows it. Okay.
They're not about LGBT. They're fucking encouraging kids to fuck each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
it's
up.
basically
pornographic
books
technically
in
not
the school library.
Technically not true because some of those books
So people are
involve gay
screaming,
child
"Oh my God,
porn.
it's a hate crime against Christians." But how about
Some of those books
they are the ones that were
involve young
bullying her
boys doing the
first?
sexual stuff.
Today, in my criminal justice courses, we discussed the Nashville shooting. And thankfully, my students raised awareness around the fact that a lot of the media is misgendering the shooter. Which, why do we care? They unalived like 6 people, including children. We do not condone that awful behavior, so screw them and everything they're associated with, right? Wrong. Because in my area of study, of work, we look at the why. The why, in my opinion, is just as significant, if not more so, than the what. And I can't help but think this trans man targeted a Christian school that he attended that he may have had very negative experiences at. How much the anti-LGBTQ legislation impacted his mental health to push him to this point.
Wasn't
just from a sociological
she
perspective,
wasn't at the school
looking at it on its face.
She was 28.
Somebody who lives in Nashville, who is just top of the news for all these discriminatory bills.
Is she breastfeeding or something?
Who identifies
like
as
she
male
is.
and
I think
she's got another camera shooting her
transgender,
OnlyFans.
Who has already now, as an adult, probably experiencing a lot.
As an aside, I am legit surprised that TikTok doesn't allow nudity. I think it's probably because they get kicked
China.
off.
It's China.
I think it's probably because they get kicked off the App Store.
Yeah.
Correct.
Lot
The App Store does not like nudity.
Discrimination and hate because of these bills, but also has probably experienced this all of their life. People don't just go up and shoot up a Christian school,
Yeah, they
being
do.
the demographic that they are in the political climate that we're in, just because.
Use your words.
they
What demographic
felt
and
like
what
it.
climate?
Like all of the other mass shootings, when all of these dudes just did it for fun, or
No,
Yeah.
people
Not
don't-
fucking true.
People
The
don't.
Buffalo shooter didn't do it for fun. He was pushing a fucking agenda.
People don't shoot up schools for fun. They do it for revenge, for bullying. They have probably a similar motive, I bet, to what the Nashville shooter did, except the type of oppression or bullying is probably going to be different. I think that the Nashville shooters, perception of bullying was probably all in their head. They probably just had a reaction to all of the progressive propaganda about the recent legislation in Nashville, and then they could just that combined with the whole narrative of trans people being genocided, that basically set them off. It's just like, oh, I've got nothing left now. I may as well just die. I'm planning to die today, and I'm going to take people with me. I'm going to go kill it. I'm going to go take as many people with me. If I'm going to die today, I'm going to go take as many people with me as I can. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's true for Columbine snafu. They did that for fun, I think.
Yeah, but the guy, the Buffalo shooter who walked into the supermarket and had like the whole the last manifesto shooter. Yeah. He was literally a white supremacist.
Mhm.
Like he was literally a white supremacist who wanted to kill black people.
Yep.
And because the Jews are bringing the blacks over to replace the whites, like
yep.
that kind of level of racism.
And Parkland shooter did it because he was bullied, or some shit.
Parkland shooter did it because he was bullied. Like
Yeah, that's common.
Same as the Ethan Trumbley, the shooter in Wisconsin. Was it Wisconsin? Yeah, it was. Same thing. He was bullied. So it's almost never
for
just
fun.
because or for fun. Like the for fun thing is Buffalo guy was Hispanic. That does not fucking surprise me. Uvalde is one we don't have fucking we don't have a motive for. So.
Yeah, well, apparently the police just allowed the school shooter to shoot up the school.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a gun-free zone.
Fortunately, we don't know the motive.
Teach left the door open.
Yeah. Like the whole conversation is really about the Uvalde police response, not the
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's.
Oh yeah, the Antifa shooter. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dramatic or
this bitch has the craziest of crazy eyes, like AOC level crazy eyes.
Well, she's a redhead. What do you expect?
Do not be besmirching redheads.
No, but you can't deny it. You can't deny that they don't.
My experience says redheads.
I have many redheads in my family.
Also in Tennessee.
Oh, Josh, no, see, we covered that earlier. FBI says it's because he lost money at the casino and wanted to punish the casino. So he shot
up a concert.
He shot up a
on the
concert
opposite
across
side
the
of the
road
road.
from the casino.
That'll teach
That's their theory, yeah.
Tennessee, where they recently banned drag shows in a law that is so vague. My wife, who wears men's clothes but identifies as a woman, could get arrested walking down the streets of Tennessee.
What? No, she fucking couldn't. Maybe if she's wearing those clothes and twerking for kids, yeah.
If she's performing a dance, maybe.
It's so fucking ridiculous, man.
It's so vague.
So while I do not think what the shooter did was justified in any way, shape, or form, and they absolutely need help, could it be potentially that this person was transgender, and with all of the laws being placed, he was afraid that he was going to be ridiculed and put into a box, kind of like the school maybe did when he was younger and didn't want to be called what he was being called?
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yep, let's just blame the school for the school shooter shooting up the school.
These people are retarded.
These people are held onto an ideological point.
Hang on. The best part about the Vegas shooter is he didn't shoot himself because he got caught. He shot himself on accident, slipping on a spent bullet casing. Is that true?
Sounds like an April Fool's joke.
But it would be still funny.
Mm. Yeah, no. The Nashville shooter, no, they were just fucking crazy. And they've been brainwashed into thinking they're fucking oppressed.
And I blame the media for it.
Yeah.
Because where are they getting the information that this is a whole trans genocide? It's being pushed by the media.
What even were the Tennessee trans bills?
Probably just the banned drag shows.
I don't want to read fucking NPR. Why would they? Fuck you, Google. Fuck you, Google, for giving me NPR as the first bloody link.
Fucking
the anti-trans bill, it defines sex as biological anatomy at birth. Well, that's how doctors define sex too. What are you talking about? I don't know. I don't actually know exactly what these bills are about.
Yeah.
So I
could take time to look through it, but
hang on.
It doesn't really matter because these people aren't even looking at the bill. They just listen to the media, and media is telling them
SB3
there's a trans genocide happening at the moment. And
so there were two. At least this year, there were two anti-trans bills-ish things that were signed into law in March. Both on March. They both passed on March 2nd. Tennessee SB 1 bans gender-affirming care for minors and requires them to detransition. So it's forced detransitioning of minors. That is one of the big ones. And then the second one targeted drag performers, banning male or female impersonators who provide entertainment that appeals to a prurient interest from appearing on public property or in a location where the adult cabaret performance could be viewed by a person. Basically, outlawing drag shows in the presence of kids.
Yeah.
Or on public or on government property.
Adult cabaret shows.
Yes.
Yeah. So
where the adult, because it's
because it is a cabaret show,
and they banned they banned drag performers from public property.
It's because there'll be kids on public property.
I don't.
Yep.
The
schools.
Look, the worst part about those bills, I think, is the forced detransitioning.
Yeah.
I think forcing kids that have already been fucked up to just we can't give you any drugs anymore. Well, that's it. I think that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Like I don't necessarily like. I understand that. Like, but I don't think giving them a fucking year to you're back.
I'm trying to bring up the actual text.
Undo.
That was simply a summary from LGBTQ Nation. I'm trying to find the actual text of SB1, the detransition bill.
So, according to Newsweek, the claim about forcing every single trans kid in their state to detransition within 1 year, as per the TikTok video, requires some context. The bill states that medical procedures which began prior to the bill's effective date must conclude by 31st of March 2024. On a technical point, it appears that anyone who transitions from minor to adult in that time could continue with the hormone treatment past that point. However, it appears to be the exception, and anyone under that age will not be able to continue to legally access puberty blockers or hormones to address a, quote, purported identity inconsistent with the minor's sex, or treating purported discomfort or distress from a discordance between the minor's sex and asserted identity. That shouldn't matter, because I'm told this doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's right.
Of course,
that's right. It's. Remember, I just put the bill link in private chat. But yeah, it's subsection prohibitions B1. Yeah, it's not a violation of subsection A. Basically, yeah. So what you said was right. So prohibitions A1: a healthcare provider shall not knowingly perform or. I'll share this. No, not camera. Camera's not plugged in. It's all right. Screen 2, share. Boom. Brave tab, maybe? Where the fuck are you? This one. There we go. It's just easier than having to bring it up. Zoom. All right. Why? Fuck's sake. There you go. That'll do it. So this is just definitions. This is the bill. It has to be one. A healthcare provider shall not knowingly perform or offer to perform on a minor, or administer or offer to administer on a minor a medical procedure if the performance or administration of the procedure is for the purpose of enabling a minor to identify with or live as a purported identity inconsistent with the minor's sex, or treating purported discomfort or distress, i.e. dysphoria, from a discordance between the minor's sex and asserted identity, i.e. not yet. It bans any treatment, any medical treatment for gender dysphoria. No transitions. No medicine for people for gender dysphoria. Subdivision A1 applies to medical procedures that are performed or administered in this state, i.e. Tennessee, or performed or administered on a minor located in the state, including via telehealth. So maybe that's a ban on telecounseling. I don't know. It is not a violation of subsection A if a healthcare provider knowingly performs, or this is kind of what you covered before. But it's still allowed if you need to do cosmetic surgery to cover, to fix an injury or some kind of shit. Maybe they're born with deformed genitals, and you have to surgically correct that shit. I don't know. I don't know how that would fit it. I don't know where you get away with subsection A, but they've got that clause. If there's a genuine medical need unrelated to gender dysphoria,
it's basically genetic defects that require puberty drugs.
Precocious puberty disease, precocious puberty, disease, or physical injury, And for the purpose,
these are very rare.
Yeah, very rare things. Just the fringe cases.
Precocious puberty is when 7 and 8 year old girls suddenly go into puberty.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Yeah, is that early or late? That's super early puberty. Okay, slow that down so the girl's body can like adapt to it, but they're still going to go through puberty as a girl. So that's fine. That's not a transition. And yet, like if the performance already started before the act and finishes on or before March, so. But yeah, no new transitions. And disease does not include gender dysphoria, GID, or incongruence or any other bullshit. So there's no loophole there. You can't claim there's a disease. You can't claim gender dysphoria is going to count as disease because you'd be admitting that it's that it's a problem.
And
stop.
I agree with this. Definitely need to wait until at least 18 years old before you even start doing all this stuff.
Age of majority, exactly, and just
It's the same reason why we don't allow children to drink alcohol. It affects their puberty. So unfortunately,
and it bans. It bans. I was just scrolling through it again. It bans puberty blockers as well. Subsection 104, distribution of hormones or puberty blockers to minors. A person shall not knowingly provide a hormone or puberty blocker by any means to a minor if the provision of the hormone or puberty blocker is not in compliance with this chapter. So you can, if there's precocious puberty would be fine. But again, not for the purposes of slowing down puberty for transitioning, not for the purposes of doing anything relating to gender identity dysphoria. So, obviously some hormones and puberty blockers are used for other medical reasons. That's all still fine and good. So, to the lesbian that we were watching before, your wife is not going to get arrested for wearing men's clothing, you fucking retard.
Yep.
They're not a drag performer, and they're not performing a drag show in the presence of children. They're fine.
Trans activist slams radical religious schools in response to the Nashville mass shooting, which 3 9-year-olds were killed. So this is, of course, Eli Ehrlich.
Yes.
So he said that it's clear the Nashville Covenant School is a right-wing institution in which Audrey Hale and many others were abused. What?
Christian genocide. That's what they're pushing.
Yeah.
I mean, it won't work because Christians are all over the globe, so it's only going to kill the Christians in the US.
Yeah, Eli Ehrlich is one of Keffel's comrades who make puberty blockers and hormones at home, and then admittedly illegally distributes it to people without medical advice, consent. They just make hormones in their bathtub and then sell them to young trans people.
Yeah.
So, and then
American activist, writer, academic, trans woman, and founder of the organization Trans Student Educational Resource.
Yep, and he's the Troon Shine. This is one of the Troon Shine makers, and he admits to it openly that he does it.
Yeah, he's admitted publicly that he sends.
He's never been investigated.
Illicitly appropriated trans hormones to kids who are too young to get it themselves.
Never been investigated, never been arrested for it, even though he admits it. So,
of course, Biden wants an assault weapons ban because that'll fix it.
Didn't use an assault weapon.
So, and of course, some of this I had to archive this because it was deleted. So this is post politics. GOP congressman from Nashville district heartbroken by shooting. A 2021 photo shows his family members with firearms.
Yep, same old smears.
Yep.
Same old smears. Oh, you Republicans, you're the ones who are posting, pictures with guns. You're the ones who are you're the real groomers. You're the real groomers. You're the ones who are teaching your kids how to use guns. You're the ones that are breeding future mass shooters, Republicans.
This is one of the responses. One of the responses to that particular tweet.
Yes,
did you use this photo of AOC after the Waukesha parade killing? She seemed very happy about her SUV.
Oh, but cars aren't made for killing. Cars aren't made for killing.
What?
Yeah, of course. And But yes, so I decided that I would roll this in with the culture war bullshit.
Yep.
I mean, it is culture war.
Yeah, it's the same issue. Trans.
It's just shots fired in the culture war.
Yep.
This is the person who assaulted Keely J. Keane or Posey Parker in New Zealand last week. This person needs help.
Don't they all?
Psychological help.
Trans genocide, honestly, they're gonna kill us.
Statistically, that's not true.
We have to fight. I'm so sorry, I'm just not very strong emotionally.
Clearly.
I'm not strong.
Clearly.
I'm not strong.
Obviously not.
I'm so scared. I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
I'm overwhelmed, even though I'm full of happiness inside.
Maybe you should bundle together.
I am so full of joy that I'm trans, but I'm so scared because they want to kill me. The Nazis, they just really want to kill you. They don't have a nuanced view of the world. They just like, you are not, and they're gonna be there. And it's crazy to see that New Zealand is having this type of hate allowed and platform. It's crazy. I'm so scared.
This is what happens.
This is because this trans person received threats.
Because they
assault. I think they were the one who poured the tomato sauce and basically kicked off the whole fucking kerfuffle.
Right. So they assaulted someone, and now
they assaulted someone, and now they're getting shit for it. So yeah. The NHL may cancel LGBT Pride nights as a growing number of players are refusing to wear the rainbow gear.
God,
based NHL players, not the fucking
hockey is already gay. Why do you need to wear fucking jerseys about it?
So, yeah.
Actually, no, that's an insult. That's unjustified. I grew up watching the Mighty Ducks. I grew up watching the Mighty Ducks and playing street hockey and all that shit. You know. That's not fair.
Mighty Ducks rule!
Tell you what, though, I mean, I never want to get into a fight with a fucking hockey player.
No, they'll just pull your shirt over your head.
Out of all the sports people,
no, they'll just pull your shirt over your head and then they'll push you into a corner.
Then they'll get 5 of their dudes to just walk up and just beat the shit out of you. But again, they run around with fucking sticks and beat the shit out of each other with them. I know. Out of all the sports, I never want to ever want to piss off a fucking hockey player.
Also, Guy Pearce got in trouble this week for asking a question. So he tweeted out the other day, a question. If the only people allowed to play trans characters are trans folk, then are we also suggesting that the only people trans folk can play are trans characters? Surely that will limit your career as an actor. Isn't the point of an actor to be able to play anyone outside your own world?
Guy.
Someone's thinking too much.
My sweet summer child.
I know. I love Guy Pearce. You don't see Guy Pearce, and he's not a mainstream actor. He's more of a character actor. He's obviously had leading roles like in Memento and stuff like that. Aussies know him from Neighbours, as we talked about earlier. Guy, how you've committed the cardinal sin of Hollywood, man. You've committed the cardinal sin. You questioned the narrative. You questioned the narrative, and you've walked the trans people into a corner.
So he stood on the trans rake.
Yep.
He said something logical, and he was promptly smacked down. So this was literally the next day, first thing in the morning.
LA Confidential as well, Eric. Yeah, Guy Pearce has been in a lot of things. He's an amazing character actor.
I posted a tweet yesterday that I shouldn't have, which, to prevent upsetting anyone else, I've now deleted. A fuller apology and explanation of the point I was raising is attached. XX Guy.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I see that raising the question of gender identity within the casting process on a platform like Twitter was not a good idea. For that, I apologize enormously. I acknowledge it has not only stirred up and inflamed attitudes and made us all dig our heels in. I take responsibility for that and again apologize for starting a fire. This is a subject that needs to be discussed face-to-face, person-to-person, and over a good amount of time, where we were all heard and understood. It is also a subject that I understand is complex and sensitive. I want to take this opportunity to say it's very clear to me that in many areas of life, discrimination, which should have no place in a modern society, unfortunately still thrives. Indeed, members of my own family have been subjected to different, but every bit as pernicious prejudice. I understand how my question, asking if trans actors are the only ones allowed to play trans roles, then are we suggesting trans actors therefore only allowed to play trans characters, is insensitive. The point I wanted to raise was one about defending the definition of acting and nothing more. Throwing the subject onto one minority group in particular was unnecessary, especially from a man like me with a, quote, full house of privilege. I'm in no position to complain about fairness, at least on my own behalf. I raised the question because for 30 years now, I've had many people ask me, since doing Priscilla, don't you think gay people should have played these roles? And how many similar discussions are occurring about trans actors
forgot he was
and
in
trans
Priscilla.
roles?
Yep.
Yes. It has led me to reflect even more about acting as an art form and its place in the world. Our industry is already a cesspool of politics, bums on seat funding, nepotism, and favoritism. It's clear a great many minority communities are underrepresented on screen, and that so too are actors from those communities. But I don't believe artists should have to announce their personal identity, sexual preference, political stance, disability, religious beliefs, etc. to attain work. I believe that to suggest acting can only come from one's own lived experience annihilates our imagination. I wouldn't want that restriction placed on a minority actor or any actor for that matter, myself included. What I will say, though, is if I'm going to play miles outside myself, it better be good. And on that metric, I've always been willing to be judged, as I would hope the actor with lived experience is. None of this is straightforward, but I do believe the artistic community must discuss and develop within itself, yes, even if that involves a little shouting. God forbid politicians or the press barons tell us what is acceptable. Thank you for reading. And again, sincere apologies for crassly focusing on one already harassed minority in my original tweet. Guy Pearce.
Yeah, you used the wrong example, Guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
As you can see, he still
believes, he still holds his position. He walked back, he didn't even really walk anything back. He holds his position firm, and that's it. So,
yeah, he's holding it, but he's walking back.
But appreciates that he should have just used black people or
he shouldn't have talked about trans people.
Exactly.
If he just said, so can a non-Jew play a Jew? And then it would have been fine.
No, but then he would have had Seth Rogen calling him out.
Seth
Rogen would have been in his DM saying, hey, are you Jewish?
He would have had
you Jewish?
He would have had Jordan Greenblatt on his doorstep with
shit.
a fucking
Seth
camera
would be
crew.
crying in the DMs.
Yeah.
Like he did with Count Dankula.
Lol.
What did he do to Dank?
Oh, Seth Green got into Dank's DMs
Green, yeah.
and just started basically crying at him. And naturally,
I can't wait.
Count Dankula was like, lol.
I'd love for one of those people to get in my DMs one day. I'm just going to laugh at them.
Yeah, he genuflected, yeah.
Yeah. You committed a cardinal sin. No,
it is a safe bet. He got an urgent call or voicemail from his agent.
Yeah, saying
you need clean.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Pretty much. But I mean, it's okay if you're Asian though. And it's okay if you're black. Like, Nigerians play people from Ghana all the time, and Haitians play, Jamaicans all the time, and Chinese play Japanese characters all the time, and Thai people play Vietnamese characters all the time. Like it's
because I'm black.
It's because I'm black. That's right.
But yes, President Biden, I forgot his name for a second there. President Biden did his proclamation on Transgender Day of Visibility. So apparently, transgender Americans shape our nation's soul.
No,
they don't.
No.
As kids, they deserve what every child deserves: the chance to learn in safe, supportive schools. There's no such thing as trans kids. They're just they're just male and female kids. Jesus Christ! Like fucking Biden, man. Jesus Christ.
And naturally, it's not actually Biden; it's his administration.
Yeah.
Because he's not controlling it.
Boss, we need you to sign this.
Why are you nervous?
Basically.
Why are you nervous?
But I meant I've never met anyone that's not. I can't really explain.
He wanted to say normal. He was going to say normal.
I think he's just like, Didn't expect to see a faggot there.
I'm too young to be cancelled.
Is this your first time seeing a drag queen?
Yes.
How does that make you feel?
Creepy.
Excited, but a little bit nervous. I'm a little bit nervous.
As you should be.
As you should be, because you're being recorded.
And what do you think?
I think it's cool.
It's great.
Oh,
yeah.
Why
poor
are
sweet
you
child.
nervous?
She was looking down when she said that.
Yeah, she's trying to be nice.
Different, and new. Yeah.
Do you think that boy can wear makeup?
Yes.
And would you agree that makeup is for everyone?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Where do you buy your drag clothes?
This is I bought this at Value Village.
I'm gonna throw up.
Secondhand. I make a lot of it, and sometimes I'll buy things secondhand and I'll
That kid's
alter
gonna be
them
remembered
to make
forever.
them more drag.
Yeah. He really does not want to be there, and he's just being very polite.
Speaking of men look better with makeup, apparently men look more masculine when they wear makeup, according to a study.
Bullshit.
A study.
I will take that back. If applied properly, yes. But not here.
Is there something you need to tell us, RC?
Yeah. Minimal makeup.
You
Can't you see it?
You put on a little foundation before you leave the house?
Yeah. Can't you see my hairs in my profile picture? Fucking fabulous. I look fabulous.
Very, very, very good fur. Not fur, fucking feathers. Yes. So yes, the study originally published in PLOS 1 PLOS 1 set out to examine whether the positive effect of makeup in regards to women can also be extended to male faces. To go about answering the question, researchers Carlotta Batres and Hannah Robinson got together a group of 20 men who they photographed twice. The first shot showed the individual without wearing any cosmetics, while the second showed the same man donning makeup that was applied by a professional makeup artist. Cumming was told to sort the 20 men out with some super subtle makeup without making it too noticeable that they were wearing it. The paper details that she was instructed to, quote, increase skin homogeneity, decrease facial contrast, so skin homogeneity, so even out her skin, even out the skin, decrease facial contrast and accentuate the bone structure without being too obvious that the targets were wearing makeup. I'm sorry, I can tell. Like I can see, like this is really fucking shiny, and you can see that, like, yeah. Amazing. Concealer works.
Yeah, it just evens out the coloring.
Yeah. So,
but as men,
study found that
really
makeup makes faces appear more masculine. Okay. No, I'm not gonna. I see through your attempt to sell me makeup.
There's an entire art form about makeup. There's an entire
some of the greatest
about the skill of applying. Jeremy Renner was a makeup artist.
Some of the greatest makeup artists in the world are men.
Correct. Jeremy Renner was
just
a makeup
like the
artist
greatest chefs are men.
Yep, the greatest chefs are men. Men do everything better.
And you know why men do everything better? Because men also do everything worse.
Yes.
Because
men do everything.
It's called a wider distribution curve.
Yes.
Yeah.
Means there's more exceptional men and more idiots.
Yes. Thank you for telling us that makeup can make people, look different.
We're well aware of that.
Meanwhile, see this guy should have.
I would agree. I would laugh if men's makeup was so much cheaper.
Oh, that would be fucking hilarious.
If
they took off the pink tax and just gave it to men at like the normal cost. Oh, that'd be fucking. Oh. The women would be buying the men's makeup, but they wouldn't because it's men's makeup.
They wouldn't because
no, they wouldn't.
If that was the case, they would buy men's
because there's a limited number of women who buy men's shaving gear, which I will say is 100% cheap. Well, depending on how you shave, if you shave with disposable razors, it is cheaper. If you shave with a Badger and Blade, it is not cheaper. And if you're a woman and you're shaving with fucking Badger and Blade, then good luck to you.
Good luck getting into those crevices.
I know it says it's a safety razor, but it's not.
I was going to ask if it's a safety razor. Yeah. Just go with your Schick or your Gillette and just stick with that. Just
yes.
Yeah.
No, don't buy Gillette. Go to Harry's Razors. Fuck Gillette.
Who's Harry's Razors?
Harry's Razors.
Well, we're
Actually,
not doing Jeremy's.
Jeremy's
fuck
Razors.
Jeremy's. Yeah, fuck Jeremy's. Go to Harry's.
Harry's is owned by. I think Harry's got bought by Unilever anyway.
Yeah,
which means Gillette owned the Unilever owns Gillette and Unilever also owns Harry's. I think
So they all are in there. Like, Unilever owns a fucking.
But yes,
everything.
a teen Pokemon player has been booted from a tournament after laughing at a pronoun question.
Yeah, he was asked what his pronouns
were. Yes,
and so he nervously laughed.
Teenager Makai Tran detailed his disqualification from Pokemon trading card tournament in Charlotte after appearing to laugh after being asked his pronouns by a judge.
Mm-hmm.
According to Tran's account, that's great, fantastic that it was pronouns and the guy's name's Tran. According to Tran's account on social media, he appears to have made the judge of the 6th round uncomfortable after giving an awkward laugh upon being asked his pronouns. On our way over to the stream area, the judge asked us for our preferred pronouns. I said he or him, and I paused to try and think of the third pronoun being his. As I just stood there looking stupid, trying to think of the third pronoun, I felt embarrassed because I was failing to think of a simple word. Due to the nerves and me being embarrassed, I let out a little laugh, just a normal nervous laugh. My response together ended up being he or him or his. Tran recounted. He described a follow-up situation where the judge once again asked him and his fellow player Alex Shemansky for their pronouns. Tran admitted that he laughed at the end of his answer once again because of his nerves. The little laugh at the end was because I was trying to not be awkward. You're at a fucking Pokemon competition,
but you're
really
in America. You're in America. You're in America. You're a gamer in America. You better learn them pronouns, boy.
Yeah,
you better learn them pronouns.
So
Nintendo is slowly going work.
The judge apparently responded, "Okay, just wanted to check to be safe. I go by they them, so don't be a jerk about it." Of course, they go by fucking they.
Yeah,
of course.
After the encounter, Tran was confronted by the head judge prior to a game, who asked him exactly what he said to the previous judge. Tran explained his answer while admitting that his nerves caused him to laugh, leading the head judge to escort him off the game stage. He described, "This is where it really escalated. The head judge tells me that he was sorry and that it sucked, but I was disqualified due to Pokemon's policy."
Yeah, the Pokemon. Yeah,
I'm at the verge of tears, but I try my best to keep my composure. I couldn't understand what was happening. Was the judge not listening to anything I just told him? Was he trying to look at my side of the story at all? No, of course not.
No. It's you came across as again. It's a person who can't comprehend reality and thinks they are they them, and so they took it as an offense, and therefore you got banned. The Pokemon Company is slowly going work.
You weren't part of the ideology, so you got kicked out.
Yeah, exactly.
Tran emphasized his frustration at the news, repeatedly stressing that he'd never had a problem using pronouns. The amount of frustration I felt and still feel is just insane. I've never been treated so unbelievably fairly and had such an opportunity taken from me. He should have fucking immediately pulled the fucking anti-Asian race card. This is an outrage. This is racist. This is anti-Asian racism. This is because my competitor is white. He should have fucking thrown that card down straight away. Should have activated his trap card.
And in his defense, I bet the judge was probably Asian too.
Doesn't matter.
Also, in his defense,
I know
this is not.
They should have just done something. Yeah, it's just yeah. But again, the Pokemon Company is slowly going woke because it's being corrupted also by American ideologies and again.
Yes, the American branch is definitely
American branch of the Pokemon Company.
After Tran posted his account, a friend of his started a GoFundMe to help refund his travel expenses. As of Tuesday, the fund raised approximately $2,600 after an initial $1,500 goal. A Pokemon tournament judge named Will Post later responded to the story on Twitter, appearing to agree with the decision to disqualify Tran. Whether you agree/disagree with the ruling, a Pokemon judge should not have to worry about people coming to workplace over a call they were involved in at a Pokemon tournament. If you think doxing people over a judge's calls is the right play, go home and rethink your life. Post in a now deleted tweet.
Yeah. So this is again. It's basically it's the same.
I cannot wrap my head around the fucking awesome names in this.
Yes.
The guy's name is Tran.
Yep.
And it's a story about pronouns. And the person who posted a shitty tweet is named Will Post.
Yes.
Like, this is...
Is this a joke? Is this an April Fool's?
Yeah,
March 29.
It's not a joke.
No.
It's
not
not
an
a,
April
it's
Fool's
not a
joke.
joke. It's just
It's
gaming.
fucking perfect.
It's just
perfect. Yeah.
It's just gaming. This is it. Again, this is it's the same shit that happens in Magic the Gathering.
The community complains about the quality
Basically
of
same
judge
community,
calls
really.
all the time.
Basically.
I promise no quality judge wants the pressure of breaking even, taking a lead role in an event to worry about their safety and professional life. No, you fuckwit. This wasn't even a fucking line ball call. This was fucking a ridiculous call. Like fucking Christ. I've been on 3 college tours in 3 states with my daughter now. All asked for pronouns and presenters gave theirs. We, all attendees, were told if we had a problem with that, students could be denied admission. Nice to see low threat environment that opens discussion on colleges these days. Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Ha! I work at a Fortune 50 company and won't hire anyone that feels the need to put pronouns on their resume or LinkedIn profiles. My personal way of combating this craziness and preventing it spread just a little. Absolutely.
Yes.
Motherfuckers, people like I don't hire people, but I get final say. And if I check your LinkedIn, if I see that you're one of those fucking people, I'm picking someone else.
Mm-hmm.
Picking someone that's more qualified. Or
Meanwhile, at my work, everyone's
No.
fit. Yeah.
I don't
Everyone's
care.
putting the pronouns in their signature.
For the most part, the qualifications are irrelevant. If I'm hiring, it's irrelevant. So
yeah,
it'll go down to what we refer to as what's it called? Fit. Cultural fit.
Cultural, yeah, a good fit or cultural fit.
Cultural fitting within the team's culture, and that won't work. Our gay quota is already taken up.
Of course, but yeah, that's what we should be doing as individuals.
That's how you can end wokeness.
As an individual, make sure that they're not hired. Push them out to the outskirts.
Yeah.
Gatekeep your communities.
Yeah, gatekeep your communities. There's nothing wrong with gatekeeping because when you let these people in, they take over your community and destroy it from within.
And here's an example right now.
Tombolo says, re Pokemon, the judge that got into that position to hold the power of the people, their pronouns are the power play. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's a lot of it is power play.
Yeah.
And the whole well, I'm non-binary, you have to respect my ex is a power play. That's entirely, it's a way to bring them above you, to make you genuflect to their position that they like, to make them feel comfortable.
And unfortunately, that's been part of gaming since I've been in gaming.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
There's always been people who
fuck
want
that
to
bundle
power
of
play.
sticks shit.
Yeah.
Many of these disgusting and insinuating attacks on trans and LGBT people are actually projections of what predatory, cisgender, and often straight men do when left alone in the presence of women, or sometimes horribly children. So instead of getting you to challenge the patriarchy, they're trying to get you to challenge the very gender expressiveness that challenges patriarchy. Don't get it twisted, because a lot of people attacking drag are projecting.
I don't care about drag. Just leave it away.
Yeah,
Keep it away from the kids.
Stay away from the fucking kids.
Yeah, stay away from the goddamn
Schools
kids.
should stop fucking
How hard is it?
embracing this bullshit.
How hard is it to stay away from the kids?
So-
with the drag shows.
You may notice something about these
There's one man
general
and he's not
surgery
even white.
admissions.
Yeah, there's one man and he's not white.
No, he's Asian. He's white.
That's why I said, oh shit. Yeah, fair enough.
This guy's Asian. That's white.
Yeah, he's white. Okay.
White is Asian.
Yeah, no,
Asian's
my
white.
mistake. My mistake.
So,
Only the best, really.
well,
yeah.
Yeah, equity
Yeah.
coming to a certain
Yeah, I got nothing on that.
Go to
I'm
a
sure-
third world country because they'll be trained so much better.
I'm reticent always to use Timcast, but yes, Build a Bear introduces Drag Queen Bear based on RuPaul.
Yeah, especially when Cassandra's writing it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's Cassandra's. Yep.
Well, we all know that everyone.
But
on
it's
Timcast is
sourced
retards.
from from Matt Walsh, so I'll go to the source.
Yep.
So there you go.
Yeah,
RuPaul Bear, you in the bear cave.
Yeah.
Whatever. Ridiculous.
Yep.
What the fuck just happened there? Well, I lost my place. God damn it.
Rip.
There it is. The bear.
Yes. So yeah. Not bad. What was that other? Oh, there's another article like months ago that had a bear in bondage.
Oh yeah, fucking bondage bears, man. This was great. Like, I love J.K. Rowling. Like, she comes back at these people so fucking well.
My favorite turf.
The balmy.
Yes, she is my favorite turf as well. Actually, no, that's not true. My favorite turf is my wife.
The balmy.
Fair.
Sunday, and
Fair.
I've just been reflecting on some of this hate that we've been.
This is an Australian,
seeing
by
of
the way.
late, and I think it's just really important if we're going to return to this kind of time where hate is emboldened and people march on the street against the existence of others.
She looks like every butch Aussie lesbian I've ever
We've
seen.
got Christo-fascist cookers.
Cookers! Fucking up the cookers.
Few
Or
books
up the cookers can't.
out of school libraries and off the shelves of Kmart. I thought maybe it'd be a good time to remind everyone, if we're going to be in the business of book burning, let's make sure we're burning the right books.
Book burning
Of course,
is retarded.
book burning is a somewhat
Yeah.
inflammatory gesture, one not to be encouraged. I understand that the writer of this book is worshipped by many trans-exclusionary radical fascists. This day.
But the Goblet of Fire was like one
There's
of
no
those
F there.
books.
I was going to be like, T-E-R. It's gonna be
But,
like,
like,
it's
the
all
Goblet
it's
of
all
Fire-
code.
Dangerous tome authored by an obsessed bigot who needs a new hobby is in homes all over the world. The burning question is, won't somebody think of the children? What will come of their exposure to the dangerous ideas espoused by right-wing nutjobs? If parents are allowed to spew vile identity-based hate, one has to wonder, is the harm kids face really the mere existence of non-het, non-cis people, or is it in the rhetoric they are subjected to in their own homes and places of worship? While the media fans the flames of non-issues about trans people playing sport and which toilet people piss in to flog newspaper subscriptions and boost pitiful ratings, it's pretty clear that driving people towards religious institutions obsessed with covering up abuse
it's Tess Hall.
perpetrated by evil
I
men in
didn't
dresses
recognise her
is a
face.
bad idea.
This is
don't
the
recognise-
whore that's going after Rukshan. Because Rukshan, the real Rukshan Fernando, whatever his name is.
Ally.
The real Rukshan.
activist.
Yeah.
You keep saying names I do not know who that is.
I thought you guys might have known who Rukshan is, at least anyway. She's going after a Sri Lankan immigrant who was raised in Australia because he doesn't subscribe to the right ideas. I think he has another.
okay.
He has the real Rukshan. I think he had another name. Hang on.
Anyways,
Hang
she's
on.
clearly burning the best book out of the Harry Potter series. The fourth
Yeah.
book is the best one.
Transgender woman posts sobbing selfie in JFK bathroom after claiming female TSA agent punched her testicles and left her in extreme pain.
Base TSA agent.
Yeah, I think it's that guy, Eric. Yeah. The guy who went after Jim Jeffries for something.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah, the Rukshan Fernando.
I mean, who
Yeah.
doesn't go after Jim Jeffries?
He's a Sri Lankan Aussie content creator, but she's blocked me now because I called her a commie and called her basically a massa. She's
Yes, a massa.
Yes, a massa. Yeah, she's
Massa?
she's going after minorities for not towing the ideological line. So she blocked me. Good.
But yes, so a transgender woman was left in tears at JK Rowling Airport, if only, after she claimed the TSA agent punched her. Can you imagine if there were if Scotland or something built a new fucking airport and called it JK Rowling Airport, like JK Rowling International, there would be rolling protests.
You
Just
mean
out the
dead
front
ends?
of trans people,
just dead ends and
God.
just people just walking around the trans activists. Yeah, it'll be good.
But yes, the unidentified flyer took to social media to vent about the incident in which she said the agent humiliated her in front of everyone in a series of posts that have since been deleted. Hi, so TSA agent at JFK Airport punched me in the genitalia, yelled at me for having a penis, and humiliated me in front of everyone after I told her to please stop. She captioned a photo in the airport bathroom, according to it. Which airport bathroom was she in? But the embarrassment didn't stop there, according to the woman. TSA agent followed me in the women's bathroom again, talking about me to a coworker while I sobbed in a store. She wrote, asking friends on the internet for advice of what she should do.
Don't go to an airport.
Well, Jesus fucking Christ. In a follow-up post, she said she was left crying for over an hour and said, my balls still hurt so bad. I'm pretty sure the TSA agent, who was a woman, didn't want to have to be fucking fondling a guy's balls.
And that's why she got pissed. Yes.
This is so fucking great. She claimed her balls hurt so bad after the alleged assault.
Let me guess. She asked for a female TSA agent.
Yeah. We apologize again for your experience. The airport tweeted in response. Your comments have been noted and shared.
Ah, yes. The perfect response.
The bot response.
Yep. We acknowledge your tweet. Not doing shit about it.
So Billboard Chris was at an event. Do you know who Billboard Chris is? Billboard Chris is the guy that wears billboards. Yeah, he wears a billboard that says, let kids be kids, children can't be transitioned, that kind of stuff.
Let me guess, his first name is Chris?
His first name is Chris. Yes, that's a good guess. How did you guess
deduction.
That?
I love the deduction.
But yes, he travels around North America wearing his sandwich board. So...
Why do you think they're getting that kind of representation? I mean, it's clearly was aggressive, violent assault.
You suck. Fuck you. Fuck you. You're not wanted. Fuck you.
You sound like Moist Critical. How dare you?
I don't know what to say. I guess
you sound like Charlie.
They're mostly indoctrinated as well. They're afraid of the mob. I think they're afraid that if they do anything to actually keep law and order, that they'll end up being on the end of this verbal abuse. So it's just cowardice from everybody all around.
People probably want to know, how do you keep your composure?
Fuck you! What's that?
How do you keep your composure?
Fuck you! 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 Hey! Get the fuck out!
Hang on, what was the what?
Fuck you!
It just boiled over. It just.
Oh, he did.
He put a hand.
He grabbed
on her to back her.
to push her away. Yeah.
He put his hand on
away.
her chest. Its chest, their chest, whatever. He tried to get her out of his personal space. But then, she punched him, and
Naturally. Like, at this point, you basically give him no choice. Like, any movement, he's going to touch you.
Yeah. You do.
And that's the excuse they want.
Yeah.
Oh, he assaulted me first. No, you were in his personal space. But it's Canada. He'll get in trouble.
My brother's piece.
I'm sorry, but when she got in his face and was yelling at him, that's battery. You don't have to.
Not in
you don't have
Canada.
to. Well, it depends.
I mean, maybe it is. Maybe
probably is.
Maybe
is in Vancouver. Yeah.
Maybe legally it is, but we know it won't be
in Vancouver, in British Columbia.
Yeah, I think that's a really good
the worst fucking
point
Canadian accent.
where one person starts to chant and builds it up to the point where they are like get to violence.
And he explains it right here. The cops just let it happen. The cops are on the trans side.
Naturally.
Yeah, she was laughing as she watched me get assaulted. She says it was a mutual fight.
I love the police. My brother's a police officer.
There was your first mistake.
Yep.
100%.
There we go.
Yep.
I respect law and order. I respect our set of rights and freedoms. And I'm not trying to be a jerk to you earlier today. I don't think a lot of you understand what I'm actually representing and the seriousness of this situation. But it is what it is, I guess. This is Canada, and people shouldn't be allowed to assault people without consequence,
I agree, Chris, but the thing is, right, when we get into people's faces and they get into our faces, it doesn't really matter who does the first push. It's considered a consensual fight, and maybe that's something you should.
I didn't. No. I didn't get into people's faces. I was
Chris,
here
I
for.
saw you
You
get
weren't.
very close to people.
You weren't here.
And
You weren't even here.
I was.
I came and walked. I came out. I came over to your car.
Yes, that first time.
After.
But the second time.
The second time, what?
When you were pushed on the ground.
Are you kidding me? I'd been walking away from them.
Yeah, and they surrounded
to do it.
You know what I would love? I would love if you could use police statements like this as evidence in court. So when the same circumstances occur and you get arrested, you play this content and case dismissed. Like, the cops should be able to get fucked by their own goddamn words.
But we know that's not how it works.
No, of course it's not how it works. Because the cops have no liability. They can do whatever they want. They don't have to have a reason to arrest you. They can invent one. That you have no fucking rights.
And they don't have to intervene.
Yeah. And they can let you be assaulted.
They came close. I walked away again to do the interview with him.
All I'm saying is at this point, maybe
They
you
surrounded-
should ask your brother what a consensual fight
No.
is, right?
Oh my gosh. This is unbelievable. I walked away from them 3 times. They were surrounding me. You all were doing nothing. A man yelled in my ear from inches away, and I tried to get out of this situation where they're surrounding me while you guys do nothing, and I immediately get punched in the face. And you're blaming me?
And whoever punched you should be charged.
Are you kidding me right now?
You punched me in the face.
This is totally surreal. I cannot believe what I'm hearing. Amazing. Amazing. Totally amazing. Do you even know what, why are you behaving like this? Do you think I'm evil or something for having this position? Like, what's your problem?
Yeah, you are female. And this should be an issue for you.
This has nothing to do with you, okay?
What happened? Right,
Speaking to
I'm
the
a
victim.
female. It has nothing to do with me, this trans thing. No, nothing to do with women.
I'm talking to somebody else about something, okay?
It doesn't. These conversations are pointless right
That's
now.
right.
You're trying
Nothing to do with
now.
you,
You're trying to
woman.
insinuate that was a mutual thing. Like, my gosh, mutual thing. I'd walked away from the crowd 3 times. They kept following me. Then they surrounded me from all sides, started yelling in my ear from inches away, while you all did nothing. And then when I can't even get out of that surrounding, and I get punched in the face, I get pulled. You're telling me that's a mutual engagement?
Yes, it is.
Incredible.
You know who can never be involved in a mutual engagement? The cops.
Yeah.
Because if you get in the cop's face and they punch you, that's not a mutual engagement. You've assaulted them.
You've injured their hand.
You've injured their hand, yeah. You got in their personal space. It's such fucking bullshit. I fucking hate the police with every fiber of my being.
Yeah.
And I live in a state that is ostensibly a police state. You have no right. You have no right to refuse a search. You have no right to privacy. If the police want to strip search you, they will do it on the spot. They are never held to account. They are above the law in almost every circumstance in New South Wales. Yeah, fuck the blue Costy.
Strip searching pre-pit.
They love strip searching children. Yes.
Yes.
New South Wales strip searches an average of 1 child per day. So we have magistrates who are allowed to issue warrants that apply to an entire area. So if there is a concert, the police can go to a magistrate, and which is just the lowest form of judge. So they can go to a local magistrate and say, we want a search warrant for this event, and it covers the length of the event, and it covers everybody coming in or out of the event. So if you go to a concert, like a 3-day concert, police have a warrant, so they can search anything coming or going, anybody there at any time for any reason. They can do the same. They can strip search you as well, and they do. Like, people really don't understand. Like, people in Australia are just so fucking acclimated to the the rampant abuse of police power, just nation fucking wide, that nobody gives a fuck. Everybody's just used to it.
It's normal to us. We look at other countries and don't understand, and we see what we look at cops that in other countries that don't do this sort of thing, and we're like, why the fuck aren't the cops doing anything? And it's just like, cops aren't supposed to do these kinds of things.
Yeah,
we're used to it.
Supposed to do
We are used to have to police exceeding the standards of policing and basically becoming a force unto themselves. And again, I'm with Eric. I don't hate cops inherently, but I'm starting to dislike them even more and more. I know several police personally, but it's hard. It's hard for me. It's
Eric. Yeah. I appreciate that there are cops who try to make a difference. The problem is those fucking cops will back the bad cops every fucking time.
Yeah, it's
because and there are, like, not to take the fucking like BLM words, but there is no such thing as a good cop. Because if there were such thing as a good cop, they wouldn't be a cop for long. Because the second they were told or given orders to do something that is unjust, they'd fucking quit on the spot, and they don't.
No, they don't. It's basically a barrel of rotten apples with a couple of fresh apples put in.
Yeah.
You're not going to take that fresh apple and eat it after that.
Yeah.
It's been tainted.
It's fucked.
So the whole, that
and
whole,
there is no accountability. None. Because in Australia, especially, because who decides who gets prosecuted? The police prosecutor. We don't have fucking DAs who, convene a grand jury and then the grand jury decides.
We don't have grand juries in Australia.
We don't have grand juries at all. Yeah. We have a police prosecutor who works closely with the police and relies on the police to do his fucking job. And in most cases used to be fucking police. It's usually a cop who's gone and got his law degree while on the job and then moves over to the Department of Police Prosecutions. So it's this fucking incestuous little fucking group that's designed entirely to protect itself.
Yeah. And in terms of internal affairs, that's just the cops looking over the cops. Like, it's just cops versus cop.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're just revealing their own work.
I have met plenty of bent dog squad cops. Like, the coppers in the dog squad are just as fucking bent as regular coppers. So they're all trash. Get rid of fucking police department. All police departments should be abolished. Replace police departments with elected fucking sheriffs, so that they have to appeal to the local community. Because the idea of we elect a government to handle all these things, no, fuck that. Policing's too important and has far too high an impact on the public.
And
there should be no police departments. There should be fucking sheriff's departments.
During the lockdowns, police beating up people, ripping people from their homes.
Yep. Why aren't you wearing a mask? Like, not wearing a mask in public, that's a beating.
Yeah.
Being outside your area of fucking Victoria, that's a beating.
Sitting down having a coffee, that's a beating.
Eric,
no, of course sheriffs can be corrupt, but if the police commissioner is corrupt, I need the government to fucking get rid of him. If the sheriff's corrupt, the people can vote him out.
People can vote him out. Yeah.
That's the problem. There's a power imbalance there because the police protect the government. So the government has no interest to go against the police. But I want the police to have no interest of going against the public. That's where that imbalance is.
It's the old turn the corner approach. If you don't actually actively see anything happening, you just keep patrolling. You don't have to go looking for crime. You're supposed to respond to crime, not look for it.
Yeah. Anyway, New York City teacher accused of sexual relationship with mentally ill student. So a teacher is under investigation in the Bronx and Staten Island amid accusations she had a long sexual relationship with a mentally ill 16-year-old student at school at a school for children with special needs. Jesus fucking Christ!
Damn it!
A biology teacher,
yes,
who's married with 3 children, had sex with a teen in her car at least a dozen times and sent him nude and erotic poses among scores of inappropriate texts.
Who is scanning the QR code?
According to allegations by the boy's mum and of documents obtained by the Post. Oh, God.
Yeah, it's just...
She once allegedly chastised the boy for ignoring her during a school vacation.
Sometimes I just shake my head. What the hell is wrong with these women?
Quote, in January, she allegedly responded to messages from the teen pleading for a response, telling him, quote, throughout the whole vacation, you've shut me out. The only time you'd hit me up was when you wanted to tell me you're crushing on other teachers. I'm not a piece of ass with no feelings. Holy shit, man. You texted this kid that. Are you fucking retarded?
Really? Seriously?
Oh, God. Wearing a fucking tiara. That's a wedding photo. No.
Is it?
It looks like she's wearing a veil.
Yeah, it's a veil, but oh my God.
God damn it. You're under. So she replied, they're saying we're too close, that it was pretty much like us being in a relationship. And that's like against everything. 1, because you're underage, and 2, because I'm your teacher. Oh my God. The teen suffers from a combination of schizophrenia and mood disorder. Oh my God. She has BPD?
Of course.
Does it say that in here, or are you just making a assertion? I mean, I don't doubt it, but if my son was not an African American boy and the genders were reversed, the teacher would already be in handcuffs.
Yeah,
he's black. He's black.
She wanted that black D.
Oh, of course.
God, it's
once you go black, once you go
straight to fucking jail.
Yep, straight to jail.
Is her husband black?
No.
By the looks of her pictures.
But her husband's being cucked by a black school kid.
So. Well, that's part of the course.
And special needs. So it's like, what the hell?
He doesn't have special. The only special he needs is some of that.
She was certainly attending to his special needs.
Yeah. Oh God.
Oh, that's fucking terrible. Yeah, we are all kids matter, aren't you?
All kids matter. Yeah, stop sleeping with your goddamn students, please.
Yes,
just stop.
Please don't. Yeah, at least wait till you're in college when it's fine.
Yeah, wait till they graduate high school, and you can go bang them after prom when they're no longer at the school.
Where at worst you'll just get fired.
Yeah, I can't wait until the popular opinion is teachers are pedophiles. Like they're doing with the
your
priests
children well.
Oh no.
Yeah. That's where it's all coming from nowadays. It's the teachers.
That's my understanding, is that most pedophilia actually happens in the schools. It's not the churches. The churches are no more or less pedophilic than greater society.
Yeah.
It mostly comes from schools.
Yeah, I just hope that becomes the popular opinion.
Yeah.
I.e. the correct opinion.
Mm-hmm.
It's actual facts. Anyways.
This is verbal sexual abuse. Furious Oregon father slams school board over assignment asking teens to state sexual fantasies.
Yep, I agree.
What in the hell?
Yep, now we're getting to the grooming part.
It's a Rumble.
Many of you know me, so...
Many of you know him. Why?
Shout out to Rumble.
Good evening. Many of you know me, so I am here to discuss this atrocity of assignments. I want to first state you're alive.
Hold the fuck on. Atrocity of assignments.
I think for what the assignment contains.
No, I know, but...
Oh, yeah.
Atrocity is a pretty fucking heavy word.
Mm.
It's not a rumor. I have the proof right here in my phone.
It's not a rumor.
With whom would you do it with? And my daughter specifically stated that the teacher put up a wheel on the classboard and it stated anal penetration, oral sex, licking of ear, kissing, and he wanted them to write down the initials of a boy or girl that they would do these acts activities
What the
with.
fuck?
Now, I don't know what's worse, wanting to know my child's sexual fantasy or who they're going to have anal penetration and oral sex with.
In my culture, I would be well within my rights to dismember you.
Get him, Kratos.
Yes.
Get him.
Like,
Get him.
what the fuck? Why are schools why are
Straight to the
schools
wood
doing this
chipper.
shit? Like, what the fuck?
Kids are old enough to learn about sex as soon as they start school, don't you know?
Yeah.
It's this grooming agenda that's seeping into
Oh
the
yeah,
schools.
but they're not grooming kids. They're not grooming
No,
kids.
kids are sexually aware at the age of 5, don't you know?
Shut the fuck up. But yes.
That's the agenda.
I know.
Yeah, what's the meme? It's not that difficult. They just want to fuck kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've said before, I thought they'd go for animals first. I guess I was wrong.
I mean,
they tried that once.
They tried that.
Cenk is disappointed.
Yeah, poor Cenk.
Yeah.
Armenians most affected.
What is he gaining?
Or Turkish most
What
affected.
do you gain from this information? Why has my
Like, that's legit. Like, if you're a male teacher and you're handing out an assignment like that, how do you not feel fucking weird asking girls in high school?
Because there is no male teachers anymore.
Yeah, Jesus fucking hell.
Well, there are male teachers, but
Not
they're all
permanent, though.
they're all groomers. They're all pedophiles.
Well, then they should be male teachers. They should be cut up and mailed.
Touche.
my daughter that
In Minecraft, of course.
naively did
Maybe
the
turned into
assignment
diamonds.
because she's scared. She wants to get
Is that a
good
thing?
grades. She wants to be, get her license. She has to get good grades. And so she does this assignment. Where's the assignment? Why hasn't she had it turned back to her with her grade on it? What is he doing with it? Is this for his spank bank?
Beating off.
Is he literally using this for his sexual
The teacher is
deviance?
probably going to
These are
deny that
questions
there
that
is
need
any
to be
such
answered.
assignment,
He-
precisely because the daughter can't prove it. The daughter hasn't gotten it back. So
If the rest of the kids in the class say exactly the same thing,
yes, that's how it will go. That's what you'd have to get. Yeah.
He
But still,
verbally
they can still deny.
verbally, sexually abused every single child in that classroom. You look up the definition. I gave you the paper for the definition of verbal sexual abuse. Now, sexual abuse is sexual abuse. So where's the criminal charges? Why is he still teaching? Is it because he's the football coach and Churchill's doing good? Don't want to lose that hype? Because football doesn't
got called
matter
out.
when it comes to our children. Okay? This sexual deviant needs to be removed. If you do not remove him, I am giving you my word today that tomorrow morning I will go down to the county clerk's office and I will file for the removal of every single one of you. Yeah.
and that, my friends, is why. No, don't autoplay. God damn it!
Do we have an update to the story, or is this
No, this was
quite new?
Well, I don't know if there's an update, but so this is the photo. This is the. He posted this on the thing. Not sure if this kind of photo is meant to be posted here. Shown as an assignment given to high school students at Churchill High School in Eugene. This was given by Mr. Miller, a health teacher and a football coach. Why a teacher and coach feel entitled to the sexual fantasies of minor age male and female students is beyond my understanding. It's clearly inappropriate. Blah blah blah. For those students who are absent, you will write a story of a paragraph or two. This story is a sexual fantasy that will have no penetration of any kind or oral sex, no way of passing an STI. You will choose 3 items: romantic music, candles, massage oil, feathers, feather boa, flavored syrup, etc., to use in your story. Your story should show that you can show how to receive loving physical affection without having sex. That's really fucking weird.
Yep.
Like, that's really, really fucking weird. What? Apparently, it was originally taken from the Our Whole Lives Sexuality Education for Grades 10 to 12 guidebook, which is utilized across many school districts in Oregon.
So you're saying it's not the teachers' will?
It's
actually
literally in the curriculum.
Oh my god!
Let's see if I can find this guidebook. God, my mouse is just a fucking pain in the ass.
Of course, it's part of the curriculum now. And so, yeah. I fucking hate all this shit.
It's from UNESCO.
Yeah, like, why would you send your child to these institutions, really? They're going to mess up your child and essentially just make your child hate you as the parent.
Well, I imagine you send your kids to these institutions because they're the public fucking schools. Like,
To be educated?
The idea is you're supposed to send them there, but fucking hell.
I know. You'd expect to get educated in numeracy, literacy, the sciences,
Reading, writing, and arithmetic, not reading, writing, and railing your teachers.
God damn. Yep. So yeah, I feel for the children raising in this environment.
So this is outside of my wheelhouse because I don't know who Uncle Iro is.
This is in my wheelhouse. This will be in the wheelhouse of millennial.
I figured this is some weird bullshit.
Not quite. Not quite. Avatar is an American cartoon, but it's heavily anime based. But Avatar: The Last Airbender, Uncle Iroh. So Greg Baldwin. I didn't actually know who this guy was until I saw this, but apparently he's also Aku from Samurai Jack. But he's a nobody. He's a nobody, but he voiced some very important characters to some kids. He's just coming out in support of the Trans Day visibility, like every other woke actor.
I'm your ally. I am your friend. I fight the monster beside you.
Yeah.
I may be old, but I'm scrappy. I think you're very wise to choose happiness and love.
Yes, Aku supports trans people. Yes, Uncle Iroh supports trans people.
Excuse me a minute. Gives a middle finger to J.K. Rowling. A word to the monsters. If you come here to spew your bile, your reply will be hidden and you'll be summarily blocked. I don't give a shit about your hateful opinions or your sad little life. To reiterate, middle finger. Blocking bigots and simpletons is fun. Plus, it costs Elon money.
No, it doesn't. What are you talking about?
Attention monsters, calling me a groomer isn't the flex you think it is. I've always prided myself on grooming. My hair and mustache are neatly trimmed. My clothing clean with a certain sartorial flair. Google sartorial, lots of letters. Here's 3 more. Go fuck yourself. Totally not unhinged. Like
totally not mad.
Yeah, I'm not molding at all. One more for the bigots and simpletons. I've been dealing with you ignorant bullies since the 1970s. Bullied in school. No fucking shock.
Bullied. Of course. Well, we're here to bully you some more.
No, he didn't.
Dave.
Greg Baldwin is. No, Dave is right. The original voice of Iroh died. Apparently, because there are 2 Avatar series. This guy's the second voice of Iroh. Apparently, Dave. I didn't. I'm only looking at that now. So from book 3 of Avatar onwards. And in Legend of Korra, he was the voice of Iroh. But yeah, the original, so you know the actor Mako, the Japanese actor.
Oh yeah, Mako, yeah.
Mako, yeah, he was the original voice of Iroh. Mako died a long time ago, yeah.
Yeah.
But this guy replaced Mako, apparently. I didn't know that till now. I just looked it up, only because Dave brought it up. It was a show made by Cartoon Network, so that explains fucking everything.
Yep.
Cartoon Network is all about the truth. Steven fucking Universe, fucking burn in hell.
I don't mute the audio because there's no actual audio. Like it's just music.
Yeah, screw that.
Also, CM will strike you.
And I've already had a copyright strike this week, so I really don't want another one.
But yeah, Cartoon Network is all about the true and shine.
Yeah, it turns out storm chasers are faggots.
Yep.
Who are storm chasers? Sorry?
People who chase storms.
I thought that was like a reference to something.
No, storm chasers are faggots because they're the one that copy struck me.
Okay.
Yes,
Gotcha.
So, meanwhile, I'm engaged to my favorite high school teacher. No, I wasn't groomed. Oh, god damn it. I just fucking closed the fucking tab like an idiot. Where is it? Where is it? Reopen, close tab. God damn you, fucking Edge. Reopen, close tab. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, this is what happens when you use Edge.
No, well, Edge works better.
Works better until it doesn't.
No, it's when you don't pay attention. So I'm engaged to my favorite high school teacher. No, I wasn't groomed. A former, quote, teacher's pet got engaged to a high school teacher over a decade later. Says she and her fiance are targeted by trolls who disapprove of their relationship. Monica Ketchum, from 31 from Grand Rapids, Michigan, decided to search for her favorite school teacher, Michelle Foster, on Facebook to see how she was. Well, no, of course, that's not fucking grooming. It's fucking 10 years after she left school.
Yeah, that's not a grooming thing.
Yeah.
It's weird, but not grooming.
Yeah, it's just two happy lesbians, whatever. Don't troll these people. I mean, troll her for a Karen haircut, but that's it.
Like, I'm still laughing. Her last name is Ketchum. I didn't realize that was a real last name.
Gotta catch 'em.
Gotta groom them on.
Becky Moon.
Groom them on. Who's that?
Moon. They look like a perfectly nice couple. Again, no with the fucking Karen hairstyle. So don't troll these people. There's no need to troll those people.
But we're not telling you what to do, so you know.
Oh yeah, if you want to troll them, go right ahead. I don't control you. So, where was it? So I think it's time for Aussie news. Oh, I didn't upload it. Never mind. It's time for Aussie news. I really don't feel like uploading it right now. I guess all news is Aussie news right now.
Correct.
So yes, chilling moments. 12-year-old boy is dragged from his home by a masked man just minutes after his younger brother was allegedly abducted, as the act of bravery that helped find his sibling is revealed. So here's the. So, hang on. There's audio. There's audio. God damn it.
There's audio. Cool.
It's voiceover, but still.
Actually knows exactly where to go. Casually walking inside this Mora home, within seconds he leaves with a 12-year-old boy who's been dragged out of his bed. It's just after 4 a.m. The boy fights, managing to break his way free, and runs to raise the alarm. His bravery ending every parent's worst nightmare.
I look at my boy, how he saved, he fired the guy, and I'm very proud of my son for what he did.
That's just messed up.
Like, what the fuck? The man alleged to be 34-year-old Jonathan Richard Anthony, seen with one arm around the boy. This man tried to pick him up. Fabiano is a fucking legend. Yes, useless fucking dogs. Dogs just jumped up on him.
I wouldn't go too far. It seems like the
Seems
dogs
like the
were
dog-
providing a
See-
distraction.
It seems like the dog at least raised the alarm.
So the pair then realised Fabiano's 8-year-old brother James was missing after he'd been allegedly abducted moments earlier. I ran out the front, couldn't see anyone. So I jumped in the car and searched around until police got to the house. Police joined the search and frantically looking for the 8-year-old boy. James had been missing almost 3 hours when Mr. Plithke and Fabiano heard him scream, "I'm over here." Police found the boy in a nearby home and arrested Anthony. West Australian Police Inspector Corinne Santoro said, "Is this like the Italian area of Perth? Like, what the fuck?" Corinne Santoro, Fabiano, like, fucking hell.
Looking pretty dark for an Italian.
We're people of colour.
Sicilians, maybe.
Yeah, looking a little bit.
Sicilians are Italians too.
Barely.
That's racist.
Sue me.
His courage and bravery to get himself out of the situation, blah, blah, blah. Why the fuck was this kid taken? Like, charged with 2 counts of detaining a child under 16 and 2 counts of aggravated burglary, deprivation of liberty, disguised to commit a criminal offence, and criminal damage. This would fucking end Antifa tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Disguised to commit a criminal disguised to commit an offense. Fuck, this one would finish fucking Antifa tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
If it was actually enforced. Anthony faced Northbridge Magistrate. He didn't apply for bail at the hearing and did not speak or indicate he understood when the charges were read to him. This is a fucking weird story.
Is he just a schizo who just randomly attacked this family?
Fucking weird, man. Baby boomers who struggled through work and life hit out at millennials and Gen Z, claiming about, notice how fucking Gen Xers aren't here at all. Fuck you, boomers. Complaining about how tough the economy is for young Australians. Work 3 jobs if you have to. Hear that, Tim? If you want to buy a house.
Oh, I've been
just
told
get
that.
2 more jobs.
I'm trying to find a second job. I'm trying to find one because I'm going to have to.
I thought this was your
Chris,
second job.
a retired firefighter. Yeah. Ain't no fucking fire. I bet he owns 2 homes.
Firefighter, probably.
A firefighter who swims a couple of kilometres into each most days owns a large 2-story home in Cronulla where he lives with 9 members of his family. When I started and got my house, I scratched for money, he said, and then rates went up to 18%, and it was even worse.
Yeah, but not for 30 years. Like you loans weren't going for 30
rates
years.
were 18% back then.
But the price was low.
That's a lot.
Yeah,
but you bought a house. You probably bought a house for 20 or 30 grand.
Correct.
So,
which it's a strain. Like the based on their
people don't understand how percentages work. I swear.
Or inflation.
Yes. Chris, who bought his first house when he was 28, later worked as a fireman where he would work. Wait, hang on. It was really tough. I worked 2 jobs for 30 years. I started off on the beach as a lifeguard and used to work my 2 days off at a factory. Well, I'm pretty sure this is voluntary now. Yeah. And there's no such thing as a factory in Australia.
Correct. Yeah, that's right.
Well,
And
there
look, Chris,
are. I'm of course being hyperbolic, but yes.
Yeah. But look, what Chris either doesn't understand or is palming off is that a deposit nowadays is the price of a house in the old days.
Yeah.
A 20% deposit can run anywhere from 60,000 to however much, depending on what the price is. Like you want to buy a 3-bed, even for me wanting to buy a 2-bedroom house, that's going to cost me $400,000. That's an $80,000 deposit for 20. If I want to put down 20%,
my deposit on this house was 150 grand.
Yep.
So yeah.
Yeah, just work for.
And I realized the other day that I was like the discount I thought I was getting on my home insurance, not my home insurance, my home loan. I thought my discount was 1.4%, which would take what the headline rate was is like 6.49. I thought it took it down to like just 5% even. No, I was paying 6.49%. So,
oof.
So yeah, I complained to the bank when I realised it. So, and they cut a whole percent off my rate. So because I've got a pretty high LVR because I had a 20% deposit, so my LVR was already good, and the house is worth more than I paid for it. Obviously, like it's worth. How much would it have gone up by? It's what, probably 50% in the years that I've owned it. Yeah. So, but that's like, yes, great. So on paper, I'm a millionaire, but I still live month to month. Like, because I can't eat my house. So,
yeah, it's just there's a lot of paper
and I'm
millionaires,
only
right?
and I'm only a millionaire if you count if I die, my wife will be a millionaire because my superannuation and my insurance is enough to pay off the house. So
yeah, that's what I've got. I've set up my insurance. Like I've got my death and total, my total permanent disability, and my income protection all set up through my super. I've got basically $1 million in each.
Cost he's like goat balls.
That's basically what this. That's basically what this dude
fucking
is
money
saying.
bags over here.
Yeah.
Oh, just work 3 jobs. That's not the prices have gone so far up that 3 jobs won't get you a deposit.
And you know what? Working 3 jobs is not going to do it. If you want to become rich now, I will tell you the secret. I will impart with you the wisdom of the ages,
Suck a lot
how
of
to
dick
become
and marry
rich in the 21st century.
You got to be a gold digger.
Win Powerball.
That too.
No. Realistically,
that is one.
Have an idea and start a business.
Yeah.
You'll
that's the only way
probably
you can make
fail.
money.
70% of businesses fail within the first year.
Mm-hmm.
When it fails, start another business. And when that fails, start another business. If you can afford to do it enough times and you have good ideas and you're willing to fucking put the work in, business owners can make bank. You can become rich. You will work 60-hour weeks. It'll be the hardest job you've ever had, but you can succeed. But you need to have an idea and you need to follow it through. It is not for the weak in constitution.
Well,
which unfortunately,
yeah.
When I say weak in constitution, that applies to most Gen Zers. So
yeah. Or
and look, I'm
alternatively,
including my
convince some
I'm
whales
including
to
my
pay
kids
for
in
you.
that. Not all my kids. My girls are actually pretty fastidious. My son can be a bit soft sometimes when it comes to like work. He's very much a zoomer in that way, which is really annoying.
Yeah, Costy's also right. Like the banks are not going to keep lending you money if you're a bad businessman.
And now they've got IDs to track that.
Yep.
Well, no, yeah, you maybe can't fail and try again, but it depends on how you fail.
Yeah. If you run your
Like,
business
I'm not
into the ground,
saying
one thing.
if you declare bankruptcy and defraud all the investors, yeah, of course you're not going to be able to try again. But I'm talking about when most businesses fail, it's because you can't afford to keep running them. So it's not that they go out of they run out of business. They run out of business. That you have to liquidate. So and liquidating a company is not going to mean you can't start another business. It usually means your idea was poorly executed or something. So
yeah, basically you just have to sell your assets so you can
banks
cover your
are
debts.
a lot different than 20 years ago. Yeah.
Oh yeah, well, the banks are probably going to collapse, partially collapse.
Australian banks will not collapse.
No.
So our banking environment is a lot more strict when it comes to the US. It's a lot more consolidated. Like some of our banks are just ginormous for the size of our economy. Some of our banks are fucking huge,
really huge.
And also, so SVB had like what $160 billion worth of outstanding, like
it was around that range.
Debtors, so the deposits. With like all the major banks in Australia have access to a $380 billion facility that they can tap into anytime. There's no like requirement for it. They can all just fucking tap into it. So when times are tough, the federal government has your back. So, and also we can always just devalue our currency.
That too. And also interest rates haven't been going high as quickly as the US, which kind of caused the shock in the first place.
Yeah. Well, our regulations on business is a lot more like our bank regulations are a lot stiffer. Like APRA has more teeth than the FDIC and who's the American regulator? Not the SEC. It's the Treasury.
Yeah, it'd be Treasury.
So I think FDIC is involved as well, but yeah,
that's like the government arm that actually hands out the fines. And
Costi says back then your bank manager had a gold pen; they could sign off anything. Now my bank manager has to go plead my case to a credit risk team. Yeah. When I bought my first home, my bank manager made a credit card, which was the deposit. It was then paid down as a settlement, which was in the 55-day interest-free period.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm honestly thinking of just biting the bullet and putting down 5%. That I'm going to have to do that. If
I put down 20%. I put down 20% because I didn't want to make the I didn't want to have to pay the lender's mortgage insurance.
Yeah, but now but now that
because that is the biggest scam in the fucking universe.
100%.
LMI is bullshit. LMI
100%, and everyone is telling me,
hang on, I have to pay the premium for insurance that doesn't cover me but covers you.
Yeah, exactly.
How about you just don't give me the fucking loan then? Honestly, I don't think banks are going to be giving loans with 5% down for much longer.
No,
I don't think they'll be able to.
And that's just gonna that's gonna destroy the housing. That's gonna cut out. That is legit gonna cut out people from the housing market because again, 20% deposits. Obviously we just talked about how much it costs now.
Yeah,
you're essentially paying for what a house used to be.
Yeah,
just to get a deposit now.
Yep.
I do not have $80,000 lying around. My family doesn't have $80,000 lying around. There is, I earn a pretty good amount of money, but I can't pull $80,000 out of my super either. So
I mean, you could have in the past.
No, you could only pull 20 grand.
Oh, it's only 20. Oh,
yeah.
Goddamn government.
20 grand.
Goddamn government.
20 grand would give me 5%. And I'd be willing to take that hit with what I currently.
What you need to do is you need to take your superannuation, start a self-managed super fund, use that to get a loan, and then so get the self-managed super fund to get a loan to buy an investment property, and then invest in it. Use your super to pay it off, and then when it's paid off and you retire, you just move into it.
That is a way, yes.
I don't understand any of that.
I understood.
Sorry, hang on. I need to qualify. This is not financial advice. Nothing I ever say is financial advice.
And yeah, doing a self-managed super fund. Yeah, have fun with the ATO with that.
Yeah, I'm trying to I have the option to do like the self-managed.
There's a lot of compliance.
Yeah, I have the ability in my super to choose where I can buy things. Like I can tell my super, hey, buy 10 grand of this. I can do that through my super fund rather than doing a whole self-managed thing. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I have
but
no
you
clue.
can't instruct them to buy a investment property.
Yeah, I can't do that shit.
I don't even think they offer. Well, Australian Super doesn't really offer.
Some
retail.
funds have funds that offer exposure to residential.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to put.
And I think there's some residential market ETFs.
Yeah, I'm
kind of listed, which you'd be able to just.
Yeah, I'm trying to get into. Yeah, I'm trying to just put. Once I've got one, because I'm doing the whole barefoot investor thing. Yeah, I'm just trying to get.
Don't.
Yeah. I'm not.
Don't go and set up 4 different fucking accounts.
No.
Please just take the barefoot investor as general advice.
You
don't have to follow every fucking step.
No, I don't. I only have 3
who fucking read the barefoot investor and then go out and get fucking 4 bank accounts.
All in ING.
It's like, oh, Jesus.
I got that. I got the 2. I got the 2 cards. I got the stickers on that say daily expenses and splurge. I got all that. Look, legit. He actually did help get me out of debt. So I'm past the first step of getting out of debt. So I'm past that first step now. The second step is buy a goddamn house. I don't
have stickers on mine. Mine just say Visa, MasterCard.
Yeah, no,
and they don't have the word debit.
You don't have to follow his every word. You just got to make sure that you properly put your money where it should go. That's essentially all it is. But he did help me get debt free. He helped me pay down like $30,000 of credit card debt plus a HEX debt.
Credit cards are pernicious.
Oh yes. God, yeah. I racked up tens of thousands of dollars of debt in my 20s because I didn't have money. I had to live off credit. Because everything was so expensive. But once I changed jobs, he did help me get back in the black.
Which reminds me, Commonwealth Bank's getting sued for the insurance that they offered back in the past.
Guess who is a party to that lawsuit? I'm a member of that class.
Yeah, I'm getting money as well.
Yeah, apparently, like according to the thing, my premiums were $700 over the years, so I'll probably get $70 back.
I'm getting like a couple grand back.
Oh damn! It sucks because like I
think I know why. It's because A, the credit card, and B, the personal loan. That I took
okay, I didn't have a personal loan. Yeah, I think I had 2 credit cards with it. Like because I thought, oh well, that's good. If I lose my job, it'll be covered.
No, turns out, no, that's a lie.
That's a lie. That's a fucking
Thank God
lie.
I didn't test it.
So, but yeah, I got the letter the other day. I don't know that I agree with the $50 million settlement.
Yeah.
I'm a bit weird about like stuff like companies like Slater and Gordon that go and find reasons to start lawsuits so that they can turn them into class actions, so that they can bill a fucking shit ton of hours to organize a settlement with a big bank that'll end up with, a $50 million settlement where $10 million goes to the people and $40 million goes to the lawyers. Like, that's not justice. Like, that's not.
I mean, what's the alternative really then?
The alternative is that the
individual sue.
Well, no,
if they, yeah.
I don't know. I think the part of the agreement it should be, okay, this is the amount, and then we cover the agreeing party covers the cost, or it should be adjusted for the amount or something like that. I don't know.
I think that's
there should be a public interest legal fund that's taken out of taxes or something, or a levy on business. Sorry, Costi.
I don't know. I don't feel like giving the government more power.
Well, it's not power. It's if you're a Slater and Gordon, and you're suing a bank for doing something shitty, well then you can avail yourself of funds.
I don't see the government getting involved, which is really just a private action. Hence why
probably.
Yeah. Like, sure, they're taking advantage of it, but at the end, people are getting compensated for the errors that have been made.
I guess that remains to be seen. I see.
Well, I'm getting.
You may or may not get compensated because they haven't decided the amount, and the calculation number was. I had a look at the documentation. The calculation number is redacted.
Of course, naturally.
It'll be less. It'll be way less than whatever you paid. So.
Oh yeah, that's most definitely.
When in reality, it should be what you paid.
The issue is I can't actually prove because I don't hold any of the documents anymore, so I can't really prove how much I should be getting. So I'm just have to go with what they've estimated for me.
Yeah. But yes, so yes, Boomer doesn't understand money. So.
Naturally.
I'm just trying to get into whatever my spare money is now. I'm just trying to.
Kids today go to school until they're 18, then they want to travel overseas. One man told the Daily Mail Australia. I didn't.
Naturally.
Tim didn't.
I've never been overseas.
Yeah.
But I'm an exception. Almost everyone I know has been overseas. And I'm one of the. I think it's only myself and my dad now in my immediate family who have not been overseas. Everyone else I know has been overseas in my family.
Childhood sweethearts Carol and Terry both agree that the younger generation had it harder these days. Yes. So I think it's hard. I wouldn't want to be a young person these days. So Terry's 76, bought his first property when he was 20. A 2-bedroom unit in St. George, South Sydney, for $11,900.
Is that adjusted for modern money?
No, that's probably how much he paid.
That's a lot.
His carpenter wage of $90 a week was enough to pay back the $7,000 loan on a $7,000 loan on the house which he rented out while he lived at home.
Oh, yeah, that's nice.
After buying and selling a few more places, he and Carol purchased a place in Caringbah, South Sydney, for $90,000. They demolished it and built their own house where they lived for 40 years and raised 2 children. 2 years ago, they sold it for $2.4 million. Now they plan to live in a new build on the Cronulla waterfront. They both agree that many young people had a different attitude now. I find young people want everything now, said Carol. They want the nice house, the big car, the big pool, and the big holiday. Because life is fucking short, and it's only getting shorter.
And there is no path to what the boomers had.
Because
that's been cut off.
He and Carol, 74, are planning to build a new house on the Cronulla waterfront. You're 74. You're going to be in that place for fucking 5 years, 10 years. Like, unless you're in absolute perfect health, you're probably going to die before anything in that house breaks. So,
yeah, like honestly, it's basically the boomers had a path to where they are now. I don't see that path anymore.
No, it's not.
That's why people are saying, "Screw it, let's just live in the moment."
Yeah,
because the future's dead to us.
Michael, 67, and Caroline, 73, first bought in their early 20s. Interest rates were high, around 11 to 12%, but the properties were only a fraction of the price, said Michael. Thank you, Michael, for understanding how that works.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The couple, who live in a 5-bedroom house in Redland Bay, Queensland, said they feel lucky to own their own home.
Yep. As you said before, houses were tenfold less than they are now. You could buy a house in Brisbane for 50 to 60,000, and it was a pretty good house. Yeah, that's exactly it. Now that's a 20% deposit.
Yep. What gets me is we were still able to pay off at 17% on a wage of 200, but with the house prices these days, it's impossible to pay off.
Correct.
We didn't have anywhere near our money back in those days. We just kept saving.
Mm-hmm.
Caroline, who makes embroidered logos for companies in her retirement, said the nieces and nephews are struggling to buy a place. I guess this is the fundamental problem with interest rates, because inflation is ever marching forward everywhere. Like, and economic growth means that if the economy has to grow, then there will be inflation, because that's just a part and parcel. It's the way an economy works. Like,
it's where we structure
when more money exists in the economy because the economy has grown, the value of the existing money goes down because there's more of it. So there is inflation. So if we use interest rates to determine how much a home costs and how much the repayments on a home are, they're always going to increase more and more, like forever, unless every few decades we reset the value of the dollar. Because if interest
like
rate,
a recession or depression,
no, well, yeah,
that's basically the economy of clawing back a bit. But
yeah, but
people don't like
it's only
that
a bit.
People
It never
lose
actually,
out of that.
but it never actually resets.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is,
you are right. It doesn't actually reset.
So if
it just limits it down a bit,
yeah,
so you have the curve doesn't
because
go
5% of
high.
a million is way more than 5% of 10,000, but it doesn't take into account the value.
Yeah.
So if every 20 years, every generation, we reset the value of money to be, okay, well, your Australia dollar V1 was worth this, now it's worth this. And then all the prices reset to Australia dollars V2, V3, whatever. And it's all equivalent, but it's a smaller number. Therefore, interest has less of an impact.
Yeah.
Because it removes a tool from the economy, because you can never go to 18% interest in the modern economy.
No,
you could.
That's hyperinflation.
That would be incredibly destructive. That'd be hyper deflationary.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah,
because nobody be able to afford to spend anything.
Money flow will stop. Just grind to a halt.
You would literally grind the economy to a halt. Like let's fucking
I don't know, I was just reading the rest of that while you were talking, and it's like The woman goes on to talk about how her daughter won't just buy a do-upper and that kids are afraid to renovate. No, we can't afford to buy. We can't afford to even buy those places. We can't even afford to buy a place to renovate. That's the prices to get in the market themselves are just so goddamn extraordinary.
Especially trying to buy a property near where your parents live.
Oh yeah. Thanks for bringing this up, Demo. I was gonna bring it up.
Yeah.
as well.
So here we go. So let's have a look. So $20,000 over 30 years, principal and interest at 18%. You're looking at a monthly repayment of $302, and on $20,000 you'll pay $100,000.
I pay more than that in rent every fucking week.
Yeah, pretty much.
So if you add a zero, like it magnifies.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, this is locked to 10%. You can't go to 18%. It automatically defaults back to 18%.
I'll get wrecked.
So a $2 million loan over 30 years at 18%.
It'd be like $55,000 a month.
Yeah. Is $30,000 a month.
At 10%. But if you go to 18, it's probably like close to 55 or something like that. If you scale that up.
I don't know.
Well, that's capped at 10 because you can't go higher.
No, I can. I just need to, it resets to 10 every time.
Gotcha.
Like,
No,
so that's
because CBA is aware it can't go above 10.
Yeah.
Because after 10, you get into destructive interests.
Like, yeah.
And the issue is
we're just whiny.
Look, I'm especially whiny.
Out of all of us here, like I don't know about you guys. Like I own my home, or rather, the bank is helping me own my home. So I don't know if you own a home.
I do not own a home. In the position I could get a home, but it would probably be out in the outback somewhere. I have the means. I've got a strategy. It's just outside of home ownership.
Yeah.
I have no means and no strategy. I'm just trying, but I have to rent because I can't afford to even buy a 1-bedroom place because they don't exist.
And that's not even mentioned the high rental rates.
High rental rates, high interest rates. I mean, I'm very lucky with my rent. My rent's not too high, but I can't move any further into the city. I'm not even in Brisbane City proper anymore. I'm not even in the district of Brisbane anymore. I can't afford. If I'm in a little 2-bedroom duplex. That the rents for that are like $450. As you maybe even 500 as you go closer.
It's all right. No, Tim, Anastasia's going to fix it for you.
I know, right? Yeah. I know, right?
So your state, they're going to freeze rents.
Yeah,
they're going to freeze the increase of rents.
Yep.
To only being able to be increased once a year. So, and you know what that'll mean? It'll mean whenever there's like once a year, your rent will go up like fucking clockwork because they don't have a choice.
Exactly.
So they'll have to, because if they need to in the middle of next year or in 6 months, they won't be able to. So
yep. But yeah, I'm just
probably will go up $200 and $400 as well.
I'm almost at the point of giving up on buying a place. I'm just trying to just invest my spare money instead.
Yeah, this person's fucking spot on. So instead of rents going up $400 every 6 months, they'll go up $800 every year. What a win!
And then no one will be able to rent.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to. Yeah,
I saw a figure from an Australian economist who was saying that like a lot of the rentals, like something like 40% of rentals are short-term only. So they switch, like people are just Airbnb instead of doing long-term rentals.
Yeah.
Because presumably because you can adjust the rents faster.
Correct.
So
as soon as someone's out, you can change the prices.
Yeah. Because if the rates are moving, because look, realistically, if you've got a mortgage, like when the letter from the bank comes, like every first Tuesday of every month, I'm like, today's going to fucking suck because I know the rates are going to go up, which means my repayment's going to go up again. Like, and the last fucking 11 months or the last 10 months, excluding February, so 11 real months, my monthly repayment has gone up So, but by fucking $100, $120 each time. So, it sucks. So I can't imagine every 6 months having your rent fucking bumped up by a huge chunk. So, but I understand why short-term rentals are up, just because of course, like fucking
especially when you've got a property in a really good position. That's a very you would use it for short-term like Airbnb stuff. Just have people come in and out, and you'll make way more money than actually have someone there living like year or two at a time.
Yeah.
Like, it just makes financial sense to do that.
So this photo was hilarious. I can't remember which of you posted it. I think it was you, Tim.
It was me. Yeah.
This is great.
I
So
love it.
compare the pair at the top. So this is from last weekend's election.
Mm-hmm.
So at the top is the New South Wales Greens, and at the bottom is the horrible racist party of One Nation.
Oh, right, One Nation.
With all the full spectrum of people, whereas it's whitey when it's the Greens. So that is fucking hilarious.
The
very white.
the white soy rainbow greens.
Fucking spot on. Take a look at
That's
Antifa.
it.
Same
Same
thing.
thing.
Yep. Socialism is a white man's hobby. Yep.
Correct.
Oh, that's fucking gold.
Like
I still
all the
don't
green-
think we've actually counted everything, which baffles my mind. Like, it blows my mind. ABC.
But they're still counting?
Yeah.
Oh, God, this is as bad
I
as
mean,
an American election at this point.
Yeah.
Like the House seats, they're still counting?
Yeah. Look, there's no one. There's still one seat in doubt, which means it's going to be a minority government.
Of course.
Who's in the other? It'd
just be independents and
Independents,
minor parties.
Independents, Lib Dem, Shooters, Fishers.
Yeah. So basically the minor parties.
All party totals. So fuck you.
Shooters, Fishers didn't miss. Oh, they missed out.
All
Okay.
parties.
Yep.
But the others, yeah, Lib Dem.
So it's just general independents. One of these independents is Helen Dalton, who left the Shooters, Fishers and Farmers Party because they fucking censured her over some bullshit. So
Okay.
Helen Dalton is based as fuck.
Yeah. I was like, wait, that's like the only Shooters, Fishers, Farmers politician I actually like.
Yeah, she's down your way. She's on the New South Wales border.
Oh,
I guess on the upside, the Socialist Alliance is right at the bottom. No.
Almost.
I mean, in terms
So
of
there's
voting, yes,
there's only 1,200 socialists in New South Wales.
because they're all in the Labor Party.
Legalize the weed.
Legalize cannabis. Party.
Hell yeah, legalize the weed.
Australia's become a socialist shithole, so whatever.
Upper house, I think it's just a fight over the last seat.
John Ruddock likely elected. Shooters Fishers Robert Borsak likely re-elected.
Oh yeah,
So
that's what. So there we go. Legalized Cannabis Party has beaten the Lib Dems, Shooters and Fishers.
Yeah.
And Fred Nile is gone.
Oh, get wrecked.
So
Get wrecked, Fred.
Alvidazane. Oh, there was also a by-election yesterday.
Wait, that's the Fred Nile?
The Fred Nile.
The Fred Nile.
He's nearly 90 years old.
Of the Fred Nile Party, yes.
Well, not anymore. He was independent.
Well, yeah. No, his party is like the Fred Nile group.
But he's
on the ticket, he's the Fred Nile group.
But he's listed as independent there.
Yeah,
he's listed as independent because the party doesn't have enough.
He's in a group ticket.
Yeah, that's the reason why he's dropped off, because he's flagged as independent.
Yeah,
I don't think you can get independence on the top of the Senate.
Yeah, I thought that was. I thought it was dissolved, and that's why he's actually just independent now.
They don't have enough party members.
Gotcha.
So there was a by-election yesterday in down your way, I think. Down in Victoria, Aston. It's Alan Tudge's old seat.
Whatever.
So yeah, this went for the first time in 103 years.
That seat went to Labor.
That's not that seat went to Labor. No, it was the first time in 103 years that a prime minister has picked up a seat from the opposition in a by-election. So ordinarily, when there's a by-election, the government loses a seat.
Yes, it's usually a kind of a sort of
referendum on the government.
So this was the one where Maya Tisa was running. Okay.
I think the issue is it's too early in this election cycle for there to be dissatisfaction.
Yeah,
Maya Tisa. She ran as a quote libertarian independent because the Lib Dems are not federally registered.
Okay.
So she couldn't run under the Lib Dem banner. So she's the libertarian Lobbit candidate, my kind of person.
7%'s pretty fucking.
I know, right? Like it's a decent performance.
7% at a federal will get you. Will probably get you a quota in the Senate.
Yeah.
Yep.
So just depends. But yes, this was the Labor Party ran the same candidate they ran last year, who just missed. And then the Liberal Party just parachuted a woman in, a barrister, who didn't actually live in the area, which is that's always a great idea. You will always get punished by Australians by using a carpetbagger.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Both parties get fucking hammered for it. I don't know why they keep doing it. You can't just drop a high-profile candidate into an area and expect them to get picked again. There's enough people who fucking hate that shit that you will lose. Boyfriend left in tears after his girlfriend pulled a cruel prank she deemed hilarious at the beach, as critics argue over who's in the wrong. This is one of those examples of mainstream media trolling Reddit for fucking stories. So apparently, I don't believe this story whatsoever. An Australian man was trapped and humiliated by his girlfriend on a beach vacation with friends and family. The man, 20, was excited to meet his partner's family for the first time on a holiday to Queensland. His girlfriend, 20, of 8 months, had meticulously planned the week-long trip, so he didn't think twice before using the spare pair of swimming trunks she'd packed for him. But soon he discovered that it was a prank pair that dissolved in water, and he was left nude for the majority of the day in front of their 15 travel companions. I felt so awkward and embarrassed, there was nothing I could do. The man shared his story, which has since been deleted on a popular Reddit forum.
Yep, there you go.
Yep.
Yes,
on the third day of the trip. On the third day of the trip, we planned to go river floating. I went to change and couldn't find my trunks, but I saw a new navy blue pair. The girlfriend revealed she carried an extra pair in case he lost his, and the man was touched by her thoughtfulness. We all got into our tubes and started floating off. He wrote, about 3 minutes in, I felt my suit get baggier, and he even noticed the piece falling off. The man was originally disappointed that she bought him a cheap pair, but the truth had soon been revealed when he felt a rush of cold water and saw that his trunks had partially dissolved. Everyone else, about 15 of their friends and family, started to laugh. I was absolutely horrified. One of my biggest fears is being naked in public, and now I was completely nude with no way to get back. Like, do you see why I'm pretty sure this is a bullshit story?
You would think that one of the men, at least, it has to be at least one male, relatively. You think the bloke wouldn't just lend him a pair of shorts?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just bullshit.
So that's a bullshit story.
Yeah,
it's probably just a bullshit story from Reddit.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah.
Generating likes or whatever.
I'm pretty sure it exists purely to troll the.
And everyone claps.
Yeah, and everyone claps. It goes into pointing out that people were making, like, the family were making fun of the size and shape of his penis. And it's like, God, really? I don't believe that for a fucking second.
Yeah, that's a made up story.
Yeah.
And some of the female relatives were kind of like,
oh yeah, and then they all had an orgy. I wouldn't believe it happened. It would happen. Dear Penthouse Forum, I wouldn't believe it would happen to me.
Oh God, yes, all those.
I'm showing
those stories written by the
fucking editors. Yeah. So yes, Australian Big Four bank ANZ halts cash withdrawals from many branches. The move comes as Australians continue to reduce their usage of cash and bank branches, and has sparked fears that the death of cash is near.
I mean, it's that's where they've been going the whole time.
Yeah, I don't think Americans really understand, but we do have cash, but it's almost never used. Like, everywhere you go, even the small like food court places, even the coffee cart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
they're all NFC now.
Yeah, we'll have the little palm reader, like the palm reader. You tap your card on it, and that's it. You walk away. You pay by card. Like
yeah, it's either like the actual card reader, or they've got the CBA sort of, I guess,
the Albert.
Yeah, the Albert. Like, there's a whole bunch of options to do cashless in Australia.
Yep.
So merchants have a great amount of tools that they can use.
Yeah, everyone was very reticent to do that originally, but as it became more accessible, the tap and pay became so much more popular, and literally everyone does it. Yeah, that's it. That's it, Costi. I just use tap my phone.
Yeah, I like the card. I still like to take out the card and tap it.
I keep the card with me because NFC is unreliable, and I'm always trying to tap my phone and my screen goes off and fucks up the transaction. It doesn't read. So, and especially at fucking Coles and Woolies, I'll try and tap my phone, and it can't read it, and then eventually the terminal locks you out, and you have to use your card.
Yeah.
So we do a NFC contactless stuff at work as well, because we have some contactless products, and the higher ups are just saying, I don't even carry my membership card with me anymore. I don't understand why people still use use their card at the high caps machine.
Sometimes it doesn't fucking work.
I basically said to him, "Are you fucking kidding?
You've never had it fail?"
I didn't swear at him, but I'm just like, "Are you serious? Are you serious? People prefer it because NFC is unreliable.
It's not like you have members over 30 or something.
That's exactly it. Like, shit, we still have old people trying to make.
For the Americans, these are the type of terminals.
Yeah,
like it looks like a phone with a fucking printer on the back.
And it's made by Verifone. You made the shit.
You literally tap the card on the screen, and that's it. You don't even have to enter a PIN. If the transaction is under $100,
I'm sure Americans have Google
Off
Pay.
you go. Yeah.
Google Pay and Apple Pay.
You have Google Pay and Apple Pay. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they do.
But imagine if Google Pay
widespread.
and Apple, imagine if every bank offered the same service as Google Pay or Apple Pay, and every vendor had the same fucking service. You
buy these terminals from the bank that your business banks with. Yes.
Some of them will lease them to you, so you don't actually buy them.
But you can acquire them. Yeah.
So I think that this story says they got rid of the Alberts. They replaced them with these things. So these are the Albert terminals are great. These are the Albert terminals. They're fucking dope. When they brought these out, this was so
seen
cool.
These big chunky motherfuckers.
These chunky things are fucking great.
I do like them.
Like, very good.
Yep.
Like, very, very cool.
But yeah, please, for the love of God, do not leave your card at home. You're going to need it, because every now and then your phone or your watch will mess up, or the terminal will just be screwed. Always keep it as a contingency so you don't look like a fucking retard. I've seen women do that at shops. They just, their card fails and they didn't bring their card with them, and they have to walk away embarrassed, and it's just like, no.
Yeah.
Well, that get a reputation with the vendor. That's why he's like, oh shit, can I pay you back tomorrow?
Well, you can pay me back tonight.
Wow.
Calm down, Tim.
Dear Penthouse Forum.
I'm sure there's probably a Penthouse or a Playboy story exactly about this kind of thing, and they had to pay with their mouth.
Shoplifter.com.
Yeah.
So yes, the CEO of the Council of Aging has told The Australian that the change could disproportionately affect old people who are less capable of going digital. It's not that they're less capable; it's that they're less capable of.
They're reluctant.
They're less likely to.
It's not that they can't
trust it.
They don't.
I don't trust it.
Yeah, oh yeah, my dad's like that. My dad doesn't trust that shit. My grandpa doesn't trust that shit.
The move also has renewed fears of a push to eliminate cash that could soon be replaced by central bank digital currencies.
My dad doesn't even understand it. Every time I pull out my phone and go, because we go to the shops and I just pay with my phone, and he's looking at me all fucking weird. And it's just like, I mean, one day, NFTs kind of fell apart, didn't they?
Rachel Dolezal, is that you?
Yeah, they did.
An American woman who was used to getting her own way reveals the huge reality check she got when she landed in Australia. So she was always used to getting what she wanted. Now she knows to quote unquote go with the flow.
So she stopped being a Karen? By the sounds of the story?
But we have Karens over here, so
We do have Karens here.
I know, but she stopped being a Karen by the sounds of it.
One of the things I think about a lot when it comes to living in Australia as an American is just how much less I care about having things my way. The States generally as a culture is a place where you can customize anything, you can change any menu, you can have any drink, any meal exactly how you want it, no matter how it's presented on a menu. Things are open 24 hours, open late at night, whereas Australia is so different. Cafes will close at 2 or 3. Restaurants won't be open between lunch and dinner sometimes. And you generally don't ask to change things on the menu either. And all of those like little day-to-day things just means I can't have things exactly how I want them, when I want them.
She wasn't complaining. She's just saying that's how
Yeah,
it
no,
is.
yeah,
So
no. It wasn't.
Yeah,
It wasn't a whinge. Yeah.
no, it was not a whinge. No, absolutely,
It's more
which is
of a,
good.
say-
Which is good. Yeah.
This is what I expect.
This
from
is
States.
Australia
States-
doesn't subscribe to American individualism. We're all mates here. This
Yeah,
is a
we're
problem,
socialists.
though. We don't do the individualism thing, which is why there's not many libertarians here.
Correct.
And it's why freedom is a dirty word in Australia.
Yeah, forget my people. Just yeah. We need a bit of it. We need to bring back a modicum of individualism. You know?
It's also important to point out that she lives in Perth, which is the most backward city in Australia.
Speaking of Perth,
Yes.
Perth does not have so. Perth is unique. West Australia is very unique in Australia. It doesn't have 24-hour. Like you have to be licensed to run a 24-hour or anything. So there's no 24-hour McDonald's.
Oh fuck!
Yeah, I know, right? Actually, I think there might be one or two, but they're all strictly regulated.
Yeah.
Sunday trading, you need to be licensed for. Like there's a lot of weird rules around store openings in West Australia. Like every time I've been over there, it's been a pain in the ass because it'll be like 9 o'clock at night and you want to go and get something and everything's closed.
Yeah.
It's like the 80s. If traveling to Perth is like the 80s.
But why are you getting anything at 9 o'clock at night? And there's only 3 million people. There's only less than 3 million people in Western Australia.
Yeah, and 2.5 million of them live in fucking Perth.
That's right. Boggles the fucking mind. Oh my god! But yeah, to me that sounds like living in Bundaberg. You don't have Sunday trading on a lot of things. You don't have 24 hours on a lot of things. There is a couple of places like backpackers and all that, but your clubs and all that, yeah, they close at the normal times. Your cafes only operate a couple of days a week. Holy shit, that sounds like fucking backwards.
It does really, but I kind of actually would like that sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm actually not. I actually don't consider that to be an insult to a degree. Yeah, you're right.
I don't think many places should be 24 hours, really.
Yeah. And I can't think of too many 24-hour places, to be honest, other than McDonald's.
Like
and some servos, and 7-Elevens
like
and shit.
and all that.
Yeah. And
Like,
then even then, most servos are not 24 hours either.
Yeah, that's true. I only mentioned 7-Eleven because they generally would be 24 hours.
7-Elevens usually are, yeah. What else is there? There's
in Victoria there's a whole bunch of stuff because
and I know in other places around the world, like in a lot of places in Europe, 24 you're allowed to, even corporate places are allowed to be open 24/7. But yeah, we don't really do that here. We don't. A lot of places never had Sunday trading, especially when I grew up in the 80s and 90s.
Oh yeah.
Sunday. The only things open on the Sunday were the fish and chip shop, the grocery store, and the video shop.
And I bet you those were operated by non-Christians.
Probably, yeah.
Not really. At least, again, not in my town because almost everybody went to church in my town, myself excluded. But
pubs used to be closed, like Sunday mornings.
Yeah. They would only do like Sunday dinner, or Sunday lunch. They wouldn't be open on the whole day or whatever.
Church.
But the video shop would be open on a Sunday. That bit. Your fish and chip shop would open.
Got to return your videos. You don't want to get fucking late fee.
Oh shit!
Oh
no.
yeah.
So it looks like COVID lockdowns might be back on the menu, boys.
Oh, great! So I'm going to get locked down again.
Oh yeah, and Australia will accept it too.
So yeah, I for one welcome our new fucking having the mask going everywhere. Fucking hell. Yeah, don't tell Dan.
He already knows.
Fucking
what are you talking about?
He's
Lockdown
savoring
Dan.
it.
He's the one organising it. Him and fucking McGowan. Oh my god.
And he also gave himself the power to call an instant lockdown.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
He doesn't have to go and actually get permission.
Fuck, Farnham's in hospital?
He can just call it.
You better leave John Farnham alone, God. What the fuck are you doing?
Well, he's got to go sometime.
Yeah,
true.
eventually.
True.
Jim's mowing founder has seceded.
Speaking of...
So
Speaking
he's declared himself a king. He's been enraged at Dan's.
Speaking of
dictated Dan's lockdowns.
This man. I did actually. I never really followed Jim's from Jim's mowing, but apparently he is the king of tinfoil libertarianism. He's the one. He's trying to set up his own microstate. He's one of those.
All the power to him.
So unless Andrews offers him an apology, he will go full sovereign citizen on Saturday.
That's the Brisbane Times' wording. Yes.
We intend to try and join Tasmania. It's a much better state. What exactly does that mean? In Penman's words, we just declare independence. It's like when the United States colonies declared independence from Britain in 1776.
That's not going to work.
If you've got unjust and tyrannical government, you can secede.
If only the United States would listen to you.
Parker says, why do you guys have to be Australians? I don't give a fuck about Australia.
Welcome to Ozcast.
Yes. But he says, again, he's quoting Prince Leonard of Hutt River. And again, yes.
So he says, I'm going to be king. I'm going to start knighthoods and citizenships, and we're going to have our own stamps and our own flag. And we're going to raise money for Men's Sheds. Men's Sheds is a male organization.
Oh, so the
I was going to say
the
MRA,
man
it's
shed.
not.
That's the man shed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay,
Yeah.
I didn't realize that because they didn't actually capitalize it.
Yeah.
Or maybe that's not. I guess.
I guarantee you, the author doesn't even know what it is. That sounds like a millennial.
I'm wondering, was that a written statement or something from Jim? Because
it's probably a tweet.
Maybe something like that. But either way, the Men's Shed is a men's
thing.
support group. Yeah.
Fucking rest in peace, Doug Mulray.
Oh, fucking rip, Uncle Dougie.
Uncle Dougie's gone. So this man basically invented the Australian shock jock.
He's basically Howard Stern.
He was famously was taken off air by the owner of a broadcast network during the broadcasting of Australia's naughtiest home videos.
Oh yes.
Anecdotally, the owner of the network, who at the time was Kerry Packer, picked up the phone and said, "Get this fucking drongo off the TV right now."
Oh,
and they cut.
That's rough, buddy.
Fucking ended the show. So
that's rough, buddy.
Yeah.
Fuck off, Peter. Fuck you.
So yes, he was
fucking pirate, man.
71.
Yeah. So. Rest in peace, Uncle Dougie.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, he lasted about 10 minutes. Yeah.
Oh no, yesterday. Actually, I think
it was something about a kangaroo doing something.
I remember that vaguely. I remember Doug Mulray.
I think it was in the 90s.
Yeah, it was in the 90s because I remember Doug Mulray had a nighttime show on the TV. I think it might have been. Then we turned on Australia's naughtiest home videos, and it suddenly stopped. Holy shit! Yeah, I'd completely forgotten about all that.
Yeah.
We had a kid at school. He used to look like Doug Mulray. We used to make fun of him. We always used to call him Uncle Dougie, and we get really pissed off. Yeah, like he had the facial features, the slick back hair, and everything, and yeah, he looked like a fat Uncle Dougie.
Mark McGowan has signalled a return to tough border laws used during the pandemic.
Cool,
the WA Premier allowing police to stop and search anyone entering the state. Reporter Jack Hahn is following the story live from Perth.
He's turned them into a gendarmerie.
When will the laws come into place?
Well, later this year, Melissa, and they'll be in effect until 2028. The laws will give WA Police more power than any other state or territory in the country. The Premier, Mark McGowan, wants to replicate pandemic conditions because he claims there was a dramatic decline in meth use while border closures were in effect. So every traveller will be...
This is fucking retarded.
Oh, but if it saves one life.
No, well,
don't you make the math
no,
within the state?
reason it happened, the reason it went down is because it was a temporary measure. So there wasn't any incentive to build an infrastructure in West Australia to produce meth. All this is going to do is make a meth production in fucking West Australia happen.
Yeah.
So good job.
That's okay. That's okay, Basil. I've never been to Western Australia.
In the hope of
I never
catching
will.
drug smugglers. This will happen in 21
It's a separate
locations, including
country
every land crossing
my-
with
my-
all the territory.
It's like the
perspective.
US.
I've been to West Australia. I like Perth. Perth's a nice town. I bought my hat from Perth, so I've got an Akuba arena that I bought from Perth, from a hattery.
In South Australia, as well as ports and train stations, but high on that list will be here at Perth Airport. Travellers won't be searched the second they step foot off the aircraft, not even in the terminal. In fact, officers will set up checkpoints on the roads leaving the airport so that they can subject vehicles to searches. Tonight, criminologists are warning laws like this have the potential to be abused. Melissa.
No shit.
No shit.
Oh. God damn. So if you drive near an airport, you're going to get searched.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what
If
they're
you're an
gonna
Uber
do.
driver
It's-
picking up a passenger, you're going to
Yep.
get searched.
So that's my hat.
Nice. Yeah, I think my dad has one.
Yeah. An Adelaide man has been arrested for allegedly sharing the Christchurch massacre footage online.
Yeah, it became a crime. Yeah.
Yep. So an Adelaide man who allegedly shared extremist material related to the 2019 terrorist attack in which 51 people were murdered has been arrested and will face court later this year. Police allege the 53-year-old from Edwardstown posted an online link to footage related to the Christchurch shooting. He didn't even post it. He posted a fucking link.
I swear to God,
footage.
is that if that was linked was to Kiwi Farms, I just shake my head.
So
I'm fairly certain that footage
acting
is
on
on
information
Kiwi Farms.
received earlier this month, police arrested a 53-year-old man from Edwardstown, police said in a statement. The man has been charged with distributing extremist material. Hey, motherfuckers, all you people who love the anti-fucking terror laws, this is what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Aussies are okay with this.
Yeah. Well,
let's be real.
Let's be real. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Aussies are okay with this.
And yes, so on March 15, 2019, Australian man Brendan Tarrant opened fire in 2 mosques in New Zealand City, murdering 51 people and wounding dozens of more in what is the single worst terrorist attack carried out by Australian. #goals.
Listen now.
I'm kidding, of course. More, I guess follow up from story last week. So Maura Deeming, who was going to be expelled from the party, she's just been suspended from the party,
and they're going to monitor her.
So yes,
they didn't. Yeah, there's
if her words, if she steps out of line,
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
she's
meow.
Mm-hmm. I don't understand why they would. It doesn't make sense to ban a turf.
She associated with the Nazis. She has to be kicked out. She can go sit in the back with fucking Fraser Anning. Americans will not know who Fraser Anning is. You won't know. Yeah. But
so, that is Aussie news for this week. Back to I'd separated out. Oh no, that doesn't matter. So I did all of bits and pieces. What have I got left? Yes.
Yeah, I find it interesting that the Liberal Party follows the line of the Labor.
This is the Liberals are not conservative. That the Nationals are closer to the two Conservatives, but the Liberals are just. I honestly don't even know what the fuck the Liberal Party is anymore. They're not classically liberal. They're not socially liberal. They're not socially conservative.
They've only got the religious, like the hard.
They're not even.
They're not even. The Nationals are the religious ones. Yeah. Although to an extent, you have your religious element of the Liberal Party like Peritet and Dutton and all that. And Dutton's Nationals, isn't he? Dutton's Nationals.
No, Dutton.
No,
well, yeah, no, technically yes, because there is no
yes,
Liberal Party or
yes.
National Party in Queensland.
It's
There is
Liberal
only
National.
the Liberal National Party.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as the LNP coalition, Dutton came from the National Party. didn't he? Something like that. Either way, he's the Liberal Party.
He came from the Liberal Party.
Did he? I thought he was part of the Nationals.
No.
I'm thinking of Barnaby. Sorry.
Barnaby, yeah.
Joyce.
He's
Barnaby's from
he's
the
leader.
Nationals. Yeah. Either way, we don't. Again, we've said many times we don't have a. They're neoliberals, Bazza. That's what they are. They're neoliberals. But Hawke and Keating were also neoliberals. But if I'm to believe the left,
they're economically liberal in the sense of they will take our money and spend it.
Yeah, and in the sense of privatizing things as well. They are new. These are the people who floated Medibank and everything too. Yeah. But yeah, they're not classically liberal. They're just neoliberals. They're leftists who embrace a degree of capitalism. That's it.
So this is a meme from 2016 that encourages people to text Hillary to vote.
This is the one that got the guy imprisoned.
Yeah, let's see how that turned out for him. So he was convicted for conspiracy against rights. He faces 10 years in the federal fucking pound me in the ass pokey. 10 fucking years for a meme.
I got to read that. Mackie has been found guilty by a jury of his peers of attempting to deprive individuals from exercising their sacred right to vote for the candidate of their choice in the 2016 presidential election. What? You can't deprive someone of their right to vote.
He tricked them into
through memes.
So he attempted to suppress the vote through social media disinformation campaign is what they're going with.
Oh,
of course.
He tried to trick people so he wouldn't vote for. So people would not vote for who they wanted. He tried to fool people. He tried to take away their choice.
He established an audience on Twitter with approximately 48,000 followers. A February 2016 analysis by the MIT Media Lab ranked Mackie as the 107th most important influencer of the then up-and-coming presidential elections. As proven at trial between September 2016 and November 2016 and November 2016, Mackie conspired with other influential Twitter users and with members of private online groups to use social media platforms, including Twitter, to disseminate fraudulent messages that encouraged supporters of presidential candidate Hillary Clinton to vote via text message or social media, which in reality was legally invalid. If you need to fucking be told this, you probably weren't going to vote in the first place. For example, on the 1st of November, in or around the same time that Mackie was sending tweets suggesting the importance of limiting black turnout, the defendant tweeted an image depicting an African-American woman standing in front of an African-Americans for Hillary sign. The ad stated, "Avoid the line, vote from home, text Hillary to 59925 and vote for Hillary and be part of history." The fine print at the bottom of the deceptive image stated must be 18 or older to vote. 1 vote per person, must be a legal citizen of the United States. Voting by text is not available in Guam, Puerto Rico, Alaska, or Hawaii. Paid for by Hillary President 2016. The tweet included the typed hashtag I'm with her, a slogan frequently used by Hillary Clinton. On or about and before Election Day 2016, at least 49,000 unique telephone numbers texted Hillary or some derivative of. How the fuck do you derivative of? Well, you can't spell Hillary.
Apparently.
Which has been used in multiple deceptive campaign images tweeted by Mackie and his co-conspirators. Several hours after tweeting the first image, Mackie tweeted an image depicting a woman seated at a conference room, typing a message on a cell phone. A deceptive image was written in Spanish and mimicked the font used by the Clinton campaign in authentic ads. The image also included a copy of the Clinton campaign logo and the I'm with her hashtag. Oh, what a dastardly fiend. The government case is being handled by the Office of Public Integrity section.
I think they've just overstepped.
So, yeah.
You should be going to jail for that.
Yeah.
Fined, maybe?
Yes.
Because it was replicating a candidate's message. So
today's verdict proved that the defendant's fraudulent actions crossed the line into criminality and flatly rejects his cynical attempt to use the constitutional right of free speech as a shield for his scheme to subvert the ballot box and suppress the vote. Pierce added. Honestly, of course it was in fucking Brooklyn.
Naturally.
Eastern District of New York, fucking of course. Despite the conviction, Mackie's attorney, Andrew Freisch, expressed optimism that the case will be overturned. This case presents an unusual array of compelling appellate issues. I'm optimistic that the conviction will be vacated. The meme telling voters the text to vote were apparently designed to look like Clinton campaign ads and use the same font and format as typical campaign ads. Avoid the line, vote from home, text candidate first name to 59925. Vote for candidate and be part of history. Text accompanying one meme read. Mackey's case caused alarm among conservatives who see this prosecution as an infringement against the First Amendment right to free speech. He also won the support of Twitter CEO Elon Musk, who tweeted that Mackey's case was concerning. Conservatives point to a satirical video comedian Christina Wong posted on Election Day, posing as a Trump supporter. In it, she urged Trump voters to cast their ballots on the day after Election Day. She faced no criminal charges over the video.
Yep, rules for the but not for me.
Yeah, that's the fucking problem. So, wasn't anything else.
And as mentioned before, that the jail time is
jail
over
time.
the line.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if he does get jail time. I don't think he will. If he does, like, holy shit.
Yeah, that'll be. Yeah, that would be the justice system overreaching.
Speaking of the justice system overreaching.
Oh, the reach around?
So he spent years in prison for the rape of an author, Alice Seibold, and the subject of her memoir, Lucky. A judge just exonerated him. So this is actually from November 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So his conviction was vacated. There was a whole bunch of issues with the case to begin with. He was convicted on two pieces. So Broadwater was convicted on two pieces of evidence: Seibold's account, a cross-racial identification since the author is white and Broadwater is black, and the analysis of a piece of hair that was later determined to be faulty. As to the hair analysis, SBI testified that microscopic hair analysis contained errors in at least 90% of the cases the agency reviewed. So we know that the testimony of the forensic chemist stemmed from a largely debunked forensic approach to hair microscopy. In Lucky, Seibold wrote that a detective and prosecutor told her after the lineup that she picked out the wrong man, and how the prosecutor deliberately coached her into rehabilitating her misidentification. So the woman who was raped wrote in her book that she was coached she picked the wrong man out of lineup and then rehabilitated her misidentification.
So did she tell the police that?
She didn't tell the police that. She wrote it in her.
No, but did she come forward? Was this the first time she came forward? Was through the book?
Yes, the first time she came forward was through the book.
Yeah.
So yes, New York State has agreed to pay him $5.5 million for the 16 years he spent in prison after being
not enough,
wrongly
but it's a
convicted.
start. Yeah. That's like $300,000 a year or whatever. No, not quite, but whatever.
Yeah, so he spent 6 to so yes, she described it. She described it in her memoir. So it was a settlement from New York Attorney General Letitia James, Trump's favorite Attorney General. So no amount of money will ever give Tony his life back, but I think it's a fair resolution within the state of New York. Look, I don't think it's fair enough. I think it should be, at the very least, it should be $1 million a year. That should be the floor.
He should never. I mean, not that he
because you whether you like it or not, you can never get that time back.
No,
you can't.
So
he should never have to work again. And hopefully, if he uses that money right, he won't have to work again. But this should be a massive payout for something like this. $5 million over for 16 years for every year that he was in jail. How do you value that in terms of money? Like.
Yeah, that's always a struggle.
Yeah.
How much is a human life worth?
I'm definitely thinking. I'm definitely thinking double digits at least.
Yeah. Miss Seibold was an 18-year-old freshman at Syracuse University when she was raped in a park near campus in 1981. She described the assault in raw detail in her 1999 memoir, Lucky, a precursor to her best-selling novel, The Lovely Bones, which also involves the rape of a teenager. I think The Lovely Bones is... I think Peter Jackson did that movie. I think.
Interesting.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
This is a very good film. So, Saoirse Ronan. This was Saoirse Ronan's.
Yeah, Saoirse Ronan. Yeah.
Saoirse Ronan. Yeah.
Yep.
That was her first big film.
Okay.
But But yeah, in her memoir, she used the fictitious name Gregory Madison for the man who raped her. As she wrote in Lucky, Miss Siebel told campus security about the attack immediately and then went to the police. After evidence was collected from a rape kit, she wrote she described her attacker to police, but the resulting composite sketch did not resemble him. Mr. Broadwater was arrested 5 months later after Mr. Siebel passed him on the street and contacted police, saying she might have seen the man who raped her. She consequently identified a different man in a police lineup. She wrote in Lucky that Mr. Broadwater and the man next to him looked alike, and that soon after making her choice, she felt it was the wrong one.
Racist.
She later identified Mr. Broadwater in court. Mr. Broadwater's lawyers argued that prosecutorial misconduct and had sullied the police lineup, that the prosecutor had falsely told Miss Siebold, that Mr. Broadwater and the man next to him were friends who had purposely appeared in the lineup together to trick her. The lie, Mr. Broadwater's lawyers said, had improperly influenced Miss Siebold's testimony. Mr. Broadwater left prison in 1998 and was struggling to put his life back together when Lucky was published. His effort to start anew was hampered by the requirement that he register as a sex offender. Eventually, in part because of doubts raised by a planned film adaptation of the memoir, he hired Ms. Schwartz and her colleague J. David Hammond to clear his name. In their motion to vacate the conviction, they argued that the case had relied entirely on Ms. Siebold's identification of him in court and on a now discredited method of microscopic hair analysis. William J. Fitzpatrick, the current Onondaga County, New York District Attorney, joined in the motion to vacate the conviction. He noted that witness identifications of strangers, particularly across racial lines, Ms. Siebold is white, Mr. Broadwater black, are often unreliable. Because, racist or not, we all look alike. Like all the white people look alike to black people, all black people look alike to white people, all Asian people look alike to white people, to everybody. Like, but
Such
Asian people can
talk right now.
Asians can tell each other apart.
White people can tell each other apart. Like, it's just exposure. You understand what you look like there, and you can project that onto others of your phenotype. So it stands to reason. In 2020, so blah, blah, blah. Justice Jordan Juffe of State Supreme Court in Onondaga County overturned Mr. Broadwater's conviction for first-degree rape and 5 related charges. As a result, he was no longer required to register as a sex offender. It's a long day coming, Mr. Broadwater said then. In addition to suing the state, Mr. Broadwater filed a federal civil rights lawsuit against Onondaga County and the city of Syracuse, as well as an assistant district attorney and a police officer who were involved in prosecuting him. That case is pending. After leaving prison, Mr. Broadwater has largely relied on temporary jobs, working in a metal plating factory, bagging potatoes, doing yard work and roofing, mopping floors, scavenging for scrap metal. One thing he hopes to do as a result of the settlement with the state, Ms. Schwartz said, is buy a small house in a rural area where he and his partner can live. About a week after Mr. Broadwater's conviction was vacated, Ms. Siebold apologized to him in a statement posted online. She said she regretted having unwittingly played a part in a system that sent an innocent man to jail. Unwitting. I'm sorry most of all for the fact that the life you could have led was unjustly robbed from you, she wrote, and I know that no apology can change what happened to you and never will. And that's fundamentally that's the worst part of all these things is you can't get time back. Like once it's gone, it's gone. So you can't turn back the clock. It's just yeah. Mr. Broadwater said at the time he was relieved and grateful for the apology, that it took a lot of courage and that she was a victim. She was a victim and I was a victim too. Ms. Schwartz said on Friday that he still felt that way. He's always been very empathetic towards her and continues to be. She said that, man, props to him.
Yeah.
Like, because he spent the man spent 16 years in prison for something he didn't do. So
yeah, it's very easy just to be mad at the person who pointed the finger and put you in jail.
This
is
the
another
book.
thing to say, okay, I don't think she's in the right mindset. She made a mistake. However, I still have to live with my situation.
So, Yes, Broadwater ultimately served 16 years in prison, maintaining his innocence throughout because he would not admit to the attack. He was denied parole 5 times. See, and that's the thing. So we let admittedly guilty people go free and keep people who are fucking determined in their innocence stay.
So once you're found guilty, you have to admit your guilt. And because he kept denying,
but that's the perverse incentive. He's already been convicted. There's no reason for him to deny his guilt. He denied his guilt 5 times, and because of that was refused parole. After the 3rd time, if you're the parole board, you've got to think, well, hang on. He's done this 3 other times. Like maybe he didn't do it. Like, why is that not a possibility they could possibly
stay away? They think he's just lying so he can get out.
Yeah. But no, lying as if he fucking would just said he did it. He was denied parole because he wouldn't admit to it.
Yeah,
implying that he would have been let go if he just admitted it. Just admit it. Just admit it. We know you did it. Just admit it.
Yeah, because he's found guilty, so he did it. In the eyes of parole officers, he did it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is him admitting it. So him not game theory, man. Him denying he did it doesn't give him any advantage. I know the parole board can't change the conviction, but the parole board has been denied him giving him parole 5 times on the grounds that he did not admit that he did it. So the perverse incentive is for an innocent man to lie and for a guilty man to tell the truth.
Or it's a guilty man who's unhinged and thinks he didn't do it.
Yeah, but even then, the guilty man can be rational enough to go, well, I know that if I say I'm guilty, you'll let me go. Whereas this guy had the conviction to say no, no, I didn't do it. I didn't do this. So honestly, he probably got let out because
he served his
jails are full. No, he was sentenced to fucking 8 to 25 years.
8 to 25 years. How much did he serve? 16?
16.
Yeah. Eventually, yeah. So, yeah, they would have been kicked him out for good behavior. Like, they don't want to keep people in for the full time. If they have, you have to be a sort of violent person to be kept in the full period. Because eventually they will let you out.
Yeah, look, I agree. The alternate incentive is for guilty men to deny to parole boards, but it's if you're a parole board, you've got access to all the information. If they're clearly guilty and they're denying it, then
do you have time to go through each and every?
Well, if you don't have time
case?
to go through with it, you probably shouldn't be on a parole board. Like this is the problem. If you're just a bureaucratic functionary, maybe you shouldn't be doing the job. Maybe
No,
parole
that
boards
is
are
the
fucking
problem.
pointless.
It's bureaucracy. That is the problem.
So, yeah.
Yeah, innocent people in jail do not fit within the bureaucracy's box.
Yeah, no, that's right.
outside the box. They can't deal with that.
Yeah. So a staff at a Rand Paul was brutally attacked this week as well.
I believe he was stabbed.
Yes, I believe he was stabbed. Yes.
Yes. Staff of a Rand Paul was stabbed and seriously injured in Washington, D.C. Yep.
The man arrested in connection with the stabbing was released from prison the day before. Records show he was convicted for compelling a person to live the life of prostitution against their will and obstruction of justice. So, and
yeah, DC is a very dangerous place.
Yes.
DC is the deadliest city in the country.
Rip Seth Rich. And that's all I had. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me. Thank you, chat.
No worries.
Thank you for watching. If you haven't realized yet, this whole thing was just a joke. There is no such thing as AussieCast, despite me A, registering a domain, B, coming up with a logo, and C, rejigging an entire intro. This happy April Fool.
April Fools until it's not a joke anymore.
That's right.
We'll see.
So yes, I expected Baldo to be here. I thought he'd jump at the chance.
Letting the
to
team
be on a
down.
less cluttered panel.
We needed someone to be. We needed someone to be the kangaroo.
I know. I thought you would, Tim.
I was
didn't-
tempted, but I didn't like how it looked in an avatar form, in the circle frame. So I picked the wombat. I was going to go with the emu because he looks angry as fuck, and that would have suited me fine.
RC beat you to it. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah,
so
beat you to
to be fair, RC thought it was a fucking kookaburra.
I thought it was a magpie to be. I thought it was a magpie at first.
I could do like a whole bunch of them. I could fill the panel with those fucking. There you go. Costy will jump in one week.
I'm terribly racist. I'm totally racist against West Australians.
Baldo just messaged me. He's like, I was just about to jump on now.
Oh, and it's gone.
Oh, sorry. So yes, so if you like, subscribe, do all the good stuff. Buy me a coffee if you want. I don't care. I appreciate it. If you want to sign up for a membership though and join us on the Discord, I'm gonna make the Discord available to like the bottom tier as well. So because it feels icky fucking doing the whole like, oh no, you gotta pay the higher tier. Like it feels very Nick. And to be fair, it is a Nick thing.
Nick started at $5.
I know. But it felt like a lot of work to have to fucking organize all that shit. So I thought, I'll discourage people from doing it. So yes, we'll be back next week with the pre-stream as always. So yeah, thanks for joining everyone, and we'll see you.
Yeah, goodbye.
Bye. I'll have to render a platypus. Yes.
Mm.
Have a good week.